Futures back in positive territory to start things off once again this morning as we get May retail sales data just out at 8:30 there. Negative 0.3% versus a 0.2% increase expected. Again, May retail sales data just out there coming in on the negative side, 0.3% versus 0.2% increase expected. Hey, guess what? It's Fed Day as well. 2 p.m. this afternoon, we'll get the interest rate decision from the Fed, including the press conference and the statements that follow the actual interest rate decision. All eyes on Jerome Powell this afternoon. Will he or will he not go 0.75, 75 basis point increase? Now 98%, we'll show you the CME Fed Funds tool coming up here, but 98% chance that we will get a 75 basis point increase this afternoon. Otherwise, coming off yet another down day for stocks right across the board. All three U.S. indexes were very, very negative throughout the session. NASDAQ gets back to positive territory yesterday. The Dow ends the day down 150 points. Fifth straight day to the downside for the Dow. The NASDAQ, as I mentioned, the only one in positive territory. We're watching crypto stocks once again. Anything related to cryptocurrencies to the downside once again in the pre-market along with Bitcoin. Yeah, we got down to 20,000 on BTC. We'll talk about MSTR and Coinbase coming up. So much to get to. Going to be a busy morning, going to be a busy day. It is Wednesday, June 15th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, we are higher here for U.S. markets right across the board. We'll show you the numbers when we can. As we said, May retail sales data coming out there a little bit worse than expected at 8:30. There's a look, though, at how we stand right now. 1% for the NASDAQ, the S&P bouncing a little bit, 0.9 back to the upside, the Dow 0.6. You can see still negativity. Bitcoin well off its lows now, 3.6%, but still to the downside, 6% for Ethereum. Welcome in to what is going to be a big day for the market, big day for individual stocks, it would appear. Good morning, guys. It's Wednesday. It is Fed Day. It is, I was going to show this right away just to get it out of the way here. Yesterday it was 91%. We're up to 98.6% on the Fed Funds tool. That 0.75 is coming today.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like when you get this close, right? Good morning, everybody. You do expect that it gets close to that 100% marker. Just look at that graphic, and I'm like, why can't they just make the font size bigger? Like, I get it, the bar is gigantic. I can tell it's 98% or 99 or whatever it is, but yeah, I can't really read it on the big screen from over there. Now, you mentioned crypto. Worth noting, like I don't want to call them bottoms, but we're talking an intraday time frame here. So there was a bounce off 20,000 specifically, and then a bounce off. It was 20,000 change on Bitcoin, 20,100, and then a big Ether bounced off 1,000 as well, 1,000 like 14 or 15 or something like that. So there was a slight recovery there. Also, some Roblox news did come out there. They actually dropped some numbers. Estimated bookings were disappointment. And then their monthly active users was actually up 17% year over year, but they did make a heavy volume move. I saw a couple people in the chat talking about that, sort of reacting to Roblox dropping down a couple of bucks there. But that's all it was. They did release some numbers into a liquidity vacuum, broke a pretty key level of 25. We'll have to add that one to the list of stocks that we're going to be watching here today after that. But you're going to want to buckle up. We know what this day usually entails, right? At 2:30, well, 2 o'clock, all you know what breaks loose, and at 2:30, when Jerome hits the podium, it breaks even looser, crazier. So we buckle up until then, but I'm always anticipating that we don't break ranges until the afternoon, which means you can definitely trade. There's going to be lots of trading opportunities and plenty of volatility off the open, but I'd expect the bigger fireworks to happen after 2:30.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, it should be an exciting day, obviously. We'll be trying to nail some of these trades again here for you today. We nailed Coinbase yesterday. That's the #1 name on our sticky note one more time today. Bitcoin, as Neil said, yeah, to say the word bottom on anything at this point seems to be a little bit crazy. But I was, again, just like I said yesterday, you guys asked for my opinion on what 75 basis points meant. I said higher. You come in today, the NASDAQ's up 1%, right? We had an update yesterday. So let's just see where we go from here. Everyone knows what's going to happen at 2 p.m. If the NASDAQ's, why would the market be up 1% right now if they're just going to smash it down, right? So let's wait to see what happens here. It may just start to float back in to a flat area on the NASDAQ, and then we'll see what happens come 2 p.m. So we're going to be here, but we have some great ideas. I like BABA, the sticky notes out today, AMD. A lot of the same names there, but Coinbase and BABA, really like the levels that we're looking at here. So always news, Brendan, always something to trade no matter what the day.
Yeah, lots to discuss. As we mentioned there, Bitcoin, just watching a couple of headlines here on that retail number. Bitcoin to the downside, as we said, retail sales to the downside. Interesting note on that, but let's just jump right into things here. I was just reading through. So this number, guys, again, negative 0.3 versus 0.2 on the retail sales for May. If you take vehicles and auto sales out of that, it actually rose. So it was 0.3 to the upside versus 0.2. So X autos, actually a positive number for retail sales. So I did see a couple of the retailers moving around on that. The other big headline, obviously, this morning, focus on the Fed. Obviously, the 75 hike coming. Do we get more? Do we get comments from Mr. Powell that would indicate more on the 75 basis point increases coming, both in July and possibly even August?
Yeah, well, if you take a more aggressive line and start adding it up to where you need to be at the end of the year, well, then you might not just get 175 here. Like if you do 3 of them, if you stack them up earlier and get to the same place, you're still taking a more aggressive line. I think that's where you get some of the people that have said that we get the full or should get a full 100 point today. So I've seen only a couple of actual predictions. People have said that's what they think should happen. But it is worth mentioning it's a very different environment to when we had the first hike, like the last hike, because remembering what happened that day, you essentially you did have a strong upward day, and then after we made that bounce, we then had a week worth of selling, breaking the lows and making fresh lows. And this is a SPY, by the way, the SPY. So that's what we got last time. It was a very different environment because we were essentially hanging off of and bouncing off of major support on the SPY, which we had just had a wick bottom through, and then everyone had sold into the decision, and then we'd already made that support level, held it, and then we rallied to the next level up. It's a very different circumstance here. Like here, we have had a much heavier fall going into this, probably because the expectation it was at the last minute a little bit higher than we're going to get more than we had anticipated because of what inflation was like. And so we haven't had the chance to consolidate or form that base. And that works in 2 ways, right? Like it gives you more room if we do get a relief rally, the whole sell the news event being buying. But it also puts you really far away from any kind of resistance level on the ES, the same way we had a defined range that we just played into. Like last time it was pretty simple. It's like it bought to the top and then just rejected it and we flushed from there. The only thing I would look at is if we do get that kind of a rally in the SPY, like you look at this like previous support, 85 to 87 or so, maybe that's the kind of level that if we do get a rally, the sellers would maybe come back into it. But just can't play it exactly like we had in May, unfortunately, because it is a very different 3 days heading into the number than we had last time.
Oh, man. Just responding to some of our viewers here. Okay, there it is, just on Twitter. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I mean, we already know. Bill Ackman came out yesterday. He wanted 1. I think we could get 1. We could get it. I don't think we do. I think this is one of the more interesting rate decisions that we're going to have. I mean, they took 75 off the table. They put it back on, right? We got that bad CPI number on Friday, sending the markets reeling a little bit. Europe is reeling. Every single market right now, oil's hanging up there at 118, 119 right now. So as long as oil still remains pretty strong, I mean, this is just a 1-minute chart. We can switch this over to a daily chart here. Just so you guys, well, actually, it won't really matter for the daily chart because the contract changes over. But there it is, man. A nice high of 123. We've come off of that. They can't really do anything about oil because refineries are like at 95 to 100% already, anyways. So it's not like you can, once you get the oil, you can refine it right now. You can't. That's why a name like Valero continues to make moves. I mean, a lot of these oil names have pulled back, but a name like Valero continues to march higher, I believe, here as oil refining. Look at this. I mean, whatever you want to start, March 80 up to 145. I mean, pretty big move, and they've now pulled back in. So I just don't know. I think that the Fed is who's in charge right now. It's not going to come from the administration. They're not going to be able to slow any of this inflation down. I don't think. So they're going to have to do it with rates and money supply. That's what they're going to keep on doing. We'll wait to see what the dot plot has to say. But if they come out at 75, the market will go up and down. I always like to think it goes like 4 times, up, down. So you're going to get the same price 4 times there after 2 o'clock. And then somehow, in some way, a direction is going to be picked. And then that's when Jerome Powell steps on the mic at around 2:30. We'll be sitting here trading all of those interesting things. There's going to be questions asked about, And for me, the big thing is what turns this around? Like, are they just waiting for an inflation print of 6%? Is that what happens? And then they start to take off the brakes a little bit here or put on the brakes on these rate hikes? So we'll see. But, I mean, the pain is really going to be felt, in my opinion, on the real estate side. I feel like housing prices, at least around here, are still pretty elevated. And as mortgage rates start to go upside, then what are we really looking at here as far as possible defaults, things like that? That's when the consumer, I said this yesterday, the consumer is a big worry of mine. I think a few reports have indicated that. We've seen Target, Walmart have extra supply on hand there for inventory. So I don't know. We'll see if they can stay strong or not. You've seen Amazon retrace all the way from 125 to $100 in a week. So that's down 20% in a week. Bitcoin's down 25% this week. There doesn't seem to be too much strength anywhere right now, except for maybe energy and inflation. So 2 things that we don't want to hear about. But Brendan, hopefully we'll get one piece of the puzzle today with another interest rate hike.
Yeah, I was listening to our Prime Minister, guys, making comments last night about the inflation situation in this country as well that were interesting to say the least. Quickly on this Fed funds tool. So this is July. I mentioned August. It's obviously September is the next one. So if you go to July now, guys, 99.5 on the 75 basis point increase. If you go out to September, though, it becomes a little more split. So kind of in line with what we were suggesting there once we get through July. I want to shift over to some of the Chinese names showing strength here this morning, including NIO. This is happening right now, live. This is a launch event for this new SUV that NIO has come out with. So today's the first day they're showing it, I guess, the actual production model. So that's actually happening right now for NIO up here in the pre-market.
Don't they call those crossovers? I don't know if do we call that an SUV. It looks gorgeous. I'm not gonna pretend that it doesn't. And the battery swapping technology is super cool. But we've seen a history of NIO do the whole sell the news sort of thing pretty aggressively. We know the break was pretty strong in yesterday's trade. It got that. I want to call it the Baba bounce, if only because of what happened to Alibaba last week, where the buying was just electric. It was about as strong as you're ever going to see. And there was, on my 15-minute chart, the only red candle you have was when it got to the gap high and did like a minor pullback. And that was like your one, if you tried any shorts, that was like your only chance to get in there for a quick short. I actually did have a quick short, but it was just electric buying. And then we essentially got right to the next level and have done sort of the same thing. If you look at what happened here at 17.5, you're kind of doing that right here at about 1930, 1940 or so, where you're putting in that top. So when we talk about these stocks that have gapped down or whatnot, and if it doesn't take out the low, there's only one way for it to go. I kind of feel the same way about NIO here. When you're up that much into release or into news, and you have that kind of a gap, like you have multiple gaps that essentially have gotten filled in just one day. If you don't really chew through these resistance levels, whether it's 40, whether it's 50, I just feel like there's more downside than there is upside. So, I don't really have a whippy saying for that one, the other direction around. But if we don't get through that high on NIO, I feel probably a little bit better about the other Chinese names today. than NIO if it's not going to make that bit of a breakout. So, it was such an impressive run yesterday. Just because I didn't hold on to the long is not a reason to chase it too aggressively here. And if we think it's a bit of an inside day, well, then it makes it a little bit more difficult to want to chase breakouts that have, a second day breakout when it's already putting that massive a move to the upside. So you might see me a little more hesitant to get into any neo longs, and might try one short at the open at least. But if it takes out the high, I'm not going to sit there fighting it.
Look, I'm going to be looking at, I love NEO. I love that little demonstration there, and thanks, Brendan, for bringing that to our attention. But I really like Alibaba, man. Good news from China on the reopen here. Yesterday, we were looking at that 105 level. It's on the sticky note today. Find it at Trader TV, Sean. But there it is right there. Yesterday's 105 is right here, right? So we could draw a line. Here's 105. We talked about we liked that break. Didn't really break it until, it did break it. It went to 105.25 there. But then it came back down, broke it again, went into 106, came back in, hovered at 105, closed. So to me, the fact that we closed at 105, I think Alibaba is going to wind up positive today. So let's trade this back down into 105. I don't really want to trade any breaks here. If Baba can fall back in, as we said here, the market, and I saw Jacqueline Cobb. What's up, Jacqueline? I feel like, they could be the pump before the dump on these stocks for sure. But today is a different day, man. No one's going to be pumping or dumping anything today. I feel like you're just gonna have to trade what you see in front of you. And then for me today, Alibaba is pretty simple. We had that level that I really liked yesterday, 105, right here, that line, there it is. It comes into play 2 days ago, comes into play yesterday, comes into play back here on the 7th and 8th where we stopped at 105. So let's see, if we want to stay above here, then that's the long. And then you give it back to like a 104 or something like that. Like give it about $1 and change on the 105 long. I feel like that's going to work out for us. So that's what I'm looking at here on the Chinese names. It's going to be Alibaba. It's going to stick with the big guys. Quickly, sometimes there is something on the imbalance locator as far as Chinese names concerned. Chinese education names, nothing there. There's our NEO right there, 130,000. That's not a big imbalance at all. So right now with only 8:40, it's still super early, still 45 minutes till the open, but 45 minutes, we'll see if this changes. But right now, pretty calm. A lot of mixed action here. And I don't know, like I said, look at the futures, man. Like if this is going to be a bad day in the market, the futures, they're doing a nice move here. We were down, 5% on Monday. We battled back about 0.5% or so, maybe 1/3% yesterday on the NASDAQ, so that's barely doing damage. You add back another 1% here, plus what's going to happen at 2 o'clock. The NASDAQ seems to be wanting to rally a little bit back here, and I think Alibaba helps that story. I like the Chinese names here. Chinese reopens happening. They're COVID zero. Hopefully they can get over that, and then we'll just see where we go from there. But Alibaba off the 105 is a nice level, and we're going to play it.
Such major levels coming into play here right across the board for indexes. A couple of people mentioning this EVOK. There was a Medicaid note for the state of Florida for one of their drugs. So EVOK, a little one going crazy right now, straight to the upside. Somebody messaged me on Twitter yesterday and said they're so sick of hearing about Elon Musk and all of his opinions. This just came across. This has to go back to the 420 tweet, if you remember. He had a buyer at 420 for Tesla way back when. The Securities Exchange Commission came out and said, a lawyer needs to approve all of his tweets going forward. So he's going to appeal that decision, apparently, guys.
What? You mean he's not on board with that?
But that's the whole point. That's why he should buy Twitter and stuff like that. Like a lawyer shouldn't be controlling this guy's tweets.
That's part of why he does it. It is part of it.
Yeah, like what is the point of that? That's the SEC again lost its way. Why don't you guys just start worrying about other things that are happening rather than CEOs' tweets and things like that?
In fairness, like realistically, there are certain things as a head of a public company that you have to be careful that you do or don't say. And I think obviously with Twitter. I'm not saying it's new technology, but we are in a new world, relatively speaking, where like you wouldn't have had that opportunity to have done what he did in the fashion he did. However, like most of what he talks about, it's like a little fun here, there, making a joke or whatnot. Like that just happens to be the thing that sticks out, and that's why everyone's still talking about it. I just hate the fact that it's distracting away from Tesla, which I feel like is getting beaten up. A little bit extra, I want to say, because of this. And then I just feel bad for Twitter shareholders because, God, no one knows what's going on. And I kind of feel like every second taken away from him figuring out what the next step is for Tesla or properly maybe communicating that is just more pain for Twitter shareholders. Tesla, I mean, I'll be watching that one because I like that 680 level, but Twitter is just an absolute mess, quite frankly. And the amount of risk that you're holding on to if you're sitting in this name is obviously tremendous with a deal spread that it's sitting at right now. And I think everybody that was saying he was doing the bot thing as a justification to get a lower price, like every day that there's no indication that that's true, just it gets less and less probable. And if that's the case, and he really is paying $54.20 for this, then what is even going on with this stock? Like, and nobody thinks this is happening. Like, nobody is pricing in like it's happening, and you have them both holding the line that this is going to be a done deal. Like, this should be trading easily in the even if you're pessimistic, it would be trading in the 40s if anybody believed that this deal was going to happen at 54.20. Yet that's what we constantly are getting told here, which I can't be a believer of it because the market's telling you you're dead wrong.
Okay, so let me clarify here so I can get a chance to do this. Basically, this thing what I was saying has nothing to do with any of the most recent tweets. I was talking about what Brennan's tweet was, right? I obviously, what they're talking about there is that 420. You shouldn't be, as a CEO, and this is what I mean, you should be allowed to say whatever you want, but with regards to that specific tweet, no, I mean, you can't come out and say like that your company has a bought deal at a certain price. That implies that you're selling the company or that you do have some sort of a written agreement there. I don't believe he had anything. Was just tweeting that out just because that was that 420 level. Shouldn't be allowed to say that. I went off on Elon yesterday as well when he tweeted that Lucid and Rivian, I don't know if it was a tweet. It wasn't a tweet. It was a report from Electra there that he was talking about Rivian and Lucid close to bankrupt. That shouldn't be allowed either, in my opinion. You shouldn't be allowed to talk directly about a competition or somebody. You might be able to say more, opinion or fact-based things like, oh, I noticed their cash flow is this. And I didn't have a problem when he said that they were going to possibly run out of money because of their plan, this and that. But to say like that they're going to go bankrupt and things like that is going too far. But I don't think, honestly, like we're supposed to be living, I don't live in the US, but same kind of system here, where you're allowed to sort of say your opinion as long as you're not offending anybody, things like that. I don't need to explain all of this to you guys, and I just feel like he doesn't need a lawyer to do every single one of his tweets. I just feel like, honestly, just tell the man, and maybe this doesn't work, and apparently it doesn't, what he's allowed to do and not to do. He does it again, then you just keep on slapping him. I don't understand what else you could possibly do. You can't jail the guy for tweets, can you? I mean, that seems to be ridiculous. They're not letting him tweet. They're not letting him back out of the deal. And they're not letting him also buy Twitter, apparently. So I don't know, like, what is exactly happening with all of this? I just feel like he's got himself tied up in a mess. And that's why I'm not in love with Twitter stock. I like what they're doing, Tesla. I really like Tesla. I've been a buyer from long time. We're up a lot of money on the stock. It's just, honestly, maybe there's a little bit of focus needs to be taken off Elon if Tesla's going to come back up to the upside here. Let's worry about what Tesla's doing and how they're focused on their production numbers, and they keep knocking it out of the park. I mean, their last report was higher than expected. He's come out and said, of course, a waning demand is going to be a problem. We know the consumer is going to be an issue there. But anyways, Elon Musk appealing the court's decision here, so he stays in the news, exactly what he wants, and we'll just move on from it. But I don't like all this talk when he talks outside of his own company, and I just think that you wouldn't hear like Jamie Dimon say like, oh, WFC, what a nightmare. I can't believe they sold credit card to fake bots and things like that. It's like stay in your own backyard a little bit, play in your own sandbox, and if he does that, I think he'd be a happier dude.
Yeah, well said. Let's get some upgrades and downgrades here for you this morning. More love for the energy group on here. Spotify on here. Wells Fargo to the upside. Snowflake, very positive here in the pre-market. Canaccord with an upgrade. JP Morgan cut their price target on Snowflake, so heads up there. Tapestry's here. Something called Expensify, which I just realized has an oddly similar logo to Expedia, if anyone knows about that. Robinhood and Coinbase, once again. Note the $5 price target on Robinhood, guys.
$5 price target?
I kind of feel like that was like a low-key throwing shade at Robinhood, maybe?
I think Robinhood gets bought out, to be honest with you. I mean, they have enough cash. And that Sam Bankman-Fried, I don't know if he's a loose cannon or not, but I really feel like he wants to step in there and do something.
I don't think he's a loose cannon.
I don't know.
Well, you know what I would say about Robinhood? The line that I couldn't come up with for Neo applies for Robinhood, only that it's not gapping down like a crazy amount. It's only down 2%. However, I mean, it is gapping down, breaking $7. You talk about that the downgrade. The market's trying to get to the upside here, and we're not breaking lows. It's actually holding out here. And a lot of times when you see this, you get a gap of a major level. You get bad news on a stock that's already, let's zoom it out, that's already beaten up. I mean, you can count how many. I guess there's a green candle in there somewhere. But a couple of weeks in a row, we've just had red day after red day on Robinhood. You make a wick bottom through 7. You get the catalyst of bad news, and if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place for it to go. And it's kind of coiling up as I look at it right now. Like a lot of times you'd say, oh yeah, just easy, like short it through $7. But if it doesn't break that low of the day, and then all of a sudden you're staring back at 7 even, it gets to that price again, and you've got yourself a little V shape, you got a double bottom, and then you have a squeeze potential. So that's the kind of trap that I don't want. I always hate falling into. And when you're trading the pre-market, Snowflake, by the way, actually looks pretty interesting. We had a good double bottom on Snowflake. And I always type in NASDAQ for Snowflake. It just has to do with the fact that it's a recent tech IPO. And it is what it is, man. I'm old, and I'm get accustomed to things. But it's got a double bottom at 110 on Snow. I know it's been a beaten up name, double bottom 110, and then it's breaking out of the bottom range today, which had like 117 previous resistance on that double bottom. That turns into a potential support. If it holds this at the open, then you have a pretty good case for a stock that actually has a chance to break out on a higher time frame there through 120. I think the dip support might actually be closer to 115. Part of that is because Snowflake always has a dollar spread in the pre-market, and at the open, I expect it to be just running stops left, right, and center. So, that 117 at 9:30 probably turns something closer to 115. And then at 10 o'clock, I'd be more concerned if it's holding 117 to see if there's a long opportunity. But, at 9:30, whatever you think is support, just $1 in either direction, and that's what you have to be concerned with on Snowflake, because that spread does not tighten up like you would expect at 9:30.
I want to say big ups here to Cash Max Trading. He got his Model 3 early and then flipped a car that he bought for a nice little profit. Smart. So yeah, that's a trade as well. What's up, Smart. Mike? Let's see what Mike said. Song made by 2 Chainz. Okay, we'll listen to that one at some point there. Some sort of a song there by 2 Chainz. What was that, Mike? Expensify song. Okay, we'll do that as well. We are not sponsored by 2 Chainz, but thank you so much for that, Mike, a big member of ours. And yeah, so no, it wasn't. I thought it was Elon that came out and said something about production delays. Not that I'm saying that they have any. I thought there was something about that, but good move on that one, man. I like the Tesla model there. With gas prices what they are, it's hard to ignore the EV space. That is for sure. Okay, look, Robinhood's. What I was getting at here with Sam Bankman-Fried is that Robinhood is $6 billion. That's it, right? $6 billion to take out Robinhood. That's a drop in the bucket for many, many companies. The thing about Robinhood that you're going to understand, that hopefully now you'll understand, and thanks to Mike for bringing this up there. Yeah, all the chain talk yesterday. I'm not even wearing my chain today. Robinhood has $6.50 per share cash on hand, right? $6.50 per share cash they have. So $7, $6.50, okay. And if you look at a stock like SoFi right now, and again, I own SoFi. I actually don't even own Robinhood, but after this, I think I'll maybe switch this up. SoFi has $1.50 on cash on hand per share. So if you're going to look at sort of, and SoFi has a bank charter, things like that. There's other reasons why to like SoFi, and obviously the student lending is there. But I just look at a stock like Robinhood and I say $6 billion. It's not that expensive. We did see TD Ameritrade, E-Trade, all of those, Schwab, some of those got gobbled up in acquisitions 2 years ago, maybe, I'd like to say. So there is a price, honestly, where when you have customers, you have business, you have cash on hand, there are prices, and I'm talking about Hood here, not SoFi, there are prices where your equity becomes pretty nice to take over. So when you're looking at a stock like this, and if there is a rebound coming in the market, obviously higher interest rates don't help any buyout deals, but this could get done in all stock. I mean, especially if your stock is depressed and this stock is so much more depressed. I mean, could you not just sort of, almost like that trade that you made there, Max Cash Profits, where you kind of buy one and sell the other one, flip them over? I wonder if you could buy Hood now, all out, cash in. I don't know what the offer would have to be, $9, $10, something like that. And then as this environment opens back up again, then you flip the stock back out, or I mean, hopefully the equity you own is big enough. Maybe someone comes in, corporate rate or something like that, just to the valuation here of Robinhood. So let's see what happens now. We're only a half hour away to the market. I don't think there's a trade there today. You're down 2.5%, so financials keep getting lower. I mean, JP Morgan is at 52-week lows. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, WFC, all the big banks are down here. None beat down as much as Robinhood. Robinhood's not a bank, but still, I like it, and I don't mind it, Mike. I mean, thanks for bringing that up in the chat earlier about that cash on hand. Made me look it up, and hey, I'm much more of a believer of Robinhood right now as a stock price than I was 30 minutes ago.
All right, a few people mentioning ACAD, which is Cadia Pharmaceuticals company popping up here. There was an offering announced aftermarket yesterday. There wasn't much else this morning, though, up on decent volume for ACAD. So keep an eye on that one. Let's get to Arun here. Important to understand what to look for on the futures. Brought to you by the small exchange guys. They're making it so easy to get involved in futures trading with simple, very easy to understand products. You can get gold, you can get access to oil markets, all of the metals as well. There's no pattern day trading, less capital required. Check them out today, smallexchange.com. Arun, it is Fed Day. It is, I mean, we're kind of floating higher here so far, but pretty quiet ahead of the Fed.
Yeah, it's an open market, to say the least. The levels are very far apart. So this is actually a good thing for Fed Day because if the levels were tight, on Fed Day when 2 o'clock hits, we kind of go in one direction, reverse course, go in the opposite direction before we find some traction and then make a real move. So having the levels far apart allows for a lot of this flexibility where the market can go 20, 30 points and it won't mean much because it hasn't broken any large levels. So we allow the fluctuation to happen. And then when the market actually picks up traction, it can take out the levels that it needs to take out and we can work with that. So top end level 38.55, that's been in play for a couple of days now. That's still there. This market yesterday didn't do a whole lot or even get close to that 3,800, at which point we would have been looking to fade. It didn't even get close enough. So that's still there. 38.55 is going to be the top. Now, the bottom is going to be a slippery one. Yesterday, we were using, a 35.30 with a little bit of flexibility, the 37.35 to 37.30 with a little bit of flexibility. It held for a decent amount of time. And then right at the end there, it kind of cracked and then reversed course. And now here we are back in the 70s, pretty much where we were trading near the open yesterday. So the level seems to have, I still want to work with that 25 area, 25, 20-ish area. So 37.20, 37.25, somewhere around there. I still want to work with it. So with this market trading at 75 or 75, I really don't want to get involved here. But if it falls down towards the 50s, 55, 50, somewhere in there that gives you a decent setup, at that point, the risk makes sense. I'm trying to stay as far away from this 80 as possible because this 80's got a ton of action on the sell side. So as far away as possible from that, but still want to participate in a potential long if you get the setup. So 50, 55 makes sense. I think at that point, the risk makes sense and I can take a shot towards those 80s once again. If we get above 80, I'm not going to touch this. Let this market go another 20, 25 points north of that 3,800. And then I'll start looking for some fades, right? And that's all valid right up until about 2 o'clock, at which point, then you just look at the two levels, 38.55 up top, 37.20 down below, see what the market wants to do and see which direction it wants to break. If it goes to the downside, we take the short below 20, goes to the upside, let it go all the way up. It is far, but let it go all the way up to 55, 38.55, and at which point we can get a break on to the upside. So that's pretty much kind of my game plan until 2 o'clock. And then after 2 o'clock, you let the market do its thing, and then you just participate with the volume and the action at that point.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Best of luck on a busy day for the overall market. Let's talk about everything else we need to know. Heading towards the open, we'll get the link to the watch list, guys, in the chat if you need it. Comes out every single morning before we come on at 8:30 for free. I want to talk about crypto stocks here. This was overnight, but we hit the lowest level on Bitcoin since December of 2020. Nice bounce underway. It's worth mentioning here, back above 21 now for Bitcoin, but all pretty much of the crypto-related stocks back under pressure.
Well, under pressure, but relative to what we've seen, I don't want to say they're under as much pressure as what we've seen the rest of this week. You mentioned off the top that MSTR micro, they look. Everyone speculated that they still had that 21,000 potential margin call. But remember, at the time that those calculations were made, a lot could have changed between then. They could have put up more collateral. They could have pledged. You didn't really know. That's what we were trying to get at there. So they've already come out and said that they did not get said margin call. And I think Coinbase actually presents you with a more interesting trading opportunity simply because it's got a very defined ranges for a couple of days in a row. Essentially, this 54.5 has been the top. You can call it 55 if you want. It hasn't actually gotten there. But now you've got you've got a V-shaped bottom on gigantic volume with then a double bottom supporting it as well at about $48. So that also puts in a bit of a support level, which gives you a target for any of your shorts, and it gives you a place that you can take along and understand where exactly you're going to be wrong. So no diddling in the middle for me. I like that 48. There's a lot of double bottoms and double and triple bottoms on the charts. On a day where there's an inside day, I like to have a look at those. There's some on NVIDIA. I talked about Snowflake already. Coinbase has a very similar setup looking at that 48 level. And if we get to see that top, maybe we'll have a chance at a short off of that 54 area again. That being said, I mean, I don't want to sit here and say it's going to happen. We're pretty flat. And even with the bounce that we just had off of 1,000 and then 20,000 in Bitcoin's case, you haven't had a ton of volatility this pre-market, which is a bit of a different game. We've been seeing volatility and movement going into 9:30 usually on coin. Today, you're not getting as much, so I'm not as optimistic that we'd see a shot at that 54 again.
Look, Coinbase yesterday was a monster trade for us. We threw that money around. It was on the sticky note, and it's exactly on there for the exact same reasons once again here today. So here's the short yesterday, 52.60. We got that early, like right now, 9:15, and it spiked up on some CNBC mentions there. Then it ripped up again there to 53, and then we used 54 as our eventual out. So Coinbase, great short there. Look at that. This was right when the market, close to the market open there. 920, we get that short. That's 53.50, right? That's our out right there, 49.50. That's $4 to start your morning, and our out happened at 9:54. So a great little opportunity there for us yesterday. We'll look to make the same trade again. There's back-to-back shorts again the day before that, and then you're coming back into the same levels. So let's see if we can retest this $53. I like the Coinbase short at this price. You guys are saying that there's also cash on hand for Coinbase, similar to Robinhood. Great, that's fine. I still do own some Coinbase shares. I was saying yesterday, unbelievable to be able to get out at 360. That was just so lucky to get out of some shares up there. But I have not bought it back in on the way down. I don't think I'm ever going to. But right into here, 53.50. It's a level that I like, and it is the #1 stock here today on the sticky note. So watch out for that. There it is right there. Repeat yesterday. We nailed this trade. Let's try it again. BTC continues to move lower. And as long as that's the case, then we're going to short Coinbase. I don't feel like it really needs to be trading along with the price of BTC, but obviously it is, and much more dramatic than BTC. I mean, the Coinbase top of 360 was when Bitcoin was at $65,000, and now obviously you're down to a third of that price now for Bitcoin. But look at Coinbase though, a third of the price would be nice right now. That would be up here at about $120. But there's the top right there. We got out just before earnings, right into here because we saw this U shape all the way back. We were really feeling bad about it when it was down at 100. When it came back up to 360, that to me it was an easy sell there. I just can't believe we were able to get out before all of this happened. So many stocks look like this that I didn't do that on. But Coinbase, wow, did not expect this dramatic drop. That bottom's 40. We ripped from 40 to 80, so we do know that there is a possibility there for this name to get back going. It's just right now for a day trade. And I feel like if I take this trade, it is a little bit in risk. The market's up 1.2%. It was up even higher just 10 minutes ago. So I feel like you do have some risk in Coinbase taking out this $54 today. So this will be a trade I'm in. I don't want to be in it for a very long time. You're seeing Ethereum starting to go back up to the upside as we speak right now. Great bottoms yesterday, as Brendan pointed out, man. And I said that. The minute you broke through that 28,000, we were going to 20,000. So I hope you had some bids down there. I did. I was able to pick something up here on Ethereum down near that $1,000 marker. I mean, I sit in front of these levels, so I'll be sitting in front of 750 as well, in case there's a dip down there. But we're long. We got more Ethereum down here, so it's a nice little 10% move for us. Not selling it, so it's irrelevant. But nice little movement back to the upside. Watch out for an 1150 break on Ether.
SIDU just popping up on the volume screener here, back above 250, I guess. I'll talk about that in a second here. Let's talk about Roblox, guys. These numbers, user numbers, out a little bit late this morning, just before 8:30 when we came on, for May, but they also trimmed their expectations, I guess, going forward a little bit. So an initial move to the downside for RBLX on this note, but we're trying to climb our way back here.
Yeah, so they broke the double bottom at 25. That's one that has now a wick bottom through 25 even. And that makes it really tricky to just sort of play along with the news and have that short as long as you're above that price. It almost has to get into 27 for it to make sense. Otherwise, the risk reward gets a little bit skewed. Beneath that 25, at the open, you hold the opening range below 25. I think this has room to head to that downside. Other than that, I'll be watching 27 even on Roblox. Roblox, that's a big level. Sidu, that was a late one. I'm going to have to add that one to the list. I remember Sidu. It's definitely one of the stocks that we had traded in the past. I'm going to quickly load it up here. It is up 80%. And if we go to the daily, come on, baby, load. I do remember we get to this $3 level, then you have a lot of chop. And the last time we got here, it failed this level eventually pretty hard. So another 10, 15% to the upside. I think you're going to have some sellers back in Sidu again here. So just watch out the next thing, 20, 30 cents. Another late runner here. But Roblox, if it's above that 25, you got to wait for 27 for any shorts. And, we've seen these jailbreaks in the past. You get bad news, you hold the low, and usually you're testing the top at some point. So 25 is that big level.
I just wanted to, I want to talk about AMC here for a minute too, but I just want to, for everybody that's like hating on crypto or loving crypto, it doesn't matter to me which camp you're in. Whatever. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. But you can, why can't you just trade this like a stock? Like, I don't understand why we have to sit here and say, oh, I would never buy Bitcoin now. It's going to zero. Well, if you bought it now at 21.1 or whatever it's trading at right now, I don't even know where to find it on this chart. Oh, there it is, 21.3. So if you're trading at 21.3 right now, you could just put a stop limit order in if it breaks through 20. And if you think that's a little too aggressive, you could wait for this 16, 17 level, right? There's no different than just take off a couple zeros and treat it like a $200 stock, like it's Meta or like it's or a $20 stock, like whatever helps you sort of visualize this, because there's so many stocks. I can call up anything. Like if I take this away and it doesn't say crypto up here and it just says whatever, e-signal, and I call up Microsoft or Apple or Intel, or I don't care what the name is, it doesn't matter. It's going to look very, very similar to this, where you have bounces, you have levels. So just trade it. Like, you don't have to be one of those like bull or severe bull or bear one way or the other on this thing, right? And I just feel like you can trade Bitcoin. And there's lots of ETFs out there to do that. There's BTCC, there's GBTC here on the OTC, BTCC here in Canada. Gazprom, something happens there? Squeezing flows into Europe. Okay, something about oil, but it doesn't look like it's doing anything gas there. So I just wanted to say that about Bitcoin, because I just see all this stuff here that you can use stops if you wanted to. Just similar to how I would trade that with stock. And the best part about Bitcoin, of course, is that you have all day to trade. So at 24 hours, you could wake up and you make a lot of money, or you lose a lot of money. Okay, AMC, as Prad for some reason calls this thing Amy and Jimmy. Very, very interesting names right there. But yesterday it held 11. So for everyone talking about AMC being done, this and that, I still feel like this is just on a 20-minute chart. I don't know why it's taking so long to load. But this $10 is held, and now this $11 is held. And I feel like this area here is pretty solid down down here. So you do get a breakdown through 10, but that only goes to 980. So I'm not too worried about it. It's very, very consistent. Like if you buy in this area, like bump up, bump. I mean, that's a big bump to 16. There's another bump to 14 there. That's Top Gun, right? And then now you're starting to ease back here on the 20-minute. If you look at a daily chart for AMC, I don't own any AMC stock. So this is not one of those things where, unlike some other places where we, pumping up things that we own, I'll tell you every single stock we talk about, if I own it, if I've recently sold it, or what's going on with that name. But look at $10 here. I mean, I don't know. It seems to be fine. You're going to look at a lot of other names out there that just keep on making new lows every single day, and they look like hell, and they never bounce back. So, I mean, if you're going to be trading an active trader, I think AMC's always on your radar. Down here near $10 looks pretty good. Even before we had the mother of all short squeezes. I don't even know if that was that. I think the Volkswagen one might have been as well. But there you go. You have some opportunities here. You go all the way back to 2021, early 2021, where all this started, and we're kind of just round-tripped back here down to these levels again. The AMC short float, though, times have changed, man. This doesn't have the same, Reddit power, Wall Street bets. You're not going to be seeing what's his name, Burn Down Kitty or something, Roaring Kitty. You're not going to see that guy on CNBC anytime soon, I don't think. But look at this though, 21%. So you're getting elevated again on AMC, man. Like these 20% aren't low for that, especially knowing the fact that retail holds still. I don't know what that is on retail, what the percentage is, if there's any way to check that out right now. Well, there is ways to check it. I don't have it right in front of me. But here's GameStop as well. That's 24%. So look, if retail doesn't want to sell and there is a high short float, there is a possibility for that stuff to get going. There we go. 7 Apes. What's up, 7 Apes? Just like my kid said, I like the stock. So right now, we'll see if that's going to be going to the upside or not. But AMC, I think you can find a lot worse names to be buying right now than AMC. I went and saw Jurassic World. Obviously, it was at a Cineplex. We don't have any AMCs in Canada. I don't want to say in Canada, around here anyways, in Southern Ontario. But it was a lot of fun, man. We had a great time. Theater was pretty busy. I think Jurassic World was on like 7 or 8 theaters. I guess theaters. They're at
screens, I guess.
Screens, I guess, yeah, theater screens. 7 or 8 different screens, all with D-Box, 3D, this and that. The parking lot was packed. So I feel like return to theaters isn't a horrible thing. There's a couple more blockbusters coming out. Marvel, I believe, has a new one. Is it Thor?
The Thor. I forget the title of it, but the new Thor movie's coming out. I'm excited for anything that's Marvel, anything Star Wars. That's how I am. I just hadn't even been to the theater though. But the Jurassic movie has me thinking about it because that's one of those franchises that, realistically, if you're not seeing it on the big screen, it's just not the same thing, Brendan.
Yeah, Brendan. Yeah.
Top Gun as well, guys, still doing very well. I saw this week also, as far as numbers are concerned. Amazon, just saw there was a note on a counterfeit lawsuit for counterfeit products being sold. Not doing anything, but heads up on Amazon. Tesla was also, moving around. There was some autopilot crash data that came out on Tesla cars compared to others. This SIDU, $3.5 billion contract with NASA, on some extra vehicular activity services for them. So that's at SIDU. Let's go on. China stocks showing all kinds of strength here, as we said, in the pre-market. NIO with an event today. There's XPeng I saw up pre-market. There's BABA, there's JD, all trying to continue these moves from earlier this week.
So just one last note on SIDU. It's a lot. Well, until we traded, last thing I'll say, 7 million float on that, very, very tiny. BABA, yesterday, the trade of the day, we talked about NEO, and I kind of went over it, and maybe we'll do so again. But BABA yesterday, we liked the breakout. We did miss the chance to buy off 100 because, quite frankly, it was just giving you 101s over and over again. But the 103 did go to that 105 level, so that was a pretty clean trading opportunity. You kind of look at the range here, and you'll see in the afternoon, you basically put a 103 to 105 range, a little bit higher than 105. So those are the two levels I like. If you have a bit of an inside day, then those are the two places that I would buy the dip, and there's only one place that I would look for any kind of a short, and it's going to stand out on the 15-minute. There's your 110. This was the breakout price when it went absolutely gangbusters last week. And BABA just had one of the stronger days that you will ever see. It then held support before flushing through that 110 level. So that 110 is sort of your obvious target on any kind of a long trade. And NEO, because it had the news, NIO, look, the SUV or crossover, whatever you want to call it. It looks like a crossover to me, but the release they just had there, they already had a move like BABA in yesterday's trade, so that long breakout is come and gone, and then you're into a big chop resistance. And if we think it's an inside type of day, you know, if we're not breaking through these highs, if we're not getting a break through 19.3, 19.5, you know, these areas, then it's just the risk to reward shorting 20s, 1920, 1915, something in there, if we don't break out at the open, just sits a lot better with me because you have a big gap to fill. You actually get almost $1, almost a full buck to the afternoon support, right? Like lining up with this 1825 area. So, you know, the risk reward does favor it. Maybe there is a dip buy at 1825, but I tend to think there will be an opportunity at the open to sort of risk 20 to 30 cents to try to make 2 to 3x that on NEO. So that's what I am looking at for NIO. And remember I mentioned $3 on SIDU. That is getting very, very close. It got up to about 290, but the volume just tremendous on this one. And you have to go to the daily chart to see what I was talking about there, that $3 level, getting very close to it. It's going to do, look, it's going to roll through the float pretty heavily. And we've seen what happens when, you know, when these get soaked up. You know, there's not a lot of liquidity on the offer if it starts breaking out. I do have to double check the cost of locates, because if there's one lesson I remember that I'm not going to ever forget again, is when it is an overcrowded day trade, meaning it is free to short or super cheap for day traders to get locates on a stock with a small float, you're going to run into a lot of trouble, and you probably have to run stops 2 or 3 times before you get a big reversal. So I'm going to double check to see what the locate price is on SIDU.
All right, let's go back to Boeing. Had a pretty good day yesterday on some delivery data and sales data that came out for May, and also they talked a little bit about what's to come for the remainder of the year. The Chinese airline that unfortunately had that crash with a MAX 737 plane going back a couple months ago did their final test flight yesterday, and it was a success. So all signs pointing to they're going to be back in business as far as China Southern, I believe it's called. So Boeing back in positive territory this morning as well.
Yeah, look, this is what you wanted to see for Boeing. I mean, it's just, you know, obviously it was an unfortunate crash, but at the same time, you know, Boeing stock had been beaten up. We said a theme for me this morning was just looking at double and triple bottoms all over the place and then breakouts from those ranges. Boeing is already on the verge of the next level break here. We talked the 120 in the afternoon show, quick little short off that level, quick little reversal, all scalp trades because it's the end of the day and there wasn't a lot of time for it to move. But I like that 120 where we broke out from. I think there's support down at 119 to 120 where it had this consolidation for the break. So if it dumps, then I like that as a range, thinking we're not going to actually break ranges too heavily on a Fed day. You do have this 125 breakout. I just don't like breakouts in this market. So, you know, I'm going to be sitting on the bid, kind of hoping that we can actually get a chance to participate in this, and maybe we actually have to step up to 122. I can make that call. If we're still inside the range at 10 o'clock, then I think that's when you want to revisit and get away from the prices that you like. And even then, maybe I want to participate above 125. But I'd much rather be playing it where we liked it in the afternoon yesterday, which is closer to that 120 mark for Boeing.
I like Boeing. I mean, I've been looking at Boeing for a bit. Nice little dump down there. I can't believe, again, and this is the thing I was just looking at this morning because it was on our note, and it was that I was thinking to myself, wow, like we were just at 110 2 days ago, and now you're up to 125. That's 12%. 13% up in 2 days for Boeing. Plus, you're going to get another little bit of a bump up today. So I like Boeing. I don't think you buy it until you break through 140 there, but I like this name. Whenever you're in this kind of a business and you can control it the way they do, I like Boeing here. I think it's a good bid, and no worries about Boeing as we have just right now. We're going to start a little something here because we only have a couple more minutes before we open up. So we'll do a fruit salad day right now, as I think it's going to be a very good day to, you know, have a fruit salad, relax, get ready to rock and roll. It has my favorites I mean, I cherry picked, right? Like, so I got the grapes in here, obviously the melon, you know, I'd like to have some prosciutto. You guys want to send that through? We can have that as well. And then there's a hidden strawberry in here somewhere. And then Neil's favorite pineapple in there as well. And
I love pineapple.
I know, I love pineapple as well. So there we go. We have some pineapple in there. We have some melon, so on and so forth.
I do love pineapple.
Stay hydrated, have a nice, I don't eat breakfast. I don't know if you do or not, but wake up, have a coffee, and then come in here, throw down some nice hydration with some fruit, get that going, and let's see where we go from here, Brendo.
Quickly, Ford, guys. Yeah, 5 minutes left here. I just saw Ford pop up on a volume scanner again to the downside. It's not really doing anything. Still up 1%. There was a 3 million vehicle recall issued this morning, including 50,000 Mach-E's, which we talked about briefly yesterday. If you remember, Ford actually said they're going to stop sales of Mach-E's for the time being as they work to, I guess, fix this issue, whatever it is. So Ford holding up nicely here, even with that.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a lot of pre-market volume today, so it's kind of an interesting thought. Like, it has a chance to break at 12:45. I think that's the only thing that I'm sort of seeing here. It's already put in a bottom. Maybe you can be buying off of 12. Sort of like on the same theory that you're gonna play on the inside. Maybe you can look at a 12, but the volumes have been pretty tiny, which is why it's not necessarily on my direct radar there. But I am watching. With the corner of my eye, I said I checked Sidu. Sidu's 5.5 cents for shorts, which is a healthy price. That's a healthy enough price that I think I would probably take a swing at that $3 level. If it breaks out from there, it's got room to run. But if it was free, I'd be a little bit more cautious with that trade. But Ford, if it gets down to 12, then I get a little more interested in it. But not seeing a ton of pre-market volume here.
Ford was on my watch yesterday. We didn't put it on today because it just didn't hit yesterday. We wanted this name all day long, and we didn't have it. It didn't come in yesterday. We love this price off of 11.50, this bottom here for Ford. I feel like it's gone way too far, way too fast here. I mean, maybe not too fast, but just too far all the way down. Again, this is part of this hype up here is Rivian and some of what was popping off there in the best times of the market. I mean, this was the high of the market, early January. So this has pulled back 50%. The S&P's pulled back 21%. I'd rather be invested in Ford right now than the S&P. So if you're going to put some money in, I mean, I'd still like the S&P. They're two different investments completely. But there you go, Ford here today. There's that bottom. That was not yesterday. This is what we were trying to play off of, 11.75. We basically didn't get any dips. Yesterday we dipped early to 11.90. But again, the market was uncertain. We had no idea. So we were waiting down here at 11.75. Ford was a pretty boring trade yesterday. I don't think we'll be in this today, but you do have a 12 bottom, so if that comes into play, someone point that out to me for sure on Ford. That's a level that we'll try to trade off of, 12 flat. I do like that 11.75 a little bit more than that. So if you are interested in Ford, there's also GM and Tesla also making some moves. But I just tweeted this out right now. People like to see our trading stations, right? So here's my trading station, the trade setup. This is what you guys see. And then I also put on here, and I'll put this in the chat so you guys can have a go look at it, and then put your comments in here. But any guesses, did I spell that right? Yeah. What my favorite thing, and I spelled it the American way, I know, in this picture is, right? And so here you go. Here it is. We have the 8-ball there. We have the sticky note. We have the gangster calculator. That's there. I should have thrown in some Packer stuff. It's very, very easy.
You should have, yeah.
Sticky note. Here we go. So we get a lot of people, the People's Trader picture, the 8-ball. Okay. At Shock Industries. So yeah, there's lots of stuff happening there. Please go respond to this one. Let's see who wins this. I should have said wrong answers only, but we'll go forward. Hey, it's the Tequila Man. He's in the building. With only 2.5 minutes left. It's always a good day when we see Tony. It is not Tuesdays with Tony. It's Wednesdays with the Fed, though, today, Brendan.
Tony in the building. EVOK, very quickly here, guys. This is a reverse split. Our charts don't adjust. But if you go into a daily chart, 420 to 450, this is a very weak stock. 420 to 450, very obvious on a daily chart. If it's adjusted, we're not there yet. It's hugging 350 right now. If we get a push into 420, again, this is a very weak stock for that. EVOK, remember, one of their drugs being accepted by Medicaid in the state of Florida. Guys.
EVOK, there's a few obviously small cap runners there that are worth watching. EVOK, Sidhu is going to be on that list as well. I'm kind of I'm saying Robinhood. It's not really in the same category, but I think it has an opportunity to make a bit of a move. Amazon just spiked, well, not a huge spike, just bounced off this 103. That's a better word for it. And anytime you see this, like look at the shelf on 103 all morning long. It's just been finding support at that price, oddly enough. That was afternoon resistance. So 103, I mean, I was looking obviously at the 100 level. We know that, 101 as well. To the upside, you've got a pretty interesting 104.5 ceiling. If it gets through this, there's a $1.50 room to 106. But 103, that just became a bit of a target zone there after I've seen like for 1 hour, we've basically been holding this on good volume on Amazon, I should add, in the pre-market. So, that's a pretty good line in the sand. If we're going to get an inside type of day, I'm going to like this Amazon 103. I don't think we talked any semis this morning. NVIDIA double bottom as well on the higher time frame. Sorry, triple bottom, I should say, on the higher time frame, and making an attempt to break out. But I like 156. It's like your wick bottom. You had the low previously at 156. You then put that in the afternoon. That's where I'd be buying the dips. Not going to chase inside the middle on the NVIDIA. I just like that 156 level. So Amazon 103 to defend, NVIDIA 156. Tony on the bell. Fed due. Buckle up. You better be excited for this type of a day because we know we're going to get action at 9:30 and we know what's going to happen at 2 and then actually more importantly 2:30.
I was just going to say I don't think you need to wear a seatbelt yet, but get ready to rock and roll
always
here.
Wear a seatbelt.
Always wear a seatbelt. Yeah. No, I don't know in the market though. Okay, right here, A&D down to 86. We like that one. There's a couple of good levels here to look at. So let's go on that one with only 2 and 1. Let's go, Tony. Rock that market right now. And we're open and we're off. Let's watch what AMD wants to do here. I'm not into Alibaba yet. I'm not into anything, but we are going to try to take an Alibaba long if we can test anything near this 105. Market's starting to head right to the upside. As you can see, nice little move by the NASDAQ, now up 1.43%. I want all the big cap stocks, but I don't have anything in yet. So we'll wait to see where we dance with these. Apple, Baba, all of them rocking and rolling.
Yeah, quickly checking over at Amazon. One of the things I always anticipate is do we actually see that crazy whipsaw action which gets you the prices that you want to wait for. Initial move to the upside, that did not, I mean, I actually saw 105. I don't know if I saw 105.20, but a big green candle over there in Amazon. But Neo's doing the other thing. Remember I said Neo, I wanted to pop and fade? There's a certain part of that trade that didn't come in as usual, which was the pop part.
Yeah.
All Neo did is fade. They do this all the time, man. They just sort of give it right back on that news, unfortunately. So, Neo by penny is going to end up having to miss out on that one by a tiny bit. Sidhu did test that. Oh, I'm going to. God damn you, Neil. Sidhu did test that $3, so it did spike into 290 and is about to make another run at it right here. So I'm trying to risk less than 20 cents on the trade if I can get it in the 85 range. I don't want to be chasing this too far because this is still a very strong stock with a very strong setup. If I'm shorting it, it is off just that 3.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right here, even as Baba comes back in, we are waiting for that long here on Alibaba down to 104 and change. If we could take that out, then we will, be very nervous about some of these trades right now. So I'm going to actually, I still have this sitting here at 105.30. I think we could sit there and wait for it. Wrong stock there. Let's just go over to MSFT to see what's going on. This is DD trading that today. Nothing's happening on that yet. Microsoft up 1.5%. The market's only up 1.2%. Nice little dip down. Let's check it out on AMD. And again, the reason why I'm looking at all this, I don't really have. There's Alibaba. Okay, so here we go. Alibaba finally comes in now. Let's go, Alibaba. There it is. Finally came into me. So we'll see where Alibaba wants to go right now. We are long right now at 105.03, 105.30. So I like that level. We're trying to hold it out. I was going to give it down to 104. So if this stock can continue its march up, and like we both said that we thought this was going to be relatively uneventful here. We got to take profit when we do see it. So here we go. Nice little out there for 30, 40 cents now on Alibaba and starting to go to the upside even more here.
Yeah, you got to be kidding me. Like Boeing just broke out as well. So, that 125 definitely got into play. Tesla, like Neo, actually popped to the downside. So you are seeing some, kernels of weakness, if I can even use that word, as that is heading back in. I want to quickly go to Coinbase here because that made a bit of a spike to the upside. No test of that 48 downside. We are looking like we're going to break the high and get towards that 53. So you want to alert to that. But Boeing, much like Neo, sometimes they just go. there's almost no chance to get it. I got to cancel that. I'm not going to get the 120, the 125. Like once you establish above that range, I like that on the breakout. I just saw we dip first, so it's an outside day for Boeing, which means I want to try to get that dip in front of the previous 125 level. Strong move for Boeing. Was in and out quickly on Sidu. $3 broke rather quickly, but I did just get Roblox. Remember I said 27 on Roblox, pretty significant. Roblox has just come all the way back, and this is why, even on bad news, do not sit there and short when it puts a V-shaped bottom there. If you've got to take a shot playing with the news, wait for the significant level, because this 27 up top was definitely the level you wanted to target here on Roblox, and it just started churning through. If it doesn't take out the low, sometimes there's only one way to go. I think we have a chance to pull back on Roblox and not break the range after they gave those updated disappointing numbers. But you don't want to fight this one too hard. And Robinhood, watch out. That's also trying to take out the top in a similar fashion.
Robinhood, okay, that was a name that I wanted to look at. I should be over there doing that. I was talking all about Robinhood. Alibaba just didn't really want to break 106, but we are at half of that for 30 to 40 cents worth of a trade. Let's go back over quickly and look at Robinhood. Why not? Here today, 707. Yeah, it's still not super great. I thought it was actually moving a little bit more than that, but it did dip down there. So yeah, we're not going to look at Robinhood, not on that movement. Okay, AMD right now, still above 88. Trying to find some names that we liked earlier on here today as I look at the board. Ford still that 20 level there, not moving around at 1220 is Ford, 1230. You mentioned already Roblox moving around a little bit. Apple back down to 133. Amazon's an interesting name, always to short if you were looking for some shorts. I don't know if I'm looking at those yet, but 105 into play now on Amazon. That's another interesting level there that we've seen a couple times at 105. I'm gonna do a little more work. I think that 105 for some reason is standing out to me. So we're gonna look at Amazon at 105. What's up, Brendan?
Pretty good start to the day, guys, for Hertz Global. We didn't get to it in the pre-market, but Hertz up on this. $2 billion in a share buyback plan announced this morning for Hertz Global, up 7% already.
Okay. Oh, goodness. So I just got stopped out risking 20 pennies on Roblox, 20 better than $1 at least. But Alibaba did get to 105 there.
Did it?
Yeah, it did. It got to one.
Any?
See, what happens when you get distracted, man. Like, give me a break. 105.11. I didn't throw the bid out there for the. It was $2 away. I kind of hate sitting on the bid that far away unless I'm bullish on the stock, thinking it's got a tighter range and that kind of a thing. But either way, looks like it has a chance to bounce off it a second time. So I'll try to jump in on this. NEO. I'll get to NEO in a quick little second, but I wanted to sort of go over what's happening in Roblox. So Roblox does make the breakthrough 27. I don't necessarily love the reverse long. I still think it was bad news. So I don't like the jailbreak long, but I'm not going to sit there and get stubborn about that short trade. NEO, as I get into BABA, NEO also made that flush in. This is the one we thought was going to flush, but it never gave me the entry point. Remember that level we talked about the afternoon? 1830 made a wick bottom and a breakout through that price. Looks like it's trying to catch a little bit of a dip at that same price on NEO. I much prefer buying a dip if I can in Alibaba than doing it over there in NIO. Robinhood to me was at least a little.
Guys, we're doing it again here on Coinbase again, guys. Like there it is again. Let's just go yeah on that one. Coinbase, another trade, another big banger here for me on Coinbase. They're now 80 cents in the money as that one continues its march lower, man. 52.50. Sticky note never fails. There it is right there, $1 in the money right now on coin. So that one marching around. And then there's your Alibaba. You just talked about it at 105. Now it's even lower, 104.50. Watch out for Alibaba breaking the shelf of 104.
Yeah, that one's starting to come in. Robinhood, by the way, just failed to break through the high of the day. I want to see it just hold a bid. It looks like it's not nearly as strong as Roblox, oddly enough, so that's a bit of a disappointment. Amazon's starting to come back. I still like that 103. If I can catch 103 or anything close to it for support, I'm going to try to get into this one. And then Boeing. Look, the market is still looking relatively strong here, so I do favor trying to find these long opportunities. So Boeing... I just want it above 125. I don't like chasing the 127 here, and I think that's one of the things. I do not want to be caught chasing these markets too hard. If we can come back into 125, we can slow down and be patient. We're only about 7 minutes in here. I'm sort of saying to myself, yeah, okay, a couple of quick ins and outs, but you might as well stick to the plan. NVIDIA did make a run at 163, which was the top end of its resistance, and it's got a bit of a wick high. So it does feel like this one doesn't necessarily want to break out just yet. And, of course, Sidu. Yeah, Sidhu goes through 3. It's holding a bit above. Watch out for this thing if it gets to $4. That'd be the next leg. But I don't know that it has as much squeeze potential as some of the ones that we've had before where you just run over stops 3 or 4 times in a row. I think there's going to be a turn this morning on it.
All right, 104.50 or so, a good level here. We just bought some more Alibaba as it dipped back in. Like I said, we are going to do a little bit of work on it and just to see what we can find out here. So Alibaba yesterday, that bottom of 103.40 right there wasn't horrible. So we'll have to wait. There it is, a nice little bounce back here for Alibaba right now. As we can see, it is starting to make that move back upside there. So a nice little buy, hopefully a little buy on that dip there for Alibaba. So up to 105.50. That's not a horrible bottom there, 103.50. So might be something to look at there for Baba as it's starting to make moves back up to the upside right now. So we'll try to get some out if that happens. We do expect it to be a relatively slow morning into the afternoon. So we're long at 105.15. If we can get like a 105.50, I think that's worth looking at here for Alibaba on a reload. But we do want to take 104.50 as well on this name.
So I did just get into Robinhood. We sort of said if it doesn't take out the low, there's only one way to go. Usually that just turns out to be like a kind of true statement. It did flush at the open, holds the low of the day, and then breaks out the top. You know, this is a classic. I mean, it's the same thing as Roblox is what I'm talking about. That actually did the same thing. I didn't reverse along in Roblox because they had the negative catalyst, the release numbers, and I don't like that. I mean, a downgrade is not the end of the world. That's not financial results. So through that 710 level now in Robinhood, I think there's room for it to get to 740, 750, but it needs to pick up on volume and start squeezing because that's the catalyst that you're really looking for. You want that squeeze. Over in Baba, the second stage of it has happened. This wants to load up. You now have a wick bottom through that 105 area, which does give you a little bit more juice to get back into 106 here. So let's see if this isn't going to make a bit of a rally into that 106 level. It's already given you a bit of a flush and then pop and fade type of idea. Boeing, there's almost been no chance unless you had this at the open. I mean, like right away at the open, 125. It's now just holding $2 off that 125 breakout. So this is definitely one that's gotten away from us here. And the farther away it gets, the less I want to just be sitting on that bid still at 125. I feel like if it comes back down here, I'm going to have to play it by ear as to how I'm going to be able to get into it. But Baba starting to work out pretty nicely as it gets back to that 106 level. Boeing definitely got away from us.
Baba. Bang right there. Nice little reload on Alibaba as it goes right back up to the upside. There it is again, man. So far today, 2 for 2. How does it get any better? Coinbase right there. Beautiful short to the downside. We're actually out of 60% of that name. Alibaba to the upside. We still got more than half, 60% on this one as we continue to march. What about a 106 flat level? Let's do that, man. If we could take $1, 106 flat would be $1. So we'll take $1 on this if we can get it here on Roblox or on Alibaba to that upside. We're going to see. Like we said, man, look at the market today. Not doing anything. So you got to pick your poison. The number two names here. 2 names on the sticky note today, Baba and Coinbase. There you go, the 2 stocks that I'm in, and 2 big winners for me here today. So I don't know, though. Alibaba, again, nice move up. Let's take a 68 if we can get it. There it is. That was pretty easy there to get that 68. Nice little level there. There it goes. See you later. We're just going to hold on to this one now, man. 106.50, our next target here for BABA. I like the stock.
Yeah, and I like Tesla stock in general. We talk about it. Sometimes it seems like we're frustrated with it, but that just has to do with some of the, I don't know, controversy around the name. But I like 680. I missed 680 yesterday, and we had, obviously we had a bit of a meeting in the afternoon, and I wasn't sitting at my desk, and I would never leave an order just sitting out there in Tesla. Not a stock I'd do it with, but you're getting a big move up right into the major resistance from yesterday. We get to that 680, and I do want to be fading Tesla if I get a swing at it. So we're going to take a quick look at it as it gets pretty close to it here. Baba feels secure. Robinhood seems like it's holding the breakout. I can't get, even Amazon. Amazon's at 105 right now. Like Amazon, NIO was a huge flush. Amazon was a huge break off that 103. But here comes that Tesla 680 coming pretty quickly. Brendo?
Nice reversal, guys, for a couple of names, including Snowflake as well. Now up 5.5%, just taking out the highs after it flushed off the open. If you remember, Canaccord with the upgrade on Snowflake this morning. JP Morgan with a price target cut, but very strong for Snow.
Oh my God.
That's another one I said the long for. Yeah,
Boom, Baba. We just got that price, man. 106.30. 30 on Alibaba. So that's just been a nice little win for us right there. We do have to look at Coinbase though. Actually, don't even have it up anywhere. Let's look at Coinbase quickly here. 52.80. So we do have another offer a little higher than this into the 53. See what happens around that 54 level. So there is some trading potential here on Coinbase if we can get a little more short into that name. So that's what I like here. Into the Coinbase, into the short. We'll see if that can print for us one more time. I don't know. That'll be this level here on Coinbase. Well, here we are now. Like I said, I kind of had a feeling that this could get taken out, especially if this market was pretty strong here for Coinbase. So we're going to see where it goes now, but it's a nice little upside move here for Coin, and we're not part of it yet. We're going to get in the average short very, very soon at this 53.25. So we're about to get short right now again here on Coinbase.
Yeah, I just got my first short on Coin. It just got to the afternoon top, right? So I mean that high from yesterday, it was a little bit closer to 54 than 54.5, which was the day before. But it just ticked above 53, which was I was waiting for to get into. I mean, obviously you're getting some whipsaw action, but this is generally a move to the upside, right? Like let's be honest about it. I'm on the offer now at Robinhood. It closed at 7.23, so I should definitely be taking some out in front of the previous close. Sometimes going red to green on a negative catalyst can be a tricky thing. So I should be on that offer. I wasn't there before. I just put that one in there. Now Tesla got real close. I mean, it got to 678, and I did try to grab that curl on Tesla. Just not as the liquidity in the open is not always what you think it is. So it got into that $2 from the range. I tried to get into the short at that price, and then it was just like the wick. It just slammed right back down. You snap your fingers, and it was $2 away. So you can sit in front of an offer like that, and sometimes that's the only way you get the fill. I just find that lately you're getting run over when you do that, so I'd rather catch that on the curl. I don't get it here, but Tesla once again off 680. At least I was trying to get the short there. I mean, in that particular case, and yesterday I wasn't even ready. So today I was. I just wasn't able to get it. I think it could test again, but until then I'm going to have to wait, and probably a little bit closer to 79s. 79.20, 79.30, something in that range. Coin has not really pulled back too much, but it has not made a fresh high either. I definitely want to be on the bid in front of 52 in case we do get a little bit of a flush. I keep looking for one of these names to pull back, whether it's going to be Amazon still at 105, you got to be kidding me, or Boeing still churning. Hit 129.50 Boeing.
Yeah,
and then, yeah, exactly, and dipped to 127. So this has really gotten away from us. We like the long, it just wasn't willing to chase it. NEO gets all the way down to 18.25. There wasn't much of a chance for a reload. Didn't even get to 19 there. Not a reload because I never got in the short. Back into 19 even. It's about 18.85. I don't want to chase anything. Hood looks like it's going to be okay alongside. BABA has worked out off of 05. Coinbase has hit our level for the short. It's likely to be Tesla next for me. But I don't want to lose sight of what's going on with some of those small caps, obviously. I know we had... Oh, sorry, Brandon might be talking about one of them right now. Brando.
Just quickly, guys, SI popping up here on volume, 3% right now. Deal reporter suggesting there may be a few interest parties when it comes to SI on the crypto front on a takeout possibly.
Okay. All right. So the fact that we're in Coinbase and we hear some takeout targets there on exchanges, not necessarily a great thing, but let's just wait to see here what happens now. We did get that short. We're in the money on that short, obviously, as you guys could see here for Coinbase. We just took some out in the 80s, and let's see where we go from here. So Coinbase right now, a good trade we're hoping for anyways, and then we'll just see where we go because it looks like it may want to. I don't like that story. So we're going to get out if this takes out 54. On the upside, obviously there. So we'll wait to see here. Maybe another little average in at some point. Let's try like a 50. Let's try a little bit in before 54 there, like a 53.80, something like that, to take our last piece here, short into Coinbase. Alibaba continues to work. Well, not really. It's come back in, but we got that great price. We are now only in 10% of what we had here for Alibaba. So a nice little move to the downside here. Maybe a possible reload. We're not reloading this one until 104.50. The market's at highs. Alibaba's coming back in. That's not a recipe for success for us at all. It looks like the semis continue to be relatively strong, holding up that 1.28%. Let's check out Meta. I mean, Meta's been weak the last couple days, and that's still up 2% as well. So all these names starting to go. There goes Coinbase. A nice little move back down to 52.70. We got to get some out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sitting in front of 50s there, and I got to get at least a little bit more aggressive on Coinbase. But that SI gets pretty interesting there. Like, deal speculation has happened like 1,000 times in this market, and without deals happening, you understand that a rug can get pulled. But look at the consolidation that SI's been in, and you're essentially breaking out of a bottom range, double bottom, whatever you want to call it. But this 66 area is the top end of the range. So I'm going to try getting long in this and I understand, like, I'm short Coinbase, and the idea of being long, SI here in short Coinbase doesn't always square. I just want to be playing the momentum and playing the levels. So short something off of its high, long something on a bit of a breakout does make some sense to me. So I want to see if I can catch this dip and just try and go with the momentum. I don't want to be going against the grain too much on anything unless it's at a very significant level. But count me on the bit of SI. Brendo?
Big mover yesterday, Revlon, guys, on social media interest back to the upside here again today, 13%. Just held $2 there on a big bounce. Big volume came in as well for Revlon trying to go.
Okay, Revlon. Yeah, me and Neil just talking about maybe some order execution problems, but I think it's fine now. If you just hit refresh, I think, Neil, you'll probably be fine. But we'll see if that is the case here. Okay, so yeah, just talking a little bit about Coinbase. I do want to look at Revlon here, but I don't have too many positions, and that's kind of on purpose. We talked about that here today. We only have the two names that we're really focusing on, Alibaba and, of course, Coinbase. So those are two levels. Alibaba just came right back in, so we're going to try to buy some 80. We just missed it. Trying to buy some 83s here, right where we did last time. So we actually bought 77. Oh, missed that opportunity. We could have just had that. We didn't. So bad trade there. Not bad trade. It's going to come in and fill us. There it is. So now we're long there at 83. We just got a little bit more of Alibaba long. We still want to get this 104.50. So I still am sitting there for a little more shares. And then honestly, a break of 104. And I think we'll get out. I mean, we could hold it to this 103.30. I just don't know. I mean, this market, if it wants to fall, it's gonna fall down, right? Yeah. So I'm not going to stand in the way of an Alibaba that I think could get rug pulled at some point. So you know what? Where's my 104.50? I'm going to cancel that. We're going to take a shares a little bit lower so I can hold it a little bit longer. So I am going to try a 104, and then I am going to use this 103.50 or so area. Maybe a little bit shy of 104 there, but I want to test it tomorrow. I'd feel bad getting out, and then we come back in and test that and hold. So let's just play the simple game here of wait and see on Alibaba.
Are going pending.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyways, we do have a bit of an issue. We have to use a different script order because we do have scripts that are going pending. Just a bit of a note, if you're trading at Day Trade the World, use your Edge A scripts. Amazon, oh goodness, Amazon, you're getting away. I did get into Silvergate there, 66 and change, just in front of that 66 level. But Amazon just retested 105. I don't know how many times we're going to sit here at this 105, kind of thinking we're going to get a chance at a bit of a dip. If we're going to be into resistance, maybe I should just be playing off of the resistance. And 106 is going to be that. So we get up to 106. Maybe I try a scalp short because that's the only thing that's going to be on tap for me there. At least, I reloaded on Baba. We managed to at least hold the low at that 104.5. If we get back up to 106, I'll definitely try taking some profits. But as quickly as I was into some Silvergate, we talked about the breakout, and then I buy the dip at that same 66 level. I want to make sure I'm taking profit on the way toward those highs. This is just speculation, so it's a momentum trade. I don't know that any deal is happening or whatever, if somebody takes them out, what they might pay, none of that, man. It's just, it was breaking 66 on the daily, so as it came back in on the liquidity vacuum, I wanted to be buying that same 66 level. Brendo.
Big tech pretty strong so far this morning, guys. Interesting note, not a big note, but an interesting note on Microsoft at day highs right now. If you are of our era, they have officially retired Internet Explorer in favor of Edge instead. So nice look here for Microsoft so far.
Yeah, so we'll go rest in peace. We'll go, oh my God.
Because everyone loved it so much,
yeah, because that was a big one, Internet Explorer. I mean, I remember Netscape and things like that. So that's a little bit of a blast from the past there, showing our age there, Netscape. So very, very interesting property there for Microsoft. And glad to see that they're finally retiring it. Not
Netscape, y'all don't know about Netscape, man. No one knows about Netscape. That's way too old. After sitting on this offer forever in Robinhood, and this is the downside of liking a technical setup, but then maybe the volume isn't where you like it. Like Robinhood wasn't doing a ton of volume when we got into it, right? But it did set up. It didn't break the low of the day on the negative catalyst. It then broke out the high. But I was just sitting there the entire time trying to get out in front of 720 when we took the 10 break, and it just took forever to even get to that price. So this might not end up being too much of a home run. Still time for it to maybe start gathering steam and maybe speeding up, but I'm not sure it trapped enough people short at 7 even to go gangbusters like we've seen some other squeeze plays. I'm not complaining. It is in the money, but just not nearly the velocity that I think I would have expected. And maybe there's a part of that that has to do with it being a bit of a Fed day. But there is nothing crazier than not just simply being a little bit more aggressive at the open on Boeing here. But it looks like it is trying to make a bit of a pullback through 129. I just missed a chance to get something out in Alibaba as it got back through 105, now retesting some of those lows. I don't want to be too stubborn about this one because I think there are 2 levels, price areas to be playing on Alibaba. If I zoom back out, I want to show you we are testing the first. The second is 103, and I don't want to be long a 105 into 103. I want to be getting out and then retesting a low. So I do have the other type of stop order placed, so if we break the low, I will just get out of Alibaba. I don't want to fight this one too hard here. This market wants to come back in. Coin hasn't done a heck of a lot since making that high. It then tried to break out again. It put in a wick top. That's a setup for me to try to add to my position. I thought I'd be doing this in the 50 range, but it does feel like it's going to be about the same price that we got in again after that wick high does not get through the high of the day. Still on the bid down toward VWAP, just haven't been able to catch any fills. It's fine. It has been working, but you're not getting a huge flush as the market's still holding on to some strength.
Okay, so we're going to try to get out of some Coinbase again here as we reloaded that up here at 53.30. It just came down into the 80s. We had a bid there, didn't fill us, but our net reacted. So hopefully this will come back in. Come on, let's just go. One little swipe down here, one little market order down for a Coinbase, and we should be able to get that price there that we want into the 80s for Coinbase. We talked a little bit about Robinhood. Apple's still dancing around. AMD's broken back through. Tesla's at that 675 area right now and not doing a whole hell of a lot up here right now. Tesla just bouncing again. I mean, I guess on the 1 minute chart, it looks pretty good because you have that 78 top and the 72 bottom. So, but it's in the middle of this $6 range.
Yeah,
okay. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, I needed to get out of some Coinbase when it came back into there. Like, I don't know how I got missed. I think that must have been a dark pool print that didn't fill me because I am in the 80s. But hopefully this can come back in. We do want to take another short though, but a lot higher. I thought I wrote down, yeah, see, like, what am I doing? I want a 53.80, not a 50. Okay, so we got to get shorter here on Coinbase. I want to put an offer right now, 53.80 to see if it breaks through 54. That's going to be the key to me right there. And then if we come back into the low, I mean, I'm going to put it in the high, I guess. Maybe I'll put it into the mid 80s right there on Coinbase to see if we can get a flush here again. We're getting lighter and lighter on our BOBA trade. We just got some out at 105 again off of these 70 reloads. So you can see my price is 81. We just took 20 pennies at 105 flat right there. Hopefully it comes back in. We are going to average in a couple times here to Alibaba, 104.20. And I'm just using this against yesterday's bottom right there, 103. So it's not the bottom, but it's that 103.30 area there. I know Neil's stop is 104. That's fine. It's just, you know, I'm just going to trade a little bit longer there on that trade. So we'll see what Alibaba wants to do, but we're just dancing around here. And I'm not really into too much until I see, I want to see like a flush one way or the other on one of these names.
Well,
Neo down to 18.25 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like Neo, that's another frustrating one. It's sometimes you look, you have price entries that you want, and the direction is one part of it. The other part of it's obviously the execution, and that's what you have to be able to get as well. So, you know, you can be directionally right. It just doesn't really matter a whole bucket of anything if you don't get into the stock, whether it's Boeing or whether it's Neo. So I don't want to dwell on it too much, but I try to beat up on myself so that I get better the next time. But this is what the futures are doing. The NASDAQ gets to yesterday's top, and we've essentially put in a bit of a double top. It looks like we're trying to pull back in from there. So we do extend through some of the longs that we like, you know, going to come back into play with some strength, I do think. Like, we're on the precipice here of actually getting a bit of a break, which is, you know, if you think it's an inside day, that would break that thesis a bit if we're able to hold above. And when I look at the dips that are happening, Amazon's got one incoming back into this 103 area. We like the 103, so hopefully this is going to be our chance to get long some Amazon in front of that 103. So we'll see if we can't get into this for the first time today on Amazon. Still like the short on Tesla 680 if we can get it. Not sure that's going to happen, Brendo.
Yet another one that's up today. Wheels up 30% almost. Just took out day highs there on a volume spike. Goldman Sachs, guys, with a positive note on wheels up today.
Valid. Wheels up. Okay. All right. There goes Alibaba. I mean, we've got to take another piece out here as it's back into the teens with a nice little winner. So we'll go bang on that one. Yes, sir. There goes Alibaba. 40 cents now in the money. And again, 2 names on the sticky note today. 2 names that we're trading, Alibaba and Coinbase. We're actually still up on this Coinbase trade naturally, but not on this individual trade. We got to wait to see what happens. We do want to average into it. It's starting to go to the high side. This was always going to be a nervous trade for me. And I think we talked about that because I was thinking that we do break this, especially if this market gets going. So I'm going to wait out for that. We're going to try to get a few more shares short right now into this name. If we're able to get it, great. Possibly not though here for Coinbase. We're at 53.80. That's probably not aggressive enough, but that's where or it's too aggressive, sorry, up on the upside. But I just don't want to average into this. This is going to be a fun day here to trade. So let's stay in it right now. We don't want to be wrong on one trade and get blown out just because. So we'll wait for Coinbase, see if we can get a little bit better trade in here. Here comes the price, 53.80. We'll hold it out for a 54 break. That is Coinbase.
Yeah, that's the one. It's the only short I'm sitting in. So obviously, I think it's the only thing that's terribly concerning. I'm kind of focused on Tesla. I did get into the Amazon dip as well, so I don't have to worry too much about that. Looking at that 680 level starting to really come in on Tesla. This is actually a double top close to here, but I don't think it got to the same high. You might have a wick top that was more of a dark pool than anything else. So 680 needs to come in. I'm not going to chase it. The market is reversing, and this is where you might want to pick up something off of resistance. Speaking of that, I want to check NVIDIA to see if that's, no, it's not close. It's still a wick high on NVIDIA. If that was close to 163, I'd be taking a short in NVIDIA to be sure, but unfortunately, that's not going to be there for you. NEO, which we do like on weakness, nowhere close. That's actually breaking lows. So again, they dump NEO on news because that's what they do, man. They just dump on the news. I'll go back to Roblox, which is another one that I wanted to fade. We did get in one time and then got stopped out. Ooh, that looks a little bit enticing. I saw someone say it made a wick top there and a bit of a fail break as the market's reversing. You do have Roblox at 28, which is not bad at all. That's last week where we consolidated off 128. So that does give a setup for an entry point here if I can get some 2780s. But again, just going through, see the futures turn, and go through the checklist of names that might be at a price level I like short, and then that's the only reason I put it on. It's got to be at a price I like short, not just the fact the market's turning.
Okay, so we're trying to, oh man, I just tried to get more Coinbase there. We didn't. Oh man, we tried to get it in the 40s because I don't know if we're going to get those 80s, man. We went as high as 60s, so let's see if we can get something here on Coinbase, more short into that. We are getting close to reloading some more Alibaba down here at these levels. So these are the names that we're looking at, and I promise you we'll look at a few more when we get back, including some of the bigger tech names like Amazon, Apple, and whatnot. But right now it's Brendan. What's up, my man?
Hey guys, quick check of the overall market brought to you by The Funded Trader. Check them out today, thefundedtraderprogram.com. Nice green board here, right across the board. Not necessarily what everyone was expecting ahead of what is to come this afternoon with the Fed, but it is the NASDAQ here leading the way. 1.46, 1.4 there for the composite in the 100. Even the Russell, small caps catching a bid today. The Dow up 1.2. Same story, S&P 1.3, just kind of floating, as I mentioned earlier this morning, to the upside. Coinbase, we were talking about this move in crypto, guys, continuing. We're trying to get back to 22,000. So day highs right now, another one kind of grinding higher, up 3.4% for Coinbase. I even checked out Mara. There's Riot, there's that BTBT, all kind of look like this today. Heavy volume, just kind of grinding to the upside. Back over to you.
So very quickly, because of the stop that I'm using when our other script order is kind of giving a bit of issue, so I'm using a different stop, which actually sits in my order log as a sell order, meaning when I cover any longs in Alibaba, it's going to look like I'm going short. It is a cover of a long. Like I'm actually going to sit on the offer because I just got the dip in front of 60s. So I'm going to sit there and it's going to say, oh, that was a short sell. That's because this stop order is coded as a sell. I'm not shorting Bob at these levels, although realistically, if you shorted every single pop, you'd actually be making money. But going to adjust the stop. It feels like it gets to VWAP. There was one break, and I got greedy when it took VWAP, thinking it was going to go to 107. That was a mistake. So I'm going to take VWAP, and then I'm going to take 106s every chance that we get on Alibaba, because it's not nearly as strong as I was kind of hoping off of that dip price. Robinhood kind of comes right back. We got the first level on the break, and it comes right back in to the pre-market highs and is trying to settle back down. I don't want it breaking down from here. Ultimately, this one took a long time to even start to get going, and then was a disappointment, only giving you about 10 cents on the trade. Roblox I just got into off that wick high. So much like the first entry point, I do not look to get blown out on this trade. This is one of those setups where if it takes out the high, you just get out of it. I'm not going to go to the grave fighting the grain on Roblox. Understand it's a beat-up name that the other day showed a lot of signs of strength. Remember, we were talking breakouts a few days ago when the market was really weak, and Roblox would have done it had the market not capitulated. So keep in mind, there have been buyers in Roblox lately. If they get through the top, I will get out.
I like that capitulation. There it is right now. Yeah, let's go bang again, man. The bangers are here today, man. We're holding on to some nice little wins here for Alibaba as it's starting to go to the moon again here, hopefully. There we go. What's up there, Brad? AMD, he likes Alibaba. He's just talking to himself over there again. But there goes Alibaba. Nice little win for us again. Reload. Okay, we are... One more time in Alibaba, just starting to go back up to the upside. Coinbase, though, getting close, man, getting close. 53.60, 53.70. We did get that 40 reload that we talked about. And this is what I mean. Why am I nervous? This is why, man. It looks like it's starting to go back to that upside. There really is no dip buying here. We got it there. But since then, man, just keeps on coming back. Some of these wicks, I don't even think are happening down there to 53. I mean, if they are, then they are. But I got to just watch this a little bit more carefully here. 53.09. Right now for Roblox, for Coinbase seems to be where it wants to stop at. We just missed that. We were at 80. Like, how does it go to 80 and I don't get filled there? So, like, this is another thing. But anyways, hopefully Coinbase can come back down and we'll see where we go from there. But Coinbase, I like the short here. Let's just see if it can print out. Like, I was at 53.80. That would now be 30 cents in the money, but we don't have it. So let's just move on. Baba, a nice little winner there. We said we'd look at Amazon as well. I don't know if you were in Amazon today.
I finally got into Amazon.
Okay.
It just bounced off VWAP a little bit there, but it wasn't off the 103, unfortunately, because just like Boeing, like you had to be sitting in that on Amazon in pre-market to be able to catch that long. I did just get Tesla because it did, you know what? It broke 680, got to like 680 and let's just call it change. And then now you've got a high just above that price. So I kind of got the stop in, ready to go. It's one of those wick high fade style trades. Of course, like the second I get into it, you get that wick high. Looked like it has a chance to maybe fall back in, and now you've broken through that 680 level. So that was the only trade I liked on Tesla to the short side, was playing off that 1680, and we now have broken through. If we're going up, that means watch out for Roblox and Coin. Those are the two shorts we have. Up. Amazon, I'm going to get on the offer of Amazon in front of 105 because I want to be taking some profit. If I think it's an inside day, when we get these bounces, we have to be able to take profit. And here comes Coin. Coin looks like it does want to actually challenge the last couple of days highs, right? So this is what you're looking at on the higher time frame. When in doubt, zoom out. This is your 50. It's actually 54, like 30 or so a couple of days ago. You can round that up to 50 if you like. That's what I'm kind of doing. Every time it's rejected this, it's pulled back $2 or $3. So I think there's room for us to flush from here, but if it gets through that high, Coin jailbreak could be on. I am in a Silvergate long, but I'm in more Coinbase short. Silvergate was a late entry to the list when Brendan bought the news of speculation that they could have some interested suitors for a potential deal.
Okay, so we got out of half when it broke through 54. So we took that 54 out, breaking through half of that. It did go as high as 54.20, so yada, yada, yada on that one. Hopefully, it'll come back in. We could still win on this trade. We only got out of half. Let's see if it pulls back. We've had bigger winners here. Obviously, this is the short. We just took a 50-cent hit, so definitely not worth it. We never want to lose. But there's Baba again right there. Nicely traded on this one. This is now $1 in the money. AMD was another one that we wanted if it ever dipped down in. It did only dip to 87, no lower than that. Microsoft coming into play as well on a couple dip buys, now way up here. So some of these names just continue to march, man. I mean, is this really Fed Day? Up 1.8% right now in the NASDAQ? So I don't know what people are thinking here, but it seems like the Fed is going to, well, not seems like, they are going to come out today and give us that 75 basis points. But the market right now, I guess, is prepared for that, and they might like it. I mean, a nice little upside move here today, up 1.78%. Why would the market not be getting faded here if it was such a bad thing? So that's kind of what I'm thinking. But we're going to be here anyways. Okay, here comes Coinbase trying to break through 54.50. If that happens, then we're going to be out. But again, I don't know if our stop orders are working too good here.
I got the other one. I mean, the direct ones, direct edge are working for sure. They're definitely hitting fine for me. So I got mine in place. If you see the line is actually the limit price that I'm crossed to. It's not the actual stop placement. That is through that top. So I'm going to get out of Coinbase and my hands are off the keyboard to make sure you don't want to be sitting there canceling your orders, right? But if this is happening, and I know we're going to take the hit on coin, I do want to think about where I'm getting out of SI, because it's just speculation on this part. I don't expect this to be as strong to the upside as the rest of the market, or maybe even as the rest of the crypto space. It's only up 3%. It's relatively light volume. It was just breaking out on the higher time frame from 66.
Okay, it works.
So if it gets to the top, I just want to make sure I'm getting out in front of that top. This was one of those play the news type of events for me. So when I'm playing the news, I want to make sure that I'm actually scalping it, not sitting there holding it all day long. But I'm going to take the, you know what? Oh, where's my face slap? I'll do this one. That's going to be Coinbase. It's 3 days off that level. 2 days out of 3 it works. Whenever you have a pretty key level and you trade off it over and over again and just keep going back to that well, the last time you trade it is going to be a loss by that definition if it breaks through. So sometimes you have to be willing to deal with it. But heck, if you didn't trade it the last 2 days, you didn't make anything. Amazon is now trying to make that breakout through the high that we did scalp some. I just want to zoom out again so you can see through this 105, I think 106 is your next level up. This hasn't really broken out of its range unless it gets past 106. So it can still be an inside day for Amazon, and I'm covering in front of that 106 area. I had to chase this a little bit. We couldn't get that 103 bid price that we like. We had to wait for it to bounce off VWAP, but that's been the kind of warning that it is. Boeing didn't even give you that chance, right? Like we wanted Boeing to the long side. This would, unless you had the break, there wasn't even a reasonable dip buy as far as I'm concerned. And it's still going to the upside. So it's been one of those where you've had to chase things. I'm not a huge fan of doing so. Brendo.
Just be aware, there's Plain Sight, at Plain Sight on Twitter, is analyst. Short report on Tesla, guys. So heads up on that. But I mean, Tesla's at day highs. So clearly the market doesn't care. Redbox as well, just popping up on volume here. Another highly shorted retail favorite, 17% today.
Yeah, I actually want to. We were just $1.25 in the money here on BABA, so that was a good trade. I'm almost out of it, so I'm going to hold on to see where we go from here. But I did want to look at Redbox because that $13 level was pretty interesting to me there when I just had a quick look at it. You could see on the, well, it actually looks better. It must have been the 20-minute. We could have a quick look at that if we want to, which we will do right now for Redbox. So let's have a quick look at this. There it is right here, 13.50. So wondering about that. It's a nice move up today, obviously up that 17%. And again, another great base. And I actually talked about AMC and kind of forgot about AMC again today. So we will have a quick look at that. But Redbox with a nice move back up. And look, it just based out yesterday. Sorry, this is, is that yesterday? No, this is a couple days ago. Down here at $9. Yesterday was up here. So $9 there. And then a nice little move. Made that same bottom again. And now bust up. So you got to look at these levels. That's a 13 top. That's 13.50 with a lot of consolidation there. So Redbox right now on the 1 day. You're not going to find that much information on the 1 day right now. But there it is again, basing out at 12. So if you like that short, it gave it to you, man. $12. Just standing right there, you could have had that. So Redbox, a short at 12, a very, very good trade. Let's see if it comes back in. I don't like this name until you get back into this sort of where this consolidation was. But look where we started today, $9. So just watch out for these Redbox trades. Definitely a difficult one here. There it comes. Now it's flush. See, look at the volume, man. Trying to flush back in a little bit here. Let's see if it gets bought up at this 1080 level.
Yeah, I actually went to check locates. It's actually a little expensive on Redbox, but I'll go see if I can get those in a quick second. NEO just got right back to the top. I thought maybe with the market churning, we'd be back at 19s and testing those highs in NIO. No, lower high. 1885, which oddly enough, that was afternoon resistance a little bit. Late afternoon resistance, I should say, even in the aftermarket on NEO. So it looks like it's having trouble getting past green. It goes green, it goes 10 to 15 pennies, and then you get a bit of a rejection. So I'm going to take a shot, maybe shorting this off of that 1890 level. If we do break that, I think you're looking back at the high. But that thesis still in play for NIO. You're not going to get the open trade. But if you don't get your fill, you've got to move on to the next setup, right? You can't sit there dwelling on don't cry over spilt milk. Don't chase the trade you couldn't get. Just go back to the next setup. You got a double top here in NEO. I'll play off that. Brendo?
Just watching MicroStrategy, MSTR, day highs here up 11%. Michael Saylor on CNBC right now talking about Bitcoin, guys.
He had a pretty interesting.
Wow.
The guy changed his Twitter thing. There's like him with laser eyes with the Bitcoin symbol behind him.
Of course he did, yeah. Whenever things fail, go over there to get some memes going for that. So yeah, nice job there. Hopefully he can talk about it. MSTR, is it NASDAQ? Yes, it is. 170. This was $1,300, by the way. So yeah, he's on there talking all about this. Up that little 10%. I wonder what he's saying because Bitcoin right now, where is Bitcoin? 21.5 right here. Not doing a whole hell of a lot on BTC right now, but there's the dump down. I guess I got to switch this over to a 1 minute chart just to see if Bitcoin is exactly running right now. There it is. Here's the chart. Let's move it over. Come on, buddy. Yeah, okay. So nice little move back up for Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin trying to stare at 21.8. Watch out for a 21.8 break on BTC right now. So a nice little move up. This, I guess, I don't know. Bitcoin's up 10% from the bottom. I don't know if that means MSTR should be up 10%, but very interesting. Thanks for that note, Brendan. Anybody looking at MSTR there, good note that he's on Michael Saylor there on CNBC talking up his position. So.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, right?
Well, not talking it up. I don't know what he's doing, but
no, but I mean,
justifying.
But he's a crypto bull. He's a Bitcoin bull. So I don't think talking it up is not. That's not someone talking their book. That's a person just being consistent with what he believes in. Nvidia up 3%. It's now through that 163. We kept talking about 156 dip buys. I want to wait. Don't chase, don't chase. And then, of course, you get the breakout through that high. It's not really chewing through the week's top just yet. Like, we're actually getting to that right now. But dip buy just went from 156 into 160, right? Yesterday's top has turned into potentially yesterday's bottom. So it's kind of a hold on to the longs you got. I got Amazon pushing through the high of the day. Looks like it's going to give the buck 52 if it breaks through and gets us to 106. Silvergate's kind of still working after Coinbase. Disaster. This is trying to get toward the high. I'm taking the high here because I just wanted the dollar bounce. Alibaba's continuing to work. Robinhood's reloaded and held 7 even so far. I don't want to forget about some of these small caps for you guys. I know a lot of you guys watch these. Sidu's back below that $3. When I stopped out at 3, I thought maybe we'd head to 350. It got about halfway and put in a reversal. So it looks like that didn't quite go as far as I would have anticipated. I might look to get back into this one if I can catch it off that $3. Sidu, not too far away from my mind, but we've moved on to some other names moving farther. If I chuckle when I hear Sidu, I think I told you guys the story. One of our friends has a long time it was a cellmate, I guess, technically, who was named Sidhu. So
it was just
it was a drunk tank.
Drunk tank, yeah. We don't have. I mean, I don't have too many friends that have been in cells.
The drunk tank is still jail.
Yeah.
So it's a cellmate.
Yes.
Get a cellmate named Sidhu.
I've never been to jail, or a drunk tank, but yeah, I would assume that they are one and the same.
It has bars on it, and you're not allowed to leave. It's jail.
It has bars on it, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, so anyways, shout out to Sidhu there, which was a drunken friend, I guess. Okay, 166 and change there. Again, Meta failing, right? Meta's a name that I wanted to look short on that, 166. The thing is like we might be a little bit off on this name right now. It's almost too far down right here, but I mean, is that ever the case for Meta? Let's offer and see if we can get something here on Meta. So we'll offer this down, see what Meta wants to do. Oh, we didn't get the short. I'm sitting right here, so hopefully this can pop up a little bit. We'll take this short. Again, this might be a little silly. It's just you're down 0.8 right now. Up 0.8, but the market is 1% higher than you. So to me, that means that we could try to grab a short in this name and then just see. I want to short it up into the 50 period. If it breaks, we do have some protection up here near 166.50 and so let's get a little shorter. If we could get up to this 166, we won't average in right here. We have a position now. Our BOBA is cruising to the long side, by the way. So if the market does rip up, we definitely have a stronger name right now. But there's Meta already starting to make a move down. Now 15 cents in the money on the short now for Meta. So there we go. We picked that one sort of out of the blue. We talked about, wanting to look into this, wanting to like have a quick, little peek on something else. We're going to short Meta. We're going to do it until 166.
Yeah, there you go. I actually just got into NEO, so there is a short on the board again for me, and it was the one that I wanted first. Unfortunately, I didn't get it, but whoops, that's Tesla. I hit enter. I don't know why it didn't flip, but as Tesla makes a bit of a top, I look at NEO, which is in the same space, and it's got a bit of a double top off the pre-market lows. If it makes another curl off that 85, I would try to be adding to this. I don't want to add unless it's on the way back down. But when I see a bit of a wick high on the NASDAQ, and of course, okay, now that was a big spike to the upside.
Yes, it was. We flipped long there.
That's what I was saying. Like if we actually start jailbreaking here, I don't want to be doing anything except getting out above 19.5. But I'm only going to get more short on a curl. But I see that spike. I just saw Tesla. Yeah, Tesla was just a huge reversal. It just pulled back like $10, and I see the spike on NIO. Tesla back above 680 could be a scalp to the 685 here, especially given there was a wick high in the NASDAQ that just reclaimed the high. So when you see something like this, if you break the top again, you get a bit of a break. And now I know we have all longs except for NIO, but hey, you can always add to that here. If NIO does break $19, I want to get out of that. But I am looking for a place to catch a bit of a bid on Tesla as the market's trying to take the top again, and Tesla's giving you a chance on a pullback. So it's either going to be off of this consolidation at 75 or a scalp trade where I'm maybe only taking $3 in the 80 to 85 range. But for now, looks like we could be buying this dip.
Okay, so we actually reversed into the long there on Meta and took a little bit of cash on that, but then the market obviously faded back out. So let's not get too crazy with any of these positions here on this. We like the short, so let's just kind of stick with the short. Well, we made money on the long, but now we're stuck with 10% left here oh no, now the short's coming in. We got to get out of this one. Oh no, duped us right there on that move there for Meta. We wanted the short, we went long. So there's the long there at 165.20 at 165.50. But look at this short. If you held that, man, good for you. We got caught off not looking properly there at this. We'll get out at 75 there and now try to get back into the short on Meta because we were 100% right on that. Meta's actually a positive stock for me, barely. It's a cup of coffee, literally, for Meta. We are up. I'll tell you, I'm up 93 cents right there on Meta. We got in and out. We were up good there, and then this crash actually just hurt us. So damn it, we were short on Meta and we should have held it on that one. Look at this. This goes right back, and this is another thing that I feel bad about. Not bad, but we should have done better on this. Right here, that 106.40, it came right back to that level on BABA, and we should have got out, and we should still be short Meta. So positive day for us today, but yeah, barely, man, on that play. Oh, darn, that sucks. What about our Coinbase trade? What's that looking like now? That took 50.
You know that came back.
Yeah, but not too much more, man. I mean, I got out 54.50. It's right here, 54.30. So it's not that bad, but that 55 looked like a decent top there.
So now, we actually got a wick top on NIO, so it did push to 19 and then slam right back in. I added once to the short. I'm actually trying to get a few more shares in here through the 85. Simultaneously, while we're holding the top end of the range, I took the playoff VWAP on Tesla, so I am, sort of sitting NIO short, Tesla long, which. Obviously, one of those is going to work out better than the other, but if you're playing off the levels, I really don't mind it. Alibaba, gift horse stared at again, man. I don't know how many times I'm going to sit here staring at the gift horse on BABA when it's telling you we're not going above 106.50. We just want to get to 106 and then chill out back to the downside. And probably at some point have to actually listen to this because the market made a high. And we're still looking a heck of a lot like NIO, which I just shorted. So I might just have to take off this BABA, acknowledge the trend is not our way, and just take the win where we can. If we bounce off VWAP, that'll be my out for Alibaba. I should have more than just one short, and NIO's all I got as we go to Brendan for the small cap recap. I had to think.
Hey guys, a few small caps moving around this morning. We'll talk about EVOK here first. Remember, I mentioned just before the open, our daily charts don't adjust for splits. So this was a reverse split, so there really isn't a gap there. But if you go to a daily chart, I mentioned 420 up to 450 never comes into play. It actually broke to the downside. It was holding 350, 340 as support going into the open. So as soon as that breaks, it gives you a nice move down to 3. When it got down to 3, there was a monster bid that showed up at 3 and ends up being a wall. You can see never actually traded below 3. We get the pop back to the upside on EVOK. So nice quick trade to the downside. Rev was kind of interested to see what would happen if we retest this area from yesterday. Sure enough, that happens. Was very, very choppy out of the gate off the open, but did give you a break of 220 to the upside up through 260. So a nice little quick scalp for REV. Took this break on Hertz as well, which was essentially pre-market highs on that note of the buyback, guys, for HTZ. Back to you.
Yeah, I feel like that was I'm glad you mentioned that. I felt like we almost missed that story and would have been easy to forget about Hertz, which is definitely, when it gets momentum, man, that can actually be a pretty good stock. BABA, I just got a little bit tighter to the bid here again because I'm trying to catch something. It's just this market feels like we made a top like this, been fighting it on Alibaba, let's be honest. So it's been giving you the pops for wins, and it's not, like it has not been a losing trade, but that's just by just by sheer, not luck, but just catching a good level and being against the grain. It has been a sell off of that 107 breakdown. So obviously, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's not trending to the downside. It obviously is, and there's no getting around it. So I want to get more aggressive taking it out. NEO's starting to pull back into VWAP. So if Tesla holds VWAP, it can bounce. If NEO holds VWAP, it can then essentially run me over. So I should actually get something on the bid here on the way down toward those lows. Did not get the initial trade. We did move on to the next for them. And then Amazon, it got so close. It got to 105.5 and then pull back there. It is successfully bouncing off VWAP. So do the VWAP bounce on Tesla and grab some shares. Actually tried to pick up more off the 670, couldn't get them. But it should have been maybe Amazon that we reloaded on for the long trade. Just a stronger stock, at least in terms of what the chart looks like. They're both up 1.5%, 2.5%, but the chart's certainly a little bit stronger on the move on Amazon. So, the next time if we get another dip and we continue to play this trend to the upside, I think I'd probably favor Amazon dip buys to Tesla, which I just tried to get off 670.
Okay, so let's go bang here because we're trying to serve a dish cold here, and that's going to be revenge on Meta. So hopefully this comes back in up much more than a coffee right now as we are short here on Meta one more time. Let's see if it breaks 50, man. Here we go. Let's go. We're bidding in the 40s. We've averaged into this. We're short 72 right now. It's 20 cents in the money. So yes, sir. We're not buying too much. We're not buying any coffee shops here or anything like that. But let's see if we get back down. Come on. Where am I? I thought I'm bidding in the 40s. Yes, I am. But it's low 40s. Let's go. Ring that down a little bit more here, Meta. There, did we get that? Yes, we did. We got that low 40 bid right there. So go, oh my God. That's going to be a good trade for us there on Meta as we seek that revenge on the short. Let's go to the downside, man. We picked this one out of the blue. It's Meta. And again, we just did that work. This is what we do. We sit here and we put in work, right? Meta was up 0.8 when the market was up 2%. Obviously, we talked about relative weakness. Here it comes back down in. Nice little take there. We got carried away by going long. We should have, instead of gone long there, we should have actually averaged into the short. And this is the problem. I said sometimes I'm a detriment to myself sitting here. Sometimes you just got to stick with your guts, man, and go with what you believe, right? And I think that if I'd have done that, I think I would have had a little bit more luck here on Meta, but that is what that is right now. 18 cents in the money. We just got a 40 bid. It seems like it's holding up right now. So maybe that is the downside push there for Meta. Let's just see. We're going to get some more short north of 165.
Yeah, I just had a bad trigger. It's going to piss me off on Tesla.
Was it Edge A or the other ones?
No, it was an Edge A one.
Oh, was it? Okay.
I had a bad trigger on a wick bottom, which I don't think really happened there. But I got triggered out of Tesla and it just made the bounce. You see the pre-market top? It didn't really get through these previous pre-market highs, but it did stop me. I'm trying to get back in front of that 670 area. We'll see if we can actually catch that dip. I am holding on to Amazon. I did take one leg out. As the market bounces here a little bit, I took one leg out on NEO. And obviously, I'm in one short, so this is the one. As the market loads back up here, I don't have a NEO on my black chart. Yeah, it's not going to load. I don't have it up on one of these other charts. We did get a bit of a bounce. I got one leg out on NEO. Looks like we're going to retest the highs. I'll try to get more of Tesla. This is now not going to load because that's what it does when it's sitting on that load data. I try to pull up Amazon. I can't. I'll show you Amazon on my black chart, guys. We've been barcoding off of these highs over and over again, and we've basically been going VWAP bounce, VWAP bounce. If we take out the top, I want to get out in front of 106, and then I want to go back to buying these little bit of a dips. I'll do the same thing in the other direction on NAO is what I was trying to get at. We get to 19s, I want to fade in front of 19, take some out in front of 1860 around VWAP, and just go back to the same well, which has been working over and over again. Instead of trying to figure that we're going to be having that outside day, we just resisted taking out the top on the NASDAQ, and if that's going to be the case, then if something is weak, which, these are working. If something is weak, relatively speaking, like NEO, then I want to be shorting off of the resistance levels and playing along with the trend. If something is strong, I want to be buying those dips. Kind of just bungled it in Tesla, which looks like it might actually hold VWAP, but we can still hold for it on some of these other names.
Your boy is here.
Money.
There it is. The money man is back in the building right now. 164.75 as Meta goes see you later to the. Oh, we have a bad wick there. Darn it. You're going to have to load this like this. There it is, man. We talked about starting this short right here. 165.10. That's now $1 in the money on that initial short there. So as we go, bring it, Meta. Bring it. 60 cents in the money. We don't have any bids now, man. So I'm actually going to cancel my offers. I guess I'm not getting that 165.50 to the downside there. And the only thing is, man, we still holding on. Alibaba has been honestly stacked up cash, man. My number one stock today has been Alibaba. I mean, when you're taking $1.30, or that's even more than that, that's a 104.70 out 106.30, $1.50. When you're taking $1.50 on Alibaba right there, you know what I mean to worry about holding this thing 37 cents in the money right now. But at rate, Facebook just bounced off 164. Okay, thanks. That's all I need to know. So now I'm going to put my bid down here lower near that 164. If it wants to dance, we'll be here to dance with it one more time here if it does come back in. But that was, this is what I look for, man. I want things to show their face. So thank you for that, Meta. Look, may start bouncing there. The market is trying to catch a bounce, but Meta definitely bouncing. Someone said in the chat, shout out to you, whoever it was, mentioned AMD as a possible sideways trade. And yeah, I don't like when it does this, man. You're below the 50 period. It's looking weak. The market is breaking below the 50 period as well. So yeah, good call on that one. Shout out to whoever that was. AMD, I believe you could short that here as well. So it's just this sideways. It's like, do you really want to? I mean, and again, this is kind of like a rhetorical question. Like, how much risk do you actually want to put in to some of these plays right now? Like I was just saying, Meta was down to 164. Now it's 164.80. Why? The market's not moving right now, but Meta found a bottom, right? So these are some of the things that you're going to have to trade with when you're sitting here every single day. Like, what was that little bump all about there on Meta? I should have got short instead of talking to you guys. But there it is right there. A nice little bump back up to Meta. Like, why did it do that? I don't know. I want to reload this short. But AMD, another sideways trade. It's like, pick your stuff. When that just ripped up there, Meta, I should have shorted that. That was a perfect opportunity to put on another short. So I'm going to do that right here. Trade inside, right? When it rips up and tries to push outside, then trade those bands is what we're trying to talk about right here.
Yeah, definitely. Trade the bands. I want to note, we're not trading. I'm not in Coinbase anymore, but BTC, Bitcoin, just had a bit of a pullback, Ether as well. I'm looking at Square up 5%, and we talk about ranges. It's not 65, which I think is a pretty obvious level up there at 65, but 64, yesterday's top. We just put a wick high at 64. So given what I'm seeing here, for each of these stops, I don't want to have stops that are as tight as sometimes you might normally do. I think it was Frank on the chat saying, the volume is sort of the problem. If volume wasn't the issue on Tesla, either one of two things happened. Either a bad trigger, or I'd go back and check it, or I just simply mistyped where I put my stop in. Right? Like, that's what gets me angry about it. It's like I didn't really mean to get out of the trade. Either I bungled it on keystroke error, or I had a bad wick trigger your stop. And those are the kind of things that frustrate you because it's more about the execution. And you can control keystrokes. You can't necessarily control the other end of that when you get a bad wick. But one thing I can do with that kind of volume is just say, okay, 64, give it to the quarter, give it to the 30 range, give it a little bit more room. Like maybe Square actually has to go $1 before I would give this trade up. Or maybe I have to see like Bitcoin make a fresh high or the market make a fresh high. Something along those lines. Just give it a little bit more room. Oh, goodness, that chart just crashed altogether. I'll get that one back up for you. Yeah, that's kind of day my charts are having there.
Yeah, what's up with
that's
that?
Twitter, and then there you go. Now there's Square. I just got into Square. And like I said, we're basically taking the lower consolidation, but you've got $2.50 to $3 to the low. That's 60 to 61, which is huge support. And then you have a buck toward that high, where if we get a big enough pop and then a failure at 64, I'd probably look to add to the position. But overall, when I see that pullback in crypto and I see a stock that's still at a resistance point or below it, then I jump into the short side, which we just did with Block. I'll check back in on Coinbase to see where this one stunk, obviously. I didn't even scalp any of this out. Like, I was actually thinking this is either giving you back into 50s or we're blowing out the top. Well, we got a double top at 55 now. So if Square just set up for a short, there's a good chance Coinbase was too. I don't need to be in both. I'll just pick the one. Square we've been doing better with midday trade anyways. Like Coinbase has kind of been a morning trade only, where Square getting in later and then holding on has actually worked out for us. That's why I'm jumping over to SQ there, not sort of re-energizing Coinbase at 65.
All right, where's
55.
the chicken? Where's the chicken? It's a chicken dinner winner. How about that Meta reload? I mean, it went up there, and I said, my bad, talking and not reloading. So we pass it over, we reload that stock, and there it is right there. Another one, guys, another one. So we spin that wheel today, and what does it come up? Seems like it's always doing this. Jackpot right there. So another one there for Meta. But here it comes right back down. Let's put another bid near this 164, man. We can get this, then hallelujah, we'll take it. A great trade here for Meta. And I mean, just look at that reload right there. I mean, you can't do it better. I literally got the high. I mean, not the very high. The high was 80 there. We got 77 or 78, but that's a good little reload for me there. Now 50 cents in the money. And again, it's already showed its face down here. So let's put a bid. I'm sitting right at 164. Hopefully that can come in. 10 more cents or so, and we'll get filled. But why am I actually even waiting for 10 cents? Good question, Sean, as I talk to myself. It was a funny story about Luca there. Luca yesterday was sitting there, and I looked over, and like he was talking to himself, and I go, that's like what I do, man. He was like sitting there like, oh, why did I do that? I thought he had an earpiece in, but he was talking to himself. I like that move. What's up, Brendan?
Inventory numbers just out for crude oil, guys. There was an initial move to the downside, right back up, though. 1.9 million barrel build versus a 1.4 million barrel drawdown expected. So we had an initial flush there, but right back up into the range for crude.
You know what's weird? Like, I don't think I even looked at energy today, to be honest with you. Like, it's every single day, usually we're actually paying attention to it. And I think you have to in this market. But today there was just a heck of a lot more moving than we had. And you have to focus your attention. I look back at the end of the day, and I had traded, I think it was like 14 different names.
Yeah.
Now, part of that was a time of day thing. Like, I traded very different names in the afternoon, so I'm kind of cheating with that. But I don't usually want it to be more than 6. In any one part of the session. I was just creeping above that. And I just noticed again today that it was kind of the same thing. Like I've jumped over from Coinbase to Square, so that's a bit cheating. I've decided one name over the other because I prefer the price action on Block. But you want to make sure you're narrowing things down. And Block did just get to VWAP, by the way, so we did short that curl down, take some out in front of VWAP. I'm holding out. We reverse here. I think we can get back to the lows. Remember, this is Fed day. So the whole notion of taking highs and then getting all the way back to the bottom is not abnormal. We do see that very often on the way to 230. We could retest some of these lows. It is not uncommon to do so. So if you got something on a good level, you might want to at least try to be holding on to it for a bigger move. So that's what I'm trying to do here with Block. Hopefully it fares better than the Coinbase trade did.
Yeah. I think we'll be fine on all these trades, man. Meta, we're gonna reload that. Yeah. Did you just look at Coinbase? Yeah. Okay. So you're short.
No,
yeah.
I shorted Square.
Square. That's fine. That's what I'm saying. You're still short. That's fine. As Coinbase comes down, I think that'll be a good trade there. But again, we got out of that. But there's that 55 top. Definitely looking at that. And I don't want to go back to the well because sometimes when you're wrong on something, it's just like you're wrong on it, right? I mean, you got to sort of move away. All right. Apple here. I like this short as well. We are short into Meta now. Our Alibaba trade has come back in. I'm going to leave that one for now. But Apple right here, we don't have very many shares. I'm trying to like develop some new positions here to give some more ideas. But right now, Apple, I don't mind this short. But again, you're sort of dealing with the same stuff here, man. It's kind of barcoding, but looking like it wants to go lower. We can go short here against this moving average. So let's just do that. We'll put on some shares here at 90. There we go. We just got them. That was easy. I don't like when you get shares that easily, to be honest with you. But there it is right there. We just put offer, grab them. We're short at 133.90. And again, like, I've made a lot of trades, not a lot of trades, but let's say 50 trades today, and my fees are negative. So what that means is that kind of like a Robinhood situation here where we get paid to trade, except for obviously it's not pay for order flow. Well, it kind of is a little bit, but except for our orders don't get routed. We just sit here on the levels and then let it run us over. If I use an ARCA or a BATS or an EDGX or even a NASDAQ order type, whatever the order type is, you'll get paid on many gateways, and it's called adding liquidity. So I just put offer, enter, we get that. It sucks because it's just, you want to make the right trade. I don't care if you pay for the trade or not. Obviously, you're talking about mils here. So 30 mils, 40 mils, so $3 on 1,000 shares is what you'd make or pay. But 1 penny on 1,000 shares is $10, right? So definitely better to make the gross than the fees. But fees are a very important part of trading. So I want to talk about that. Anyways, short right now, 134.25 coming into Apple right now. 134.25. We're going to be short until that breaks.
Oh, I just saw MSTR. I know Brendan mentioned this one to us. You could have tried to just catch a top on anything crypto related, I suppose, but MSTR gave you 75s back to 66. One thing I will caution with this, that's an impressive looking move, and it is, realistically, but we're at 1036, and this stock had a dollar spread just now, and it'll tighten up for a little bit, and then you get like one fill off the bid for like 100 shares, and then it just opens up again to like one of those dollar spreads. That's why, I mean, just, you trade Square, maybe your Riots, Maras, Coinbase, like whatever. Sometimes it's just a liquidity thing, man. And I don't like trading MSTR for that reason, although it gives you opportunities, and it probably did up there for a gorgeous looking short. One of the longs I'm holding on to, BABA, we got most of it out, and if it reclaims the low, I guess we're done with that trade. But Amazon on this pullback is still holding up pretty well. So if there's one that makes some sense here, I kind of feel like Amazon Silvergate's pulled back. If it breaks 65, I got to get out of that one. So we found a couple of shorts that we like. Neo, which was an original, and then, of course, Square. But Amazon, I want to try to hold on to, see if we can't still get back to that 106. Just give myself some exposure that we can reclaim these highs. This is at least something that hasn't broken back below VWAP, because I look back over at NVIDIA. That failed the top. I mean, incredibly, that's a huge failure at the high on NVIDIA. Like buying that dip.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, you want to see this, if you're going to buy the bottom, you want to see it consolidate a bit after it just failed the top like that. Whereas at least Amazon's holding the high end of the range, which gives you some hope that it's going to be relatively strong. If we go back and look at some of the names that were, like RDBX, the small caps, not to really ignore these bad boys. We want to make sure, again, like what we try to do for you guys, we've got to cover our trades, obviously, because we are going to be active, and that's going to matter. We want to make sure you guys see what's going on with the rest of the market. And remember that $12 on, you mentioned on RDBX? It got there, failed, it's been pulling back. I'm missing data on the chart, but about $11 it's kind of holding. So your previous high at 11, you're holding support for now. A lot of times what will happen is you'll get that hold throughout midday, try to retest that top, and then set up for an afternoon breakout. Does it matter Fed day, no Fed day? I tend to say doesn't matter Fed day for a squeeze play like RDBX. So that could be in play at any point. If we don't break through and hold below $11, watch out for your RDBX through 12. That could set up for a bit of a breakout. Specifically in this name, we've seen that happen before, where it can hold a bid, and then break later. In this case, it'd be holding a higher bid on RDBX.
All right, here we go. Let's go. Money coming out again. There's Apple. We did it again, man. We did it again there on Apple, so really happy with some of these trades today, man. The only negative trade that we had, period, was Coinbase, and we had some good winners until we averaged in, and that blew higher, but that's trading, so that's going to happen. There it is right there, a nice little out at 70. It's bounced a couple times off this 70 marker here on Apple. So, yeah, once you could see right there again, Apple right now coming back in. We want to be short until it takes that out. We've talked about that a couple times. So we do want to be short into a rally. If the market does come back up, we want to get short into 134 and then try to just use this 134.20 VWAP. Like I said, if we're going to start to link lower here on this move for the NASDAQ, you're below the 50 period, you're below here. You know, if there's going to be one name to short, it is going to be, for me, it's going to be Apple right there. Meta has held up pretty good. So we're pretty flat on Meta right now, to be honest with you, man. So that's going to be a good one. Your Square trade looks to be pretty good as well. Alibaba's bouncing around now, so I don't really know what to think about that. But I do know what to think about our next segment. It's Sector Watch, and I like it. I like it a lot.
It's what doesn't feel like this, though.
Yeah, the market liking, guys. The expected 75 basis point increase to come, 1.14 right now for the S&P. Not a lot in the way of negativity to talk about. Bottom corner here, that's the energy group today. Oil on a bit of a pullback. Even with that number that came out there, we are pretty red for energy names today. Material stocks, there are a couple of notes in negative territory as well. Everything else, though, back to the upside after a very negative few days here for the overall market. It's worth noting travel stocks here back in positive territory, all of them, airlines, cruise lines, hotels, all of them back to the upside so far. Here's some of the hotels. Starbucks as well on a bounce. I saw 3+% right now for Starbucks. It's all about the banks, though, ahead of this interest rate hike. which they will benefit from, obviously. Financials, very, very strong, leading the way. Tech stocks, a close second. Pretty much the entire group here in positive territory. A couple of software names negative on the day, but nice gains for hardware equipment makers and the semiconductor group, guys. So yeah, widespread bounce here, 1.1 or 1.07 for the S&P. Back over to you.
I'm kind of mad at myself for not looking at the energy stocks. And when it comes to financials, and we're actually just talking about this ourselves, like on Fed Day, you do usually want to be checking out the financials, and in the afternoon, some of the ways you'll express the trade might not be in the futures or in your tech stock. It might be overall, like, you know, trading TLT, trading gold, something that might give you that nice little volatility move. And it's a matter of personal preference. Some traders in the floor love GDX. Some do love to trade TLT. Looking at the financials makes a ton of sense to me. Looking at oil names, and I want to highlight Occidental here because I know we didn't go over these, and that sucks because here's your 50 period on Oxy at about 62. And then just look. Sometimes it's not that difficult, and I didn't even have one look at Occidental today after it being one of the better names yesterday. So 62 was the breakout price yesterday off of that 50-period moving average. It then was a long late afternoon. It went all the way to 62. Well, what do you think happened? It gave you a failed breakout pre-market and then flushed through 62, retests it at about 10 o'clock, going into the oil number, and then fails again right at that $62 price, and then right into that same support from late afternoon. Sometimes it's not that complicated. Really, just go back to the well on some of these names and the price levels that make sense to you, and then you can just structure your trades, especially if something's going to be an inside day, which, quite frankly, Oxy is about as inside day as it gets. 62 to about 60.80. That's the exact levels we were playing off of in yesterday's trade. In fact, the only two levels I traded yesterday was this low at 60, 61-ish, and then the 62 breakout. So I could have been scalping this for $1 like 5 times now, and I kind of feel like it's too late to test it now that it's a triple bottom. Brendo?
Interesting note further on that, guys, on the energy market. Oil with a sharp move down right now from 115.5 to 114.5. The strategic reserves, the lowest level since 1987 after that inventories number just comes out. So XOM here just popped up on volume to the downside.
Okay, fire off the cannon again. Look at Meta, just comes up to 165. We shorted it again, and then it just puts it right back into the money there. So a nice little play there on Meta to the short side there. Look at that. I mean, there it is right there, reloaded. Mamma mia right now. We actually ignored our fruit salad, so that's not the reason why we're on so much luck today. What a heater though we're on today so far here with some of these calls, man. I mean, Meta, the reload there. We are going to, I just looked at Apple. It's bouncing off this 50 level, so I did put a bid there at that 50 marker to see if we can get some of this out if the NASDAQ does make a little bit of a dance lower here, which it looks like it's trying to do. So we'll see about that coming back in, 133.50 on that. The Meta, yeah, I mean, I want to be short this name. I think it's a good opportunity to get out now and then just sort of like reload this if it does. Well, I mean, here it comes. It's at 50. Let's put it. Okay, well, we put a bid and got taken out almost immediately there. So we'll still hold on to this one. Meta right now, 35 cents of the money. Hopefully trying to come back down off that reload rate there. Apple is the same difference. And then our friend Alibaba right now not doing too much, but we are bidding lower side here. 104.20 for Alibaba. If we're lucky enough to get that, then we will give that a go. With only 15 minutes left here, let's see if Alibaba, in our show anyways, as I see Prad getting all handsome and stuff there, getting ready to rock and roll for the closing show. So here we go, man. 104.60 right now to come on in here for Alibaba. That's what I'm waiting for here.
So, like, I'm gonna tempt fate here, and obviously I just talked about that level on Oxy. And look, just because I missed it doesn't mean I'm gonna shy away from joining it. It's just a matter of it was a missed opportunity that I should have been sort of hammering before, but that doesn't invalidate the price level on Occidental. So I am in at 61, exactly where we had it before. But if we take out the low of the day, I'm fine. We'll just get out of it and understand that we missed out a little bit here. Silvergate, we're able to buy the dip again. Now remember, with SI, it was a deal speculation. That's what Brendan brought to us. You know, we've done a couple of quick little scalp trades buying dips, but overall, like, this has been trending. It's been trending down, but every single dollar has been good. So you had the break at 66, that high, you had the lower high 65. Once it fails to hold these, it's like you wait for the next dollar down. So I'm not out of all of Silvergate here, but just keep in mind it's been falling after the initial breakout, and its volume kind of stinks. I don't want to be caught trading this one too heavily during lunchtime because the volume on this is like usually putrid, and it had one spike off the news. Now it's giving you tight little scalp trades and running out of steam, so we're going to walk away from it. Oxy, I might have just told you guys I'm out at the bottom. I want to just make sure we can sort of see here. It does have a bottom below 61. It's barely below that 61. Like 60.90 was what held in the morning yesterday. That's what held in the afternoon. That's what's held a couple of times here. So it's a relatively tight stop that I do have on Occidental here, really only risking about 15 pennies.
All right. I don't know, man. I know, like, what happened to Apple there? What, 55s? Maybe it wasn't 55s. I'm at 56. That must have been a 56. That bottom, no cap, to talk about what Brad says here. I'm going to put a bid now at 6.
What does no cap mean again?
It means like no lies there. So we were at 133.56 for some reason. This happens all the time. Sometimes we get lucky, man. Like our stops don't get triggered at certain levels, which is good. There it is. So we'll just take that out again. And this time we'll do a little belly dance action because a lot of these shorts that we have on right now are printing, and we've had them on definitely on purpose here because of where the market is. Starting to head back down a little bit here, right? I don't think this is the same kind of day as we saw yesterday, but the market, is fading out. 70 cents right now in the money on this Meta reload as that's trying to test near bottoms, right? We switched over and got Apple. I'm still holding this Alibaba. I might just get out of this. This is a very, very small position, but we are in it, so we have to be responsible for this trade. But again, still waiting for this 104.60 to come through here on a bid. So if that can happen, good for us. We'll see if we can trade through that one. But right now, Meta on my mind more than Alibaba. So let's see if Meta can test that 164 bottom one more time.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go back to Tesla quickly because remember there was that short seller report, at least that's what Brendan brought to us. Come on, load up. So it did make a retrace all the way to like 666, oddly enough. Well, okay, 667, but 60. I just like the number, so I kind of cheating. It got to 667 there, and is trying to make a bit of a bounce. So another name, I would have liked to see it consolidate before you get into any chance for a long trade. At this particular point, it's a failed breakout through what I thought the resistance level was at 680, and if it's a failed break for me, that turns it into a short. So I don't really like the long too much anymore. We didn't hold VWAP, and once you have not held VWAP, I'm really just thinking about shorting lower highs and shorting tops for the rest of the afternoon. So the bounce that I would have liked to see didn't really come to play, or come to pass, I should say, on Tesla, at least for now. And now I'd rather be shorting POX. I was in Oxy, and obviously it made that move several times, and we're going to have a tight stop on that last little long. But you know what? Realistically, the fact that I should have been in it twice doesn't stop me from at least attempting to make that bounce. You do have a bit of a downward trend, so it was probably asking a lot for it to bounce one more time. But we could still have a chance to play off this level, maybe chase it up to 61 one more time if it can't actually take out the low of the day, which sits about 25 cents lower. I'm not covering Amazon at this point. Like you saw the board, it's all green. We're still up over 1%, and Amazon is not breaking VWAP here. So the breakout is still valid for Amazon as far as I'm concerned. BABA hasn't taken out that low. NEO hasn't taken out the high. Square hasn't really flushed too much further. Got to 62. But again, like the trend is still pretty clean for this. So I feel like if you're in the money or something hasn't been invalidated, just sort of hang on to it. And as long as that's going to be the case, I'm just going to stick with this trade that we have on in Square, take it down to 61.5, hold on to NEO until it either takes out the top or rolls over, and then hang on to Amazon and BABA as long as they're above buyer support levels. As we take you to Money Talks with Brendo. Ooh, nice looking chart there.
Yes,
I got to see
sir.
what's up. Oh, never mind. I thought that was one of the crypto charts. What's up, Brendo?
Hey guys, Money Talks brought to you by The Small Exchange. If you're considering getting into futures trading, they're making it so easy to do so. Very simple, easy to understand contracts, guys, including currency futures as well. Check them out today. Sign up. Use the QR code at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, finally, this is a daily chart of the US dollar. Finally, a little bit of a pullback, negative ahead of the Fed, obviously going to be a big mover this afternoon. But we got to new highs again yesterday, or recent highs anyways. A bit of a pullback here, 0.3 to the downside. for the US dollar. So euro was higher. It's now back in negative territory. British pound on a bounce, huge bounce. Remember, it's been a very negative week all week long for the British pound, down or today up 0.7. Australia and New Zealand also on a bounce here, 0.5% for New Zealand, 1%, 1 full percent for Aussie land. Bitcoin 21.3 right now, still down 3%. That's well off the lows. Remember, Ethereum following suit, 6% at this point, guys. Back to you.
All right. Right now, just looking here, we're trying to get more short into Apple. Yeah, very interesting how crypto's been moving today, obviously, with that big move overnight there. Taking out basically that 20,000, well, bouncing off 20,000, but taking out past lows there. So definitely something to look at. We've already took a swing at Coinbase. Unfortunately, today gave some back of what we've made in the past couple of days. So we definitely gave some back there on Coinbase, but that's going to be a trade to look at. Also, want to get more short into Meta and into Apple here as we're sort of approaching some of these levels that we like here, 133.80, 133.90 or so.
Yeah, and actually, I'm looking at this pullback here. Watch out for NEO. It just got to the high, so I just got the last reload in. Well, I see the high as 1940. Now, I saw one in the chat. I think it was Barry, BAR space RY. Just get your name right and give you a bit of a shout out saying, watch out 1950. I'm looking at a 40 top on NEO. Maybe that's splitting hairs. The area could be to a 50 level. But I'm seeing a deceleration in Square here, down at about 62. And there was just I'm just going to pull this over for you so I can maybe show you the Bitcoin chart. There you go. You are getting a consolidation and a bit of a bounce, right? So when I see this happening in BTC and you've been riding the short here in Square, which is kind of like proxy, we just bounced off 62. I'm really just trying to get, I was just trying to get an extra 50 cents out of it anyways. So I'll see if I can't just grab out in front of 62, just take the profit and run, right? Like the initial read on Coinbase didn't work. And if we'd gone back to that, well, why am I not just crossing the spread? The initial read obviously didn't work on Coinbase, so when we're getting to the secondary play, just take the profit and run. And you know what? If we had gone back to Coin, probably could have had a winning trade. And it's not to say that you shouldn't just jump back to the same name, but I also remembered, hey, you know what? We haven't really lost on Square this week. It's been a really good one. We've been fighting the Coinbase trade when we had it at times. So we got the right price area. We had our stop in. I just decided to go back to a name that was a little bit cleaner for us on Square instead of Coinbase. But you could have expressed that in either direction. Either way, with a bit of a bounce in Bitcoin, notice Coinbase now holding that little consolidation at 53. It's trying to hold that range. So if this were to flush, it's got $2 room to the downside for Coinbase. This could still go, and I bet you MSTR is the same thing.
Bradley, I think he's short of Coinbase over there, I believe.
Yes,
there he is. Yeah. Top of the day, he got that one right there, 55. So we were just a couple pennies away from that level, but our level was 54.50. So there it comes back in. Yeah, buddy. Let's go Coinbase to the downside. Let's go Meta 70. I mean, let's go. Why did we not average back into that? I don't know. It came right back to our levels, but there's a big trade for Meta again as that's starting to go back to the downside. We tried to get Apple at 80 there. We missed it. And again, sometimes it's like, why are we fighting these prices, man? Like the prices, although very important, don't get me wrong. Prices are important. Price is the most important.
Yes, they are important.
But trend also probably a little more important right now in this market because you can blink and you're in the money 10 cents either way, no matter what the name is, right? So back and forth. So again, being short 80 when this market tanks or being short like 75, what's really the difference? The key thing there is short, and we are not. So we are short, just not enough shares here as we start to fall back down. Meta at the low of the day, and your boys short that one, now 90 cents in the money here. And then Apple's 50 cents. And Alibaba, honestly, I'm just starting, my theory is going to be to go short, now, into the rest of this number until the number comes out. So I'm actually just going to exit right here at 75 if I can. There it is. We are out of our Alibaba trade. It's a hot dog winner. Alibaba's actually my number one stock today. So we'll get out of that now for flat and then just try to see what this market wants to do. 80 cents short on Meta right now. Should have reloaded it right there, but hopefully you guys did. 1 short, 2 shorts, 3 shorts, 4 right there. And then the sell side action
5 shorts,
happening.
6 shorts, 7 shorts.
More. Yeah, I wish we had more on that short. But here comes Meta back in and Apple and Coinbase. So let's go, man. Then we're going to end the show off at a great point for us.
Yeah, I can't take out Alibaba. I know, and I had this conversation with Arun, a while back when he was on, where I basically convinced him, man, if it's not doing what you want, just get out of the damn thing. Sometimes, but it's like other times you're just saying to yourself, well, just keep your stop in. It's still bouncing off that level. Look, the trend is down on Alibaba, and I did try to get some out at 105.50. At this point, what I want to make as a change is it's getting on the other side of VWAP. Meaning I want to sell in front of VWAP and start thinking shallow breaks or bounces off that 104.5 to 105 area, because that trading range is still valid, I feel. On Alibaba, almost until it's not. It's the same thing with Amazon. So I might just be sitting in this throughout the midday show. We only got about 4 minutes left there, guys. I did, last thing before, I know we might go to Brendan one last time. That red box, I know I'd mentioned that it had a chance to maybe do a late day break. So it didn't end up holding 11 or VWAP. So it did actually push back to the downside. Doesn't mean it's done for the day, but kind of what I was looking for your midday bounce and take out the high hasn't really come to fruition. This did take out that 11 even area. So, unfortunately, I'm no longer looking for a stop break throughout lunch at 12 on Redbox. Maybe there'll be another small cap that pops up and then shows us a chance to break out. We'll see.
Yeah, actually, I like that red box. I mean, we talked about that red box short before, obviously, coming in as well. Okay, so Alibaba Meta engulfing candles over that fruit glass. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we started to eat a little bit of this right now. It was a fruit salad kind of day for us here today, as all good here, and making a little bit of cash, having a lot of fun. A little bit of cash, a lot of fun here once again on the show, as oil right now down 1%. You could see oil had a nice little top here at 119.50. Brendan brought us those inventories. Definitely spiked a little bit on the volume here. This is a 5-minute chart, so we'll switch over to a 1-minute here on oil just to give a better look. There's a move down to 116.80, right there at the bottom of the pre-market. I mean, there is no pre-market here for oil, but you know what I'm saying. So right into there, a nice little level, 117 just held on oil. So if you want to take a look at some of these other names, XOM has really pulled back. I don't know what it's doing today. Let's have a check. Yeah, 95. Yeah, that's a decent pullback, man, on XOM here, especially on a daily chart. So I'd say that I don't want to pick anything up here in the oil. I mean, I'm already long XOM, but I don't want to pick anything up in this space yet until we get at least near this 50 period. And even then, I think I'll go over to an ETF instead of these names. There is that windfall tax being talked about. I don't know if that's happening yet or not, or what, or tabled, or what. But right now, I don't know if that's going to affect them, but there's a big move down. Well, it'll affect them a little bit. But again, they can't produce enough. Like the refineries are at full capacity. So I don't really see this trade going anywhere. CVX, XOM, take the dividend. They have a huge buyback on both of them. So I feel like your money, although is never really safe anywhere, it seems like, might be safer in some of these oil names.
Well, and that's the thing. Look, one of the things that Brendan made a really good point about this, and I want to it was maybe like a couple of weeks ago, and he said this about bear markets. And I think this has actually been true for every bear market, but Brendan will correct me if I'm wrong because he always gets it right. Every single time we've seen a bear market, whatever has led the rally, previous rally, like whatever sector has led the rally, is never the sector that pulls you out of it. So if that's going to be growth in tech, it is not growth in tech per se that would pull us out of the bear market territory. So Brendan, you should nod your head if that was correct. Okay, he said I got it right. So yeah, there we go. I missed out on NEO the first time. I'm probably going to lose the second as it's penny for my stop, but I got that quote right. So don't look necessarily for tech and growth to lead us out of the bear market. It might be something else. I'm not saying it has to be energy here per se. Hey, heck, it could be utilities, it could be retail, as I chuckle saying retail. But the point is, it's not likely to be tech, which obviously was so strong and such a big part of what got us to where we are.
Yeah, I'll take the other side and say it has to be tech because honestly, NASDAQ's down 30%. If big cap tech does not rally, this market's not rallying.
Well, I sort of said, well, I mean, that's okay. What I should have said is high valuation growth.
Oh, well, that's that's not leading anything anyways.
But that's what got us to where we are, isn't it?
No, I don't think so, man. I think it was the free money that got spent out there.
Exactly. But what got inflated during that?
I mean, the NASDAQ is down 30%, the index NASDAQ, remember? A lot of those high growth names aren't even in the NASDAQ. But okay,
a lot of them are.
A lot of them are, but not I think the names that you were talking about, maybe not, but like I don't think DraftKings is leading us back here. What I'm talking about here is the Microsofts, the Apples, the high tech names that lead the NASDAQ. If the NASDAQ doesn't rally back, man, this market's not rallying back. So I think that we both can probably agree on that one anyways. XOM, I think energy is not leading anything right now.
Baba.
Alibaba's starting to go back up to the upside. Yeah,
nice.
Never
mind. Was it Baba?
Oh yeah. Okay. So the market's starting to flow here. So Apple right now, we just took another short in Apple right here. So we'll see if that's going to come in. We are right against that view up. Here we go. Apple's starting to come back in right now. So that's going to be a good little trade for us on Apple. Hopefully it can come back in. Again, we're trying to scalp this. We do have a good position on right now for Apple as some of these names coming back up now. Watch out. The market's starting to break lower. We might have just ticked down again. Yeah. That's that pre-market low. Just before the market opened. That's these lows, 11,470. Right now coming through. So watch out for that. We did short Apple again at evens, 134. I like that trade. I did want to get more Meta. I don't know why that didn't fill out there back up. So this is a good trade to go short even more Meta. So we'll try the short. There we go. We'll punch the short in Meta. There goes Apple. Let's go. Apple back down in right now. A nice little trade off here. I know we got to throw to these guys, but hey, we're hot fire right now on the downside of Apple. A smooth 20 cents here. Hey, we're taking it. Like when we're using these shares and we get 20 cents in the money, man, we're going to take it. There goes Meta as well. Back to the downside. We'll see if we can bang on that one. Reloaded. Nice couple wins here as the market comes to a close. And I'm assuming that you got that Alibaba because we're able to reload some of these shorts.
What I was going to try to say is Baba just got to VWAP, so I got out of it. Amazon right to the high of the day. I'm holding Amazon through the high of the day. It's at the high when the market's pulling back. That means it's strong to me. So you'll see it's the only thing that I'm still in because Neo just took out the top. I looked over to make sure we got Luca. He's in the right outfit. I think the good luck outfit for today's Fed day. We know we like to see Luca in a certain dress, but Trader Pratt and Luca, go get him, boys. Well, he didn't have it the other day.
Yes, sir. Let's make it happen. Lots of fun to be had today, like every day almost. And but today is a special day. We got FOMC coming. We got Trader Luca with me. I'm Trader Pratt. Let's get it going. I'm gonna start off the day with a couple of the trades that I was involved with. So I actually started off the day, or the mentality was, I'm going to take almost no size on my trades today, but I come in and I look at these juicy levels that the market's promising me would. So, sorry. So I got long 105s or so, stole this trade from Sean. So, Sean called out on a sticky note. Thank you, Sean, for posting those sticky notes every day. Took the long at 105, 104.50 areas and got I was $1 in the money. I took out the first half of my trade at 50%, at 50 cents, and didn't really take out more at the dollar per share. Just let it ride. It came back down, got stopped out in profit, and now the stock is doing what it wants to do. And my mentality was, once again, no real size today on trading, waiting for FOMC, saving my shutdown for FOMC. But that being said, I also went long on AMD. I kept adding AMD on the way down, and once it broke the pre-market low, I said, okay, I'm out of here. I'm taking that loss. I guess I should have given it a little bit more wiggle room past 87 to the downside. Now AMD trying to come back up. And last but not least, this is my biggest trade of the day so far. The one that I had the most size on and the one that I had most conviction on. Part of this conviction comes off from yesterday and the day before that. My candles from yesterday are not really showing up. I had shorts all over this place, all the way at the tops, exits all the way to the downside. Trying to replicate that a little bit. So Coinbase, if you look up the weekly range, you'll see Coinbase having a high near 54.15. Today's high is actually 55.15. So we broke the previous high at 54.30 and made a new high of this range in this week's range, which happens to be at 55.15 as a high today. So using that high, I've been basically getting in and out, and now my charts disappeared. So let me just find out where my chart is. There it is. So using that high and also using a different tool. So this is the time of sales for cryptocurrencies. This consolidates all the books that are currently trading it, and only a good notional value of 100K or more trade on the book only finally shows up. Very good way to find out what exactly is going on. And look at that. Someone with $1 million just punched in to the long side on Bitcoin, and all the algos behind it start punching in pretty big size, 300K, 300K, 200K, 100Ks, and now we get some liquidation from those longs probably coming in. So we broke this previous support that turned into resistance. Now we broke that, and now we're going to go play in a new resistance area or previous resistance area in cryptocurrencies. This website is called aggr.trade. So this website's aggr.trade. Oop, closed it. And you can just pop that window out. Nice little window pop out. You can even customize it to have different colors or different, ways to differentiate the time of sales for yourself to help you, with the faster identification of what exactly is going on. But I'm keeping the spot market on my blotter or in my view, so I could keep an eye out on the cryptocurrency market, mainly Bitcoin market, while I'm trading Coinbase.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great day. And yeah, it's kind of funny. You know, Neil says I gotta be extra hot because the weather here this morning was absolutely, it was very hot. And I actually brought a jacket into work today, which was kind of funny. And I was like, you know what? I'm like, I am pretty hot walking in, but just, still stay calm, stay collected. But yeah, sharing some of my trades today. I was really trying. So yesterday we had the 134 level on Apple, right? We're playing off that level. And we're sort of above it, and there was some selling on the tape, and we had the pre-market high here, which kind of gave me conviction to say, like, look, it looks kind of weak, it feels weak, let me try to short this, right? So tried to kind of break down over here, didn't work, just very tight stop. And then as we popped up, I was just scalping, like, all of these are short, And I was basically like trying to catch a top with a very tight stop and just kind of recycling. Then I finally caught it. And then kind of same plan, and it just wasn't going down. And then go figure, I gave up on it, and then we had the flush lower. So I think we could potentially see like another leg down here. And I mean, if we get above VWAP, then I'll cover the short here. But I just want to kind of average into this one. It just feels weak. Like as the market was going up this morning, Apple could not break like pre-market high, could not move to 135. And then as the market turned, that's when Apple really kind of sold off. So it's very different than like, for example, like Amazon is like up, whereas like Apple feels really weak. So it's like kind of something I'm telling myself going into the Fed event, if like I have my basket names long, I have my basket names short. And if it's kind of like a sell type day, then like I'm gonna look at the shorts. If it's a buy, then I'm gonna have some buys. So I mean, initially I was thinking maybe the long on Apple, but at this point, the way that it feels right now, like I almost don't love that idea. Unless we like really get above 135 and like kind of go from there. We have the 10-minute right here just to kind of zoom out and just having a look here. Like if we break like that 135 area, there's like a gap to fill, right? So that could be interesting. But I mean, at this point, it does feel like really, really weak. So I'm just going to hold on to this short for now. And yeah, I see people, not the Ferrari jacket and the poofy vest. Yes, of course. Safety vest, safety glasses. Today's Fed day. It's a huge day. Like, is the market going to be? The market will be range bound until Fed, obviously. But there's no way that we stay at these levels. Like, the Fed is going to come out. They're going to say something. Something's going to happen, and we're either going down or we're going up. Like, there's no way that we just stay sideways. Like, we're at a pivotal area. Like, it seems like the bottom is the abyss, and we could rally back, right? We could rally back. So I have no idea what to expect. I don't know how anybody feels about anything, but you got any thoughts on that, Prad?
Sorry, I was just trying to see how I can increase the font size of my chart, and apparently they want you to do that too, so they can't really see what stocks you're showing over here.
Oh, okay.
So right, you see my screen on the top, how it says coin or whatever.
Oh yeah.
That's hidden. If you can make that window a little bit bigger for them, you don't have to worry about it now. We could do it, off stream, so you don't have to waste your time. If you're trading, you can trade. But more importantly, right now, what I'm looking at is Amazon taking off, baby. Amazon's about to launch to the north side. 106 just now taking off on Amazon. We're up almost 4% on this stock, and the NASDAQ is also up 1.4% today. S&P 500 up almost 1%. So let's see where Amazon goes. So that idea of Amazon not breaking 100 still is standing true. So that happens to be the 2K barrier on Amazon, and we saw how the 2K barrier on the downside as support, how that played out. So we're just waiting to see if the 100 ever actually breaks, and if it does, how that stock behaves. And I know everyone on the floor is going to be waiting to short that 100 break break if that opportunity ever comes into play. But yeah, Amazon here, man, 106 taken out, 106.25 the high of day. S&P 500 is below VWAP on my 5-minute chart. Let's actually go confirm that. I am on the right contract too on my second charts, ES/U22, the new contract. So yeah, under VWAP between the 50 period and the 100 period EMA. This is the 5-minute chart that I'm talking about. NASDAQ, which is above VWAP, but, you know, trying to also give us a red candle here, which is not a good thing. I'm not sure why Amazon is trying to just launch up over here towards the north direction when both the markets are showing us red direction. So this might just be the backside that you know, we always talk about, the looking for the backside when you're trying to short the tops or so on. And kind of that's how I got to take advantage of Coinbase over here today. That's how I got to take advantage of NIO yesterday above $19. And right now, NIO getting back above 19, up 3.9% on the day. You know, I don't really know where I want to be short in the stock yet. So here's my position yesterday on NIO. On the backside of 19, I short it, I go for a walk, I come back, and I'm even more in the money. So that was a great thing. So maybe my new thing to do now is just punch into positions and just go for walks.
Yeah, exactly. If you need help with patience, just take a lot of walks. You know, it could work out in your favor there. And speaking of patience, I'm trying to be very patient with this Apple trade, and I have my fills to take profits down in this area. And go figure. I mean, look at what the market is definitely just bouncing around, right? Like if you are trading right now, like you got to take the wins. It doesn't matter if they're like small wins. Like literally, you short that 134 area, and it flushes down to like 133.72, and boom, like we instantly pop back up to 133.90. And it kind of feels that like in this sort of like lower liquid, like a lot of people, you know, it's chopping around. A lot of people are waiting for the Fed to make decisions. You know, as it goes down, like look, people are shorting here, but when they all try to cover at the same time, it's just popping right back on them. So like, look, now we're right back down. So I finally got one fill, still in the other half. I think if we get a move towards 133. 60, 50 area. Like normally I would put my orders like 133, let's say like, and this is just random, but like over here just because we kind of bottomed out. So I say to myself, okay, like let me have my order over here. But I almost want to like I want to almost jump in front. Like look at that. So I literally take the fill and now boom, we're back up. And so this is why like I wouldn't have got that 52 fill, 53, 55, 56. Normally, I'm not sitting at like 61. I'm waiting for like the $0.50, especially looking like the way that it kind of set up here. But I mean, at this point, I'm just saying to myself, like, I gotta maybe put my orders a little bit ahead of where I would normally put them, just because the way the kind of market's chopping around right now, like, you know, it's gonna range around. Even though Apple feels weak, like as I was shorting over here, I was like, okay, maybe I have the top. We're gonna flush, break 134, and move towards 133. But we didn't, right? We're just kind of sideways. Then the market fell off, but now it's back up. It's sideways again. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another opportunity to play off that 134 level. So I'm going to keep recycling this. I think below VWAP is good, especially if people are slamming the tape on this. So that's definitely one of the weaker names I'm watching. And yeah, it's funny. I mean, if we're looking at the ES today, like this is 5-minute on the ES, we literally rallied off the open. And the whole time we were channeling up here, I was just waiting. I'm like, it feels like at any moment this could drop. So we started to drop. I was like, here we go. And then we popped, make a new high, started to drop again. I'm like, okay, here we go. And then we kind of, it's like very, very slow. We're getting those little wicks. Then we finally fall off, right? So now I wouldn't be surprised at this point if we like make a move all the way down to like 37.50 area. But it's going to be a grind lower. Like that's my expectations. It's going to be a grind before the Fed. And so like I'm sized accordingly. I'm going to be very patient with my trades. And I'm going to jump ahead of like where I would initially take profits. Like I'm taking profits. I'm accepting less just because of the type of market that we're in right now.
Rahul with the 20 rupee super chat. Let's go, baby. For another Indian homie coming in with a super chat. Thank you for that donation. Thank you for supporting the channel over here. We appreciate it a lot. I saw a comment that says, this guy's trading 5-minute wicks, LOL, ha 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 ha. Well, to be honest, I'm not trading the chart at all. I'm looking at level 2 all day, and I'm not staring at the 5-minute charts. I am looking at the chart at the end after my positions are close to see how well to the trend my candles are painted or my triangles are painted. But my goal is not to get pretty triangles. My goal is to look for right levels to trade. And hence, right now, you look at Amazon. Amazon showed me the backside. I see the high of day at 1627. S&P 500 not going up anymore. It's actually pushing even lower. NASDAQ is about to most likely break VWAP to the downside. So I'm short on the backside over here. And that was not because I'm staring at the 5-minute wicks. That was not because I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. That was because I'm looking at the level 2, time of sales, other variables such as market overall. And I see my high of day. I'm going to get stopped out on the high of day break in case Amazon really wants to take out past 106 over here and keep on climbing on its ascent. So that's my trade on Amazon right now. Amazon actually out of the money by 8 to 10 cents. So my average price is 106 flat. I punched in on 106 on the way down. It's moving around a little bit. Let it play around. I'm not worried about this trade at all. If it does want to stop me, we get stopped out. But NIO apparently still going off to the north side. NIO, man, yeah, new high a day on the stock. Is BABA still going? I don't have BABA on my second screen anymore. I moved it to Amazon on that chart. But let's go over to FXI, FXI.am. This is your large cap ETF for Chinese stocks, that is. Very flat on the day, just trading sideways, exactly like how BABA is looking like. And BABA is still giving that beautiful dollar range to just keep on scalping. Get long 105, get out 106. You can even be a little patient if you want to get long below 105 and get out close to 106, giving you around $1 per share winner.
I see Mr. Miyagi. What's up to both of us? What's up, Mr. Miyagi? Saw the name there. And yeah, speaking...
Wax on, wax on.
Speaking towards the 5-minute, yeah. So guys, like as day traders, you're not like you look at the chart, but like you're not obviously trading the chart. You maybe you reference it, but it's like it's completely. You're looking at the tape. You're looking at the level 2, right? I see somebody else asked, can you look at FedEx? So I was actually, guys, I was beating myself up yesterday because I didn't take the FedEx long. I was watching it as I was explaining something, and I was like, okay, I kind of like this long. And the fact that they hiked their dividend, like now they're more competitive, right? It's going to attract investors. Like we had this strong move yesterday, and like you could have, like I think 230 was a fresh high, so it kind of bounced off 230, bounced off 230, then broke and just ran. So I'm really, really upset that I didn't, like I was looking at it over here, and what a move up, what a move up. And I think my mistake was today. I wasn't looking at it again for some continuation because like Prad mentioned, Amazon is up, which is weird. Apple is kind of weak, but I think the no-brainer in hindsight was just like this. Like you could have had a small FedEx long right off the open and like held for like 4 points. Like this was a solid move up, and like whatever. Now it's kind of maybe dead, or maybe it's going to bounce back to VWAP. But like I mean, the continuation there was solid. So I think like going forward, if any other company comes out like, and I'm just going to throw random like UPS or like any of these other kind of companies in the same realm that are like competing for investors like based on their dividends, like if they hike, right, and they go up and they have the same pattern, maybe you miss the initial move, but you can play like that VWAP bounce initially and the day 2 continuation. So that's something that's on my radar going forward. And yeah, people are asking, when does the Fed announce? So guys, the Fed is going to announce what they did with interest rates with the overnight rate at 2 p.m. sharp. And the expectation is a 75 basis point hike. And then the market does a lot of things. And then at 2:30, Powell comes out and has a press conference, and that lasts approximately 20 to 30 minutes. And he's going to basically talk about like his forward guidance, what the Fed is planning to do, what he thinks the numbers are, and just answer any questions that people have. And so basically, my sort of expectation going into this event is that like the market now priced in 75 basis point hikes. So I can show you guys quickly, like this website that I keep mentioning, FOM. This is on the CME. So this is June, and this so it's a band. So in case you guys haven't ever looked at this, just for your own knowledge, there's a band, right? So it's 75 to 100. So there's a 94% chance of a 75 basis point hike. At this point, now there's a 5% chance of a 1% hike. That's actually wild because this wasn't there this morning. This is constantly updating, by the way. And then you guys can look out. So like July, as you can see, they're expecting 93% chance that they're going to do a 75 basis point hike in July. And then going into September, there's a chance that they're going to have a 50 basis point hike, but they wouldn't be surprised, they being the market, would not be surprised if they hike 75 in September as well. And then in November, it sort of cools down. They're like, okay, maybe 50, but like that's kind of far out, right? So the Fed is probably going to come out and either do 75 or 1%. That would be my guess today. And then going forward, I think is what's more important. People are going to be looking at, you know, like, what is the guidance? Like, is 1% on the table? Is 75 basis points on the table for like the next year or so? And then they're going to make decisions based on that. And so, like, I mean, at this point, if he comes out and hikes 50 beeps today and says, no, we're still not actively considering 75, I mean, maybe like they lose credibility, but I want to believe that's sort of bullish. But yeah, basically, like, what you look for in this is surprise events, right? So you say to yourself, what is the market expecting? Okay, 94% chance of a 75 basis point hike. If he comes out and hikes 75 basis points, then you can assume that it's priced in because the market has already priced it in. If he comes out and remember we were chatting saying, you know, like just hike it all at once and we'll deal with the consequences.
Just get it over with, man. Just pull the Band-Aid.
Like
just pull the Band-Aid.
If we do that, that would be so unexpected. That's obviously not even a possibility. But like something like that where it'd be so unexpected, like the market will provide a lot of opportunities because nobody is positioned for that. Everybody is positioned for this, and that's why we get this information. This is how the market is positioned. And so if this comes out, the market is already positioned. So yeah, it's something to look at on Fed Day. I always keep my eye on that one.
Big homie Robert with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Robert, for supporting us. We love you. I want to go over really quick to AMD. AMD had some sort of a pop over here. Almost looks like a CNBC pop, so I just quickly rolled my head over to see if anything happened. Not really. I mean, there was no volume behind it either. I mean, there was good volume behind it, but not like a CNBC volume candle that I usually see when stocks randomly start popping up. So here's AMD, like popped up almost to $1 in the money over there, and now just is about to come back down with the overall market. S&P 500 still struggling to get it back above VWAP, and NASDAQ has been holding VWAP all day. And UVXY down almost 6% today on UVXY. Let's go check out what volatility is at today. VIX. VIX is at still above 30s on VIX. So volatility still in the market. AMD, man, yeah, randomly had a pop. Not sure what that's about. Amazon finally working right now. Amazon coming to the downside, so let me take some profits on that one. 1:1 ratio on my short. There we go. Even more downside coming in. Yeehaw! So it looks like AMD just randomly had a pop and should be thinking about a short over here, maybe near the high day ranges and bringing it back down. But my trade so far is mainly just Coinbase. I'm just focusing on Coinbase and saving my my bullets in my gun for in a video game, saving my bullets in my gun for the 2 o'clock trade. You know, I don't want to shoot five out of my 6 revolver bullets at Amazon, Coinbase, AMD, and Microsoft, and only have 1 bullet left for the FOMC trade. And actually, I saw one of the viewers, I think his name was Alpha something, said, "Why are you?" No, so he said, "I'm getting out. I'm done for the day. I've made my profits." Yeah, nothing wrong with getting out of the day after making your profits, after making your bag, but you still want to be in there. At 2 o'clock, you still want to be at 2 o'clock, ready to trade that news in case anything comes out. That's still going to be a great trading opportunity. What is your take on Vroom stock doing well? VROOM. Let me check out what the ticker for that one is.
Yeah, guys, as Prad looks at that, I'm just recycling Apple here. Like, I mean, this is like that 134 level. That's not, I always ask myself this, and I have this on the side to answer somebody's question quickly, but I always ask myself this. Look, when it was up here, there was a lot of selling, and I was trying to short it. If it cannot get back above 134, and there's a lot of selling here, that means the sellers over here, like we're selling, dropped, and now they're worried that we're not going to be able to get above VWAP for them to continue to sell as much as they have to sell, right? So they're now selling here aggressively. And so if they continue to sell over here, this is definitely a good level to play off. So I'm just going to recycle. Like, I'm just going to try to recycle as much. If we get a push through VWAP, even though I want to believe that we can get that push and then it comes back down and goes lower, like I'm out above VWAP because there's probably a lot of stops over there that'll get triggered, and I don't want to I don't want to be a part of this move if it moves like another 20-30 cents higher. So I'm just going to continue to recycle this level. It's a very tight risk for me, and I kind of cover as we go into lows. And I see somebody was asking what the Fed website. So it's the CME group, right? CME group, and you basically you just go onto Google and you type in CME group interest rate decision, and it'll just come up and it'll bring this up. So it's the CME Fed Watch tool. That's what this is, and it always has the countdown, right? So this will refresh. So I saw somebody was asking that question, so I just wanted to answer that one quick.
So the stock was VRM on NASDAQ. So VRM on NASDAQ, room up 6.7%. Yeah, tons of move to the upside, but volume a little bit dead, I guess. Let's go actually confirm that on the relative volume scanner that I use. VRM was 0.43, so not even having 1 times relative volume means no trade for me. So even though it's up 6%, could just be the market beta helping it out. And talking about market beta, NASDAQ getting ready to go back up here above VWAP, which already is up on the day, and S&P 500 trying to move towards the 50 period, 100 period EMA, and also VWAP. So let's see if that ends up playing out for us and taking some of our positions to the long side at least. 3D printers, Beach Bum Trading. I know Beach Bum Trading does a lot of free promotion for us, so thank you, Beach Bum Trading. We appreciate that. All those tweets you sent out telling people to follow Neil, Sean, Brendan, and even myself. Appreciate it. And yes, go follow my Twitter account. My Twitter account's a little lackluster on follows. You know, I want to be up to Sean's level so I can go start knocking on you know, Secret Labs' door and asking for sponsorships and so on. So help your boy out. Go follow me on Twitter. Do exclamation mark Pratt in the chat, and you'll find the links for that. But yeah, Beach Bum's calling out some of these 3D printing stocks such as DDD. Let's go check out what DDD is doing today. A little low on the volume end, but it is up indeed without a doubt. What's some of the other stocks you threw in there? NNDM. NNDM, I'm guessing also a little low on volume, 700,000 shares. But yeah, look at this, holding VWAP, taking off to the north side. I wonder what the catalyst is for 3D printers. If you know what the catalyst is, Beach Bum, I'd love to know about that. But yeah, 3D printers, I know those are you know, great things to have in your house, especially if, like, for someone like me who breaks stuff all the time. I can just 3D print myself a new you know, phone holder or like any of those fun stuff for myself and not have to bother Amazon or waste money on Amazon, right? So I love 3D printers. Don't have one. I have used them though before. Michelle, Pratt, closed GME coin calls this morning. Now short REITs and MBS into the Fed. Don't think 0.75 will is that priced in? Look at the USRT, VMBS opinions. I mean, you know, only thing I care about the priced in or not being priced in is at 2 o'clock. I don't. If the move comes in, I trade the move. If the move doesn't come in, I don't trade the move. It's more about a green light, red light type of trade for me, and that's the way I try to look at it. I don't try to you know, get bogged down by biases, because this is the worst time of the day, worst trade of the day to have a really strong bias on. So it could be priced in, it could not be priced in. I really don't care. I want to shut my mind off to those terminologies completely, and I just want to play when the news drops. I know we're going to go right over to Brandon at 2 o'clock today, or even 30 seconds to a minute before 2 o'clock to Brando, and Brando will start giving us the news on screen. I'll start to disseminate that information, and then I'll start looking at the time of sales for the algo moves to finish, then the retail orders to come in, so I can take advantage of said retail order and make some money for myself. But yeah, no biases for me. I don't even want to talk about an opinion or talk about a bias. That way I get influenced in my own head by that. Green light, red light, show me where to go, traffic light.
Yeah, guys, that's honestly that's a solid point. It's like, you know, as a trader, you always want to react, right? We preach this every single day, like you want to react. So it's like, yes, I have my bias. Yes, I say a lot of words and I say like, okay, if this, then that, but if that, then this. At the end of the day, I'm always going to react. I'm not going to let my bias dictate the way that I trade. I'm not trying to predict. I'm not trying to say like, oh, like they should do this because like the economy and the numbers and blah, blah, blah. Like it doesn't matter, right? So like the simplified version of that is, you know, red light, green light. Like if whatever happens, whatever comes out at 2 p.m., if the market is selling off and there is a lot of selling, like, you know, participate, right? Don't anticipate. And guys, going back to the Apple trade here, like I'm just recycling. So this did go above VWAP, and I thought we could get this move. I mentioned it, like pop up and kind of slam back down. But, you know, I covered and I just got short. And you know what? I actually like the trade more when it does this. So I took the short initially, and then it popped. I covered. It came back down, and I just started spamming short again, right? So I'm just like, okay, now we're back lower. So I took one out, and I think we're going to, you know, same kind of plan, like cover over here. Like at this point, if we really move higher, and I think I'm going to put my stop like probably a little bit higher this time to avoid like one of these again. But yeah, I really do feel like this is the level Like this is the level, you know, if you are looking, like people are slamming it here, right? And it feels like anybody who's kind of buying is covering here. But you know, market's sort of hovering just below VWAP, right? So it's going to do some of that stuff. But again, this is kind of just a basic trend. Seems to be holding trend. Like if we blast through this and start making new highs, then like for sure Apple's going higher, and I'll be wrong on that. So yeah, I'm just going to keep my eye there and just continue to recycle.
We are going to go over to one of my favorite segments of the day. It's going to be social sentiment with Big B at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, look at what is trending right now on social media. Again, if you've joined us recently or maybe today for the first time, welcome, first of all. This board shows you exactly what people are talking about across all social media platforms. The bigger the square and the more intense the color, the more directional the move is, or the more frequent dimensions on social media. So back to the upside for the overall market here. So SPY, yeah, very positive on the day. Obviously, Redbox over there up huge on the day. AMC having a nice day up there, positive on the session as well. I did see Mullen pop up in the pre-market there on some volume, but didn't do much out of the gate this morning at the open. But Mullen being talked about to the upside. Robinhood, remember, downgrade today was a $5 price target put on Robinhood. I'll show you that in a second. But a few other things of note here. Apple's here, positive on the day. Roblox had a note on it as well. People still mentioning Roblox, also ahead of what is to come this afternoon. There's Robinhood down 2% on the day. Remember, $5 price target on this. It's at $7 right now. Pretty wild day so far, guys. Back over to you.
Pretty wild day, and it's only going to get wilder most likely with the 2 o'clock news. You know, I can't contain my excitement. I don't know about Luca. Luca is pretty, you know, tamed with his excitement today, so it's pretty, it's actually shocking to see the ice in his veins. My man's ice cold. He's like, I don't know the shooter's name who does this all the time. Something Russell?
D'Angelo Russell, yeah.
Something Russell who does that. That's how Luca is right now, going down the court, just going, ice in my veins, boys, ice in my veins. But that's what we got to be right now in order to get our minds prepared for the setup and the trades that we might just get presented with. Some of the trades that might just being that are presented or already maybe you know, gone for us are right now Walmart. Walmart down 1.2% and is actually trading near $118. So you know how we're talking about the backside for the longs? This, I guess this is the front side, so backside for the short. Is there a front side for the longs?
No, front side, no? Well, no. Front side's always...
There's still a backside for longs too?
I see what you're trying to say. Your backside, like for the long on the reversal, side? But I don't think so. I don't know, actually.
What would you call a front side then? Because this kind of looks like it could be a front side. You know, it's showing us exhaustion below 118, no longer sellers coming in. There we go. Right as I say that, we have some buyers coming in above 118, getting ready to go long on Walmart. Obviously, high inflationary period. Walmart should be doing better. Their prices will be start going higher and higher, and their earnings report actually told us what was one of the issues over there. Even Target told us that they oversupplied on stock, and now the inventory is extra, so they're going to lose a little bit on that. Retail sales data this morning missed slightly, says Brando for us in the work chat. So clearly Walmart's struggling off of that numbers a little bit. But something interesting that I saw on Instagram is this farmer talking about how a bag to feed her cow and her sheep used to cost her $5 and now cost her $20, $30 or something ridiculous. Once those prices start catching up to Walmart, and then those prices catch up to us, because Walmart needs to make money, the farmer needs to make money, everyone needs to make profit, you know, prices are just going to keep on going up. So for that, I think Walmart eventually is going to start seeing a great turnaround, especially in this high inflation period. And I think that was the setup that has been talked about before, which is just go long on retail for inflation.
Yeah, I have no idea what to think. And I think, you know, Neil and Sean, before we jumped on, we're talking about, like, what's going to bring us out of the bear market. And I thought to myself, like, I have no idea. Like, I've never seen this before, so I'm just not going to make a prediction. I'm not going to say anything, and I'm going to watch. And, you know, for next time, I'll be ready. Like, if there is a next time, then... But yeah, guys, look, this Apple trade has just been solid, man. This is solid. Like, you know, you kind of scale into it around 134, cover, scale in, cover, scale in. Okay, take the small loss, cover, add to it, cover again. You know, it's extra slow, and again, like keep in mind, you know, market is now going to probably flutter around this area. It's going to go lower. It's going to pop higher, and but it just feels like every single time we're getting higher, we're getting some sellers come in. So if those sellers are done, we're going to obviously move higher, and then I just take the loss on this trade.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. There we go. But sorry, there's the long on Walmart playing out. I wish I punched some size at the bottom. You know, even taking minimum size was warranted because I was only risking the low a day, which was 117.9, and instantly you were 2:1 trade. Every time you see a trade that's giving you a 2:1 opportunity, 3:1 opportunity, you take that trade. It's just that easy. It's just no-brainer, right? You just take that trade, go long, and forget it. Let's say if I was to give this trade like, you know, $10 a risk, I could have just taken instantly 100 shares, given it the lower day break plus slippage, maybe lost $13 on that share trade with 100 shares, and instantly been up, you know, $20, $30. So 2:1, 3:1, and if Walmart finds a way to go back to 119 or VWAP somehow, even with the negative catalyst today, that's a 9:1 trade right there. So those are the type of trades we look for, and this is just a 100 share scenario example, right? You could push in thousands of shares, millions of shares, depends on your risk allotment, and obviously depends with liquidity too. It would be pretty hard to take 1 million shares of Walmart and not get identified by bots, and especially by Luca. If Luca sees 1 million share order on Walmart, trust me, he's coming for that money.
If you're trading 1 million shares of Walmart, just dark pool it.
Dark pool it, iceberg it.
Dark pool, yeah, iceberg it. You know, no need to throw that on a lick gateway. Probably better. Yeah, I see Frank Jones. Everything within barcoding range. Yeah, exactly. Everything's barcoding. Like even I'm watching this. Like Apple like makes a high, then it comes back down, then it drops. I'm like, okay, I'm not covering. We're good. Now it makes another high. Like everything probably is gonna have the same pattern over and over again. I'm sure like I could pull up. Like I wonder what Amazon's doing because it's probably in and around like 106 area. Like I'm actually surprised that this name is up. Like I am surprised. But I guess like playing off of that like 100 level, you know, like is it really going to break with a lot of volume? I think one of the things I'm keeping my eye on for sure is like if we do get a flush down, like this is like we're super far away. That would be like a 6% move. But if we get an extreme flush down, like that 100 level is definitely an area to play off of. And Michael asking coin short into high of day 55. Prad, I feel like that's your call.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna talk about it. So I have an order sitting there at 54.89 to take some more size short. We're only 5 cents away from there, but I don't think they're gonna give me my size. Yeah, look at them run away from my size. Come up, buddy, come up a little bit. No, don't run away from me. And that's the funny part, you know. I was getting ready to punch 85s, getting ready to punch 80s, but just because my mentality today is don't risk anything you don't have to. Don't have to push anything. You know, there's a take a little easy. FOMC is going to give you tons of opportunities. But that being said, now that the stock's back up here, let's just take that order, take that size that we wanted to. I still have that order at 89s. Let's see if they do fill me that 89s order. Look like they are struggling to fill me that order on 89s right now. My average price is 54.76. So I am at the bids. I am the bid. No, I'm not the bid. But I am at the bids at my average price. If they want to go to 89s and give me my last few shares that I want, that would be great. And obviously that would already be a little bit more size than I wanted to. But I'm not pulling that 89 order. I'm keeping that 89 order until they fill me that size. I don't know what's with that mentality, but we're just going to figure out later eventually, probably because I want more size on it. I'm just that convicted that this trade's not really going to go anywhere, especially when Bitcoin is hanging out near 21,216, and I'm watching the time of sales for Bitcoin. It's showing me nothing but red. I mean, yeah, you see a little bit of green coming in every now and then, but that could just be the shorts covering their profits, or MSTR just trying to buy every dip and save themselves from getting liquidated. Talking about MSTR, I actually saw an article coming out from them saying, we're not worried about liquidation, so I'm not sure what's going on with that one. Here we go. I'm getting my full size on Coinbase, and I'm getting ready to throw out my stop near high a day, which could very easily get wicked up right now as the Bitcoin market just broke out a little bit to the north side. So here's Bitcoin breaking out to the north side a little bit, but still very much stuck in the ranges that I've been watching it get stuck in all day. day. So not too worried about it. Why can't I scroll up? There we go. Still stuck in the range we were stuck in all day for Bitcoin. Not really doing much, but here we go. It's taking out the high day right now. A new high day got established on Bitcoin at $52.22. Guess what? My stop would have been at $52.21, and that would have stopped me out perfectly. So thank God I didn't have my stop sent out. I'm about to recreate my stop a little bit at a different price point than I want to. That way I can hold on to this position just in case it does come back down. Looks like we could pop over here, so be careful if you're shorting Coinbase at a triple top, double top or whatever. You might want to give it a bit of wiggle room, but not too much wiggle room in case Bitcoin market, which is trying to pop, does pop and take us out over here, makes us go shop, go fish. Luca?
Yeah, guys, everything looking like it wants to pop a little bit, and this is classic action. Like, I mean, how many times do we see this where it kind of drops down, right? It has that little break of trend, and we just like fly up, and everything has the same kind of pattern. But you know, I'm not entirely convinced, and I'm not going to try to be too stubborn on this one, but I'm not entirely convinced that like we're moving back to the highs. Like, there's a very good chance that like, I mean, if the candle closes, and this is also something that I look at, like I'm not really obviously a candlestick trader, I'm not a chart trader, but something I look at is, look, this is 5-minute candle, it's about to close in like 20 seconds. And if we close above VWAP, it could potentially give it the steam to keep going, right? But most likely, like, I mean, especially like on the day like today, everything's just gonna chop around. It's like, it pops above VWAP, it comes right back down, and then it just kind of reverses the move and like goes back down like into this little range over here. So like if we keep moving up, then for sure like I'm covering my shorts. But see how like Apple like has that like, it's sort of like barcoding below VWAP, then we pop. We had some size actually pop up on the book at around this level, so like 134.22, and I short again in front of the size, but the size got taken. But I say to myself, look, if size is being reloaded, and I'm seeing this constant, like yesterday we had some like size come on the book, like today we're having like a little bit of size come on the book, like we're really having nothing happening, and then like all of a sudden size like pops up and like whatever. So you know what I say to myself, like if we get back up to this level, then I'm like way out of the money and I'm definitely wrong. But obviously like sized accordingly. You know, I'm not trying to be a hero today. I'm waiting to see. I definitely want to, like Brad said, save risk for 2 p.m., for 2:30. Like those are the bigger moves. And you know, like at this point, it feels like we could move back down. But if we start to like inch back towards on the ES like 37.80, 37.85, then like you know, I mean, I don't even know what to think. I mean, it just feels so choppy. It's like, you know, I'm out of the money, but I don't feel that I'm wrong, because I feel at any moment this is just going to reverse, turn back, and come back and test 134. So yeah, and I see somebody also asked before, Edu, can you take a look at Edu? So this is one of the Chinese education names. I remember there was like huge trades on this from before, and I'm going to pull up the daily for you guys. This, and I don't know if this, I remember there was like extremely bad news, or if this was, so I don't know the exact reason for this, but I remember trading this and I remember it fell off, and I remember there was like huge negative reason for it. And now like we're obviously pushing higher, you know, like I don't know specifically what the catalyst is on this, but obviously like we broke that $20 level, now we're sort of pushing higher. But again, guys, this is the daily here. We have like whatever this was, pop kind of channel, and now we're trending up. I guess the real question is, you know, like how many continuation days is there in this, right? So I'm going to assume like, you know, it's enticing, like people are long, like we have a big volume spike obviously on yesterday, and now we have like volume on today, which looks like it's matching yesterday's volume. One thing I look at, just like a simple volume profile, is I say to myself, okay, like it had a range, the high was 22, the low was 18, so call it a $4 range. We had a $4 range on this much volume. Now we're replicating the volume, but the range obviously is not $4. Now maybe it's going to be like $3 or like $3.50, right? So if it's a $4 range, $3 range, now all of a sudden it's like slow. It's clearly like could be slowing, right? Like this is probably where you take profits before it comes back down and either retest 20 or retest maybe a potential support area of like 18. So I don't know if that helps or if that answers everything. Yeah, Edu, China Trash, vegan trader. I personally don't trade these. I don't invest in these, but always fun to take a look at from time to time.
We got another super chat from Robert. Thank you once again, asking us to take a look at Vroom one more time. So I did take a look at it. It's not really doing anything, my friend. Yeah, it's going up, but no volume for me means scary. It's 4 million shares, but on a relative volume side, it's not doing anything relatively. So I'm not really excited about it. But it is for sure helping you out going long and maybe making pennies or a couple pennies here or there every 10, 20 minutes or even every 5 minutes or something. But, I would not trade this. That's just me. If you're making money on it, congratulations. I think I can put my money at risk at a better position. That's just me, though. Brad, can we please take a look at Oxy? For sure we can, no problem. I know Oxy was in play yesterday along with CVX, and actually on the downside today for Oxy. Looks like XLE, the energy ETF overall, is just kind of bleeding a little bit after having that green day. But looking on the daily chart on the bottom over here, we're just stuck in a range for this week. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're just stuck in Monday's candle and not really doing anything exciting past that. So for me, for excitement to come into this trade, I would like for it to break out of 63, go towards the north side past 64 towards 68, or break 60 properly to the downside and start pushing towards 58 or so, giving me that $2 trade on the breakout of even dollar number to the downside. So right now, Oxy is just stuck in those ranges, but still giving you trades. So you can keep on shorting these pops and ride it back to the downside as the stock keeps on creating new lows that are lower than the previous low and new highs that are also lower than the previous highs. Real quickly, let's go over to XLE, which is the energy ETF that I always take a look at when I'm talking about energy stocks. And this shows you the overall idea of where the trend is for these basket of stocks such as CVX, Oxy, XOM, and so on, all to the downside. Last but not least, for the sector, I always like to take a look at the crude futures. The crude futures under 120 today, still above 100 though. 100 per barrel still, it's pretty insane. But yeah, 117 per barrel right now. And I think oil numbers are supposed to come out at 10:30, so they already came out. And I guess we missed the numbers, and hence the markets to the downside today. Why is BABA climbing? Asian stocks in general, Chinese stocks in general, sorry, not Asian stocks, but I guess they are Asian stocks. Chinese stocks in general have been climbing since yesterday. Baidu, BABA, Pinduoduo, most of them have been going up because of the COVID-19 fear in China have been really easing up a little bit. So with China opening up, hopefully we see less and less of supply issues around the world, and BABA taking advantage of that move right now, going to the new day's high on BABA. Well, maybe not new day's high. I think we opened around 106.81. So we're about to go towards the day's high on BABA, and then most likely go test near the pre-market highs on BABA. At the same time, I'm looking at AMD getting ready to get elevated once again to the north side after burning me on my longs, but that's fine, no complaints. Let AMD do its thing because we love AMD anytime it's on the green side for us. And Amazon is now near 106.45. So we took our profits to the downside. We got stopped out on our last few shares, and now Amazon's getting ready to really go push up over here as S&P 500 and as NASDAQ are both getting ready. Well, NASDAQ has been above VWAP. NASDAQ is getting ready to keep on going north over here, and S&P 500 finding some buyers around the 100 period EMA and now pushing towards VWAP. Let's see if we can get above VWAP on S&P 500. And really quick, Coinbase getting ready to push a little bit higher. I do have my stop sent out. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. Hopefully the trade ends up being a winner for me like it was yesterday.
Yeah, guys, I'm also looking at Airbnb, like that 100 levels interesting. I mean, we obviously broke below it from before, and we've just been around it, and now we're below VWAP. So I'm almost wondering, are we going to really break above VWAP and keep going? Or are we going to kind of reverse and go back down and test the lows there? So something I'm looking at, but it's like very, very low volume. So it's not like something that I absolutely love. And yeah, I see Tesla to 800, so I can blow up my shares. Yeah, guys, Tesla, I almost want to say, obviously Tesla's holding Bitcoin, not as much as, Michael Saylor over there. But that 680 level on Tesla is solid. We came up to it, and I want to zoom out here because I remember it touched it 2 times. I want to say it touched that 680 level 2 times. So we kind of broke below. And I remember I was mentioning this from before. It's like, okay, we're above 700. You know, like are we going to break that 680? And look at this. We bounced off 683 and then popped. And then the next day, like obviously the red day, everything was red. We like completely dropped below 680. Then we touched it, we broke today. So coming back to today, like just giving Tesla a look, when you have a stock like Tesla and it's coming towards that 680 level, I think Neil made a really good point on this, because I like to try things a lot of times. I'll give it like 2, 3, 4 attempts. But I guess on a name like Tesla, it's like when it breaks, like do not give it another attempt. So I thought to I missed it, but I thought to myself, okay, if we break 680 and then come back below, like I'm gonna take a short. But I'm willing to do that like 3 times. But like, and then I was watching the tape and like Tesla literally broke 680 and then it just like skyrocketed up, right? So I saved myself money not taking it initially and then just being very patient. I guess you could have had it on the way down if you were patient, and that was probably a solid trade there. And now we're back at the 680 level. And this is kind of like classic action where it's like we run up, okay, everybody stops, get triggered, then they're done. So it falls back to VWAP, kind of goes back into the range that it was in. Now we retest the level again, and I don't even think we broke. Like, what was the high there? The high was literally, it looks like, yeah, it was 680. It didn't even break. So like the second time around, like that's solid. And now I wouldn't be surprised if like we kind of trend lower if this market wants to turn around. And yeah, guys, still holding the Apple short. You know, got in early, didn't, and this is what I was talking about where I maybe should have gotten out. Normally on a fast day, like obviously the moves are a little bit muted today because of the Fed. Like we have the Fed, so the moves right now are very muted. And I say to myself, like normally this is how I trade. I short, if it goes above, I get out. Then it was going above, coming back below, so I like the short even more. And look how slowly it made its way up. So it didn't really give me a reason to like panic and get out and then get back in. Because normally like what I would do is I would get out, it would go back up here, it would start to be weak again, and then I would start like building the short again as we get back down to the 134. So like I wouldn't have to go through the pain of watching this go against me, right? But like because it's moving so slowly, I'm just like watching this, I'm like, okay, like it's moving so slowly, and like it's not like there's not really that much aggressive buying like every time I'm watching this. And it just kind of feels like every time we like make a new low, like people are trying to cover because that's where liquidity is, and then it kind of pops right back up. But like I'll be surprised if this like really rips higher. Like the market now is like still doing its thing, like it kind of made that move up, and it has like, we have like those little wicks, these indecision candles, and now like the question is, are we going back down, right? It sort of feels like, I mean like you obviously, you know, like I'm favoring the short side just ever since, like just based on market dynamics, I'm favoring the short side. The longs have just been a little bit more challenging. So it just feels like the shorts are good. Like you could have had a long here and it only went up to here, but you could have had a short here and it went all the way down, and it's probably, there's a chance that we break the lows and keep going. And so it's something that I say to myself, like I'm gonna be patient, and I actually wanna add to this short, but I'm gonna wait for, you know, to show me something. The last thing I wanna do is add right here and we're above VWAP and then it kind of makes it move higher. So that's maybe an unnecessary add. And somebody's saying, why don't you guys do options?
Thank you for checking, because I was gonna bring that up. Thank you.
Yep. So we trade shares, right? And I think options at one point were in the pipeline, but our system trades shares very, very effectively. Like our platform is lightning fast. Like, you know, battling for fills is very difficult in a, you know, algo-driven environment. But some of the fills that I get, I'm literally like Pratt hears me in the back and I'll be like, wow. And sometimes I didn't get the fill.
We love those wows.
Yeah, sometimes I didn't get the fill, but sometimes I get these fills and I'm like, wow, like I got filled over there. Like that's amazing. So it's like, you know, it goes both ways. Like it's obviously you're always battling for price, but like, you know, like when you have like an option trading platform that's going to pull all this data very, very efficiently, the way that our system pulls like stock data, like or share data, whatever. I think like, you know, going over to the option side of things, there's a lot more things to like kind of process. And so like we focus on what we do well, and you know, maybe options come down.
One of the main reasons behind it is you know, for how our company handles risk. It's called Day Trade the World. I got the gangster lean going on in the chair because I'm not really doing anything. No, so the way the company handles with risk is we're not allowed to hold anything overnight, right? And options, unless we're trading them intraday, people usually end up holding them till the end of the week and try to work with that a little bit. And you know, with stocks, it just makes our life 10 times easier over here. But we are partnered with Danielle Shea. I don't know when she comes on. Does she come on this week? Thursday, maybe if she comes on, you guys will be able to ask her questions. Brando's going to ask her questions, so stay tuned for that. Tons of options knowledge coming out from her on a daily basis whenever she's on our show at least. Yeah, tons of fun for us for you options trader over there. Something that I would love for me to dive into right now is the YouTube spiel. So I know you guys hate it when we do this. I hate to do this too, you know, but we have to do it because we love to see our community growing. It's hard. We're already at 311,000 subscribers. So not even that long ago, we were at 300K. We're at 11K plus from that. So the only way that's possible is because you beautiful faces out there smash that like button and smash that subscribe button for us on a daily basis, which pushes out the algorithm out there to new people every day. So please, for everyone who hasn't already done so, smash that like button for us, smash that subscribe button for us, and hit the notification bell too. The notification bell tells you every time we go live, every time a new educational content video is posted, like the trade of the days or whatever. And you can also support us by becoming a member, which is simply by clicking this join button over here. You can become a member, and that goes directly into more production camera equipment and better mics for you guys to hear us through. And if you want to rock some merchandise right here, baby, you can rock some of our beautiful merchandise. Actually, I saw Cash, who was sitting right back here. I think it was Cash or maybe someone else who had one of the Trader TV live shirts on today. So you can rock one of these. Take a picture of yourself and post it on Instagram or on Twitter and tag Sean, Neil, or myself, and we would love to share that with you. You can also use our homepage to learn new things about trading. Like if you want to learn about how to use VWAP, or you want to learn about how to use level 2, LEVEL2, level 2, you can just type in the search box right here. Find out what, educational content videos, and this is the group right here, man. We got the genius Luca to the right, we got the somewhat okay Pratty Daddy over here, Parlay Gambling Pratty over here, and we got the genius Ian coming up very soon in about 30 minutes or so. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Still lots of time left in the market for us. And right now, man, Coinbase. So I did get more short Coinbase. I think I'm having a battle with one of our viewers here on Coinbase because he's going long, I'm going short. Hopefully both of us come out unscathed and both of us come out a winner on this trade. Take your profits. If you're long somewhere here, take your profits. If you're short somewhere here and it's coming down, take your profits. As you can see, I have my orders layered to the downside to take that money once it comes into play. Right now, pretty much flat on the trade. My average price is 54.82, so pretty much flat on the trade, just letting the trade play around for me. And last but not least, here's the cryptocurrency market right now, man. Bitcoin getting above this range consolidation that we started for the day and trying to use this range as support. So maybe Bitcoin could just be able to get above 21,500 over here. And if Bitcoin goes above 21,500, that puts cryptocurrency or Coinbase shorts in danger.
Yeah, guys, look at this move here. This is something I want to highlight. So like we're sort of going lower, then we pop, then we flush down, and I was like, oh, I should have some orders out. Like just talking to myself here, and we couldn't break. We could not break VWAP, and look at the whip back. So we were down here, 34.11, and we went all the way to 34.40 in like the blink of an eye. So like guys, again, this is the type of market that we're in. So like have your orders out. If you, I mean, I didn't want to take any profits there. I wanted to hold. I still am kind of short biased, but this could easily rip at any point. Like I feel like that's the type of market we're in. So definitely watching it closely. And yeah, so my charts, I don't know if Erna, I think is your name. Sorry if I butchered that. But is your chart 1 minute or 3 minutes? So this is 1 minute. I have 1 minute over here, and then I have 10 minute over here, just to kind of have like that zoom out factor. And just looking at this Apple trade, I mean, at this point, it does feel like we're going to get back above 134.50. And then maybe that's where we like reverse if we do. And this kind of sucks, this kind of sucks because I built into the short here and then I had a chance to get out. I still like the short, but at this point it's like tough. Like maybe I got to like recalibrate. And something I like to do is like, look, if the trade is not working for me and I'm like not comfortable in the position, like I will punch out of the position and then I will like reevaluate like while I'm flat. And as I'm flat, I'll say to myself, okay, like, do I like that position? Oh yes, I do like that position. Like I want it back. But if not, then I get out. So at this point, it looks like we are going to break 134.50, which kind of gives me a feel that like there is potential that we could go test high of day again. And so if that's the case, then like I think I'm going to have to cover this position. Is what it is, unfortunate, but you can't win them all, right?
Yeah, I can't win them all, but we're not here to win them all, like you said, but it's not about winning. It's about making money. It's all about cashing out and looking for those right trade opportunities. And whenever they do show up, for example, 2 o'clock today, there's going to be a lot of great opportunities. And we're going to be here live on Trader TV talking about them, trading for you. Sadly, it won't be me or Luca, but, not sad for you guys because you'll be around or with Neil and Sean, which is a way more experienced trader group of circle for you to watch the FOMC being taking place with. NIO, man, NIO right now taking out the high of Dave not too long ago, going up to $19.67. And looks like we have somewhat of a barrier coming in at $19.67. And I'm only saying that because I did see an inverse order of about, I believe, 50,000 shares or so. Maybe not 50, maybe it was 30 or 20. I can't remember right now. I forgot what the number was. But there was an inverse order. So an inverse order means they're paying to get in first, whereas the other orders are getting paid to get in last. And that shows me that there could be somewhat of a sophisticated trader. That's what these blacked out gateways are. These blacked out gateways are inverse orders, and normal traders don't have access to that. Let's see what the NIO does. Right now, NIO is trying to go back up over here to the high of day and take out the high. Beautiful move for anyone who even decided to go long NIO near 18. You absolutely cashed out today, giving it the risk of about 20 cents to the downside. You were multiple pennies to the upside right now. It's about to be the next favorite segment of my day. We're going to go to Brendan for, I believe it is Sector Watch? Happening now.
So close. 12 o'clock, guys. Let's have a look at how things are shaping up so far as we head into the lunch hour. 2 hours to go before we get that announcement. 1% there for the S&P leading the way. The Dow 0.4, 1.6 right now. For the NASDAQ. Still holding on to a nice gain as we head through the afternoon or lunch hour at least. Bitcoin and Ethereum. Bitcoin still trying to rally here, 2.8 now. Remember, it was down more than 6% at one point early on this morning. A couple of things we were watching if you joined us early on this morning. Hertz was up in the pre-market on a share buyback. It is still holding near day highs, almost 10% here for HTZ. After they announced that buyback this morning. Chinese stocks did give back this early little gap we had. Here's PDD, big flush off the open, but trying to bounce as well, taking out a pivot there around 60, guys, for Pinduoduo. Back over to you.
Pinduoduo, yeah, we saw how the Asian stocks, the Chinese stocks, sorry, I keep saying Asian stocks, Chinese stocks keep popping off today. Pinduoduo, of course, in that basket of stocks to take a play of, but Pinduoduo actually down, not going to the upside like Baba and Baidu, which was the other Chinese stock that I had on my watch list. Some of the stocks that, let's go through our watch list for a second. Snowflake was on our watch list today. I forget what the reasoning for it, price target cut for it from 200 to 165, and it was JP Morgan. JP Morgan cut their price target. Still up on the day though, to 165 from 200. I also believe there was another catalyst for it. I forget what the other catalyst for it right now. But Snowflake clearly up on the day today, trying to stay positive as positive as it can. I know Snowflake got destroyed not too long ago. 5 million shares traded, trying to take out 121 over here, most likely with the help of the market, which is going up. Market now, S&P 500 up almost 1%, above VWAP, slightly above VWAP. NASDAQ up 1.64% and has been above VWAP for almost all day now. So Snowflake trying to use that momentum to maybe clear 121 or even show us some backside around 121 in case there's some sellers to take advantage of over there. I'm just looking for this chart to see if there's any levels around 121 that I can identify. Not really. I think the level I like more is near 123. So I guess we just wait for that level to come into play if it ever does. I see you guys talking about GME and AMC, so let's go check out these guys. Okay, AMC and GME. GME is actually waking up over here, getting launched. GME taking out 130, now 130, 174, 1.3 million shares traded today on this one. Not bad at all. And AMC also, oh my God. Okay, AMC, what's going on over here with the meme stocks? So clearly we're waking up, meme stocks are taking off, and we're having having a lot of fun with these positions. Looks like that idea of getting long close to 10 on AMC is still playing out. Clean long coming off on AMC right now while we're talking about it.
Yeah, guys, looking like the market wants to make that move higher. So I actually tried a Tesla short just in front of that 680, and we did sort of drop just a little bit. But as we made the move back up, I was like, okay, like I think like we're gonna break. And here's the thing, right? Like we had that initial test. You had the test, it never came back, right? It flushed down, tried, and then flushed, right? You had a nice 5-point win if you got it the first time. So I'm basically looking for that exact same setup, right? And so like I try it, right? Take the short, we come down, we come back up, and I say to myself, no, this is gonna break. So I literally cover before the breaks, just quick tape read. I say to myself, look, it's probably gonna break, then I can make a decision after. If this is the high and everything starts to turn, like this is classic, right? Like you break the level, it triggers the stops, but if we don't keep going up, then maybe like you try the short again. So this is something that I'm doing. And again, I was saying this before, like, you know, the first time it tests the level, like this is where you get like a lot of volume, right? So it's gonna move. The second time, maybe it's like a little bit slower. So like if we come back below, maybe I'm thinking short again. But at this point, like the market looks like it wants to just like grind higher before it makes a decision. So I'm just gonna be careful with that one. And yeah, guys, Apple just like continued to move higher. So I did cover that one for a loss. It is what it is, you know, nothing bad. What are you gonna do? I saw somebody in the comments said like, well, this isn't Pokemon, you can't catch them all. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say something around those words, but I just didn't want to look like a nerd like I always do. So I just canceled that joke in my head. But I'm glad someone mentioned it. I saw a comment in the chat from Sean. Sean, what swing trade long did you talk about? The whole market? Yeah, beautiful move on the market. Indeed, swing trade long, man. Look at it, almost 2% on NASDAQ and 1% coming in on the S&P 500. Level is 135, so level is 135 to break this high. I'm guessing you're talking about GME over there. Apple, okay, pretty close to GME numbers. Yeah, so Roku 10%. Yeah, I'm pretty surprised by Roku's move today, man. You know, I don't know any bigger bear on Roku than me, but not like I have a position to be bearish about it. I love talking smack about this stock too much. But up 10% today, ripping to the north side, $82 almost coming into play on this position. Maybe another Netflix buyout rumor coming out over there, helping this position to the north side. I know last time that rumor came out, CNBC came out and said, yeah, forget this rumor. This is absolute nonsense. There's no substance behind it. And we didn't hear anything since then. So Roku popping off over here. mRNA ripped too. Yeah, mRNA actually has a catalyst. I'm not sure if Roku was on our watch list. Let me quickly glance over to see if it is on there, and it is not. So not sure why Roku is doing what Roku is doing, but I guess, you know, just that idea of on the daily chart, if you zoom back on the daily chart, you'll see that Roku has been really bouncing off of these 70s pretty well, man. You know, we'd go up to maybe 72, 73, 75, and we keep bouncing off of these levels. So I think there could be decent buying coming in around 70. At the same time, how we're bouncing off of these 70s and these 80 levels on Roku. Here's my lines on Roku that I drew off of the earnings report day. So let me just draw another line at the bottom over here for my own sake. Bang, there we go. So notice how we keep rejecting the 100 on the upside, 110 on the upside, and 100 on the upside, and then buying coming in around $75 to $70 to the downside. I think that's what the range is going to be for a little while on this position. Once we do get to 100, trust me, I'll be there with my $1 million share size, getting ready to push the stock right back to 80s.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, guys, something I wanted to say about Roku is like, so you had that news, right? The rumor, and then it popped on the news. Then it came out saying like, oh, like it was not real, and we had the drop. And I remember you had the bounce.
I had
play.
the short.
You went long actually on the bounce, because remember we flushed down, you went long, and then it rallied back, and it pushed for I think new highs, or like it was around that area. But this is something like you got to keep, you know, like when this happens where it's like, okay, the rumor comes out, then it's like, no, it's not true. Look at the next 3 days, right? It like sells off. Like obviously you had the whole market selling off, but like, look, if the rumor's fake, you know, like you play like, okay, it's up on the news, but it's not real. Like that's a solid fade trade, and I'm kind of upset at myself that I didn't, I forgot about that. So I definitely got to be better on like remembering these things. Like same thing with the FedEx setup. Like as I was mentioning before, it's like, you know, they hiked their dividend, and now like continuation, like that's solid. That's an easy trade, I think. Like I definitely should have had that one too, but. is what it is, continuing to try and get better. And, Tesla just kind of flirting around that 680 level. And, is this the final, like, I feel like, like market moves up. I want to believe we're going down. I want to believe that we're going down. But I'm not going to let it affect my bias. But if we do sell off now and, like, get below, like, stay below 680, like, it really does feel like a good potential level to play off of. But again, it is up 2.6%. So, like, it's not something that I love, and especially now, like, I'm not really, like, getting too aggressive on that one.
Yeah, Roku about to take out 82 here, question mark. We saw it go to 81.99, or at least I saw it go to 81.99, and I'm not really seeing it break out. No volume coming in. Keep in mind, it's 12 o'clock, so it's about to be lunchtime. Not about to, it is lunchtime, and lunchtime means lower volume periods, lower retail traders as people who have already made money or already lost money, sadly, getting ready to go get their lunches in. It's just me and Luca, we're not going to be eating lunch for a while. Because we love our robots. I have my dance partner. It's called JP Morgan algorithm. Luca has his dance partner. It's called the Goldman Sachs algorithm. And we love to tango with these guys from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock on a daily basis. Cha-cha-cha-cha, baby. But no, all jokes aside, don't tango with the robots. Don't cha-cha with the robots. Just leave it alone. We know that there's going to be a lot of liquidity, a lot of volume at 2 o'clock. And some of the stocks that actually might be moving right now, Neil put in our work chat, CMRA. So CMRA was moving yesterday too. I remember that. CMRA popped off like crazy all the way to $4. And then we saw the backside coming in around 4. I think I even called out that short near $4, and then it actually pushed down. I just didn't have shares to short it, nor was I willing to pay for it, so I did not take that trade. But right now, man, looks like we're going to see the exact same setup coming in one more time. High a day yesterday near $4.35. Let's see how the stock behaves as we push ourselves to that price point right now.
Yeah, guys, and I'm having a quick look at Ford. This is in a sort of like a tight range, and that $12 level that it did test and then made a low, I think it was $11.74. Potential range play here. Like I feel like I could risk off the highs. Like, are we really going to push higher here? So maybe I'll take a position short. I mean, like the high here we have at like 1242, and I'm just going to zoom out quickly here just to have a look at like where 1250 is on this chart, because maybe we just kind of make a move back. Like, markets kind of, I feel like we could potentially barcode into 2, like at this point, like whether above VWAP or below, and gap down, sold off. What was the high here? 1240. So yeah, this is a pretty clear level in my books. Like if we get above 1250, then like there's a gap here. So like wrong on the short. So I'm gonna try this for the fade play. Like we'll see what happens. And yeah, just everything kind of does feel muted. Like looking back, Airbnb, I mentioned this $100 level, but we did now get above VWAP, I think. So for me, this is sort of off the table. I was just wondering maybe like, and this is the thing, right? It's like I talk about like maybe there's VWAP sellers. So like if we're pulling up Apple, which by the way,
what the heck?
This was a horrible cover. Like I actually didn't, I didn't have a stop in, and I didn't even notice this as I was looking at Tesla. So these are terrible covers. But it is what it is. It's like, look, I cover this, I take the loss. Now we come back down, and I'm like, hey, maybe this is the high where like, you get that volume extension, it blows off the stops. Now it tries one more time, and then we sort of go lower. So I'm going to try that one more time with way less size. Just because, like whatever, at this point, like I'm going to try to hold this. If we make the move back to VWAP or 134 area, then it'll be interesting. But wait, there was something else that I wanted to talk about too. Oh yeah, Airbnb. So, look at this area right here we're talking about, right? It comes up to VWAP and it's getting slammed down. So in this case, VWAP is important. Apple is kind of weak today, right? It's coming back up. There's a lot of people selling at VWAP. Then the selling finishes and then it kind of makes its move up. On Airbnb, a lot less volume, not really in play as much, comes back down, comes back up, goes to VWAP. Like, look at this action. This isn't the same action as on Apple. Like, it did not pop and drop, pop and drop. I wasn't watching the tape, but like, it only did 2.5 million shares today. So sometimes VWAP is not really going to mean, like, I mean, it's the mean, it's the average, but sometimes it's not going to mean anything in terms of like people are making a lot of decisions around that. Like obviously algorithms are doing what they're doing and like they're always going to be trading around these levels, but like there's a clear difference between this, the way it interacted around VWAP, like it didn't even really do anything around VWAP, like there's no clear tell. and going back to Apple, something like this, where it's like pop, drop, pop, drop, pop, drop. So like in this period of time, like remember, we were down all the way over here. We tried to pop up. There was selling like in front of VWAP, right? Slamming. So like very different. So I want to believe that like Apple, a little bit more in play, obviously like doing way more volume than like Airbnb. So like I was watching Airbnb to say to myself, okay, maybe if we get slamming, then like 100 will get tested. You could like slam the short there and then go for like the low a day. But at this point, we didn't do that. So now this is just kind of off the radar for me.
Right now, I'm watching Netflix and Roku pretty much do the exact same thing. So something's for sure going on over here. So I'm building into my Roku short. I already had one short on Roku. I got stopped out. I'm taking a second stab at it. After this, I'm probably going to be done with it right away. You know, trying to just take that risk to reward trades that are probably showing up. If this is the backside on both of them, you know, we see Netflix going to 179 and stopping. We're just watching Roku get above 82 and kind of exhaust down a little bit, you know, up 10% on the day, taking really quick, small risk to reward trades. So if I do lose, I might lose a couple dollars here or there. But at the end, you know, it's all about if once that drop comes in, and if I am right on this trade, it's going to give me the dividends that I'm looking for. So look at that stock. Just keep on trying to take out the high day every couple seconds over here and get elevated. You know, this will be my last try, as I did mention. After this, I'm not trying to risk more of my capital on this trade because I want to save my risk for that 2 o'clock trade whenever that does show up. Well, not whenever. We know it's going to show up at 2 o'clock, and I want to take advantage of that trade, not just keep on getting, you know, debated by this Roku move right now. That's the Roku look at the stock, just keep on going higher and higher, trying to take my money from me. So Roku, Netflix, both of them moving up pretty strong today. Here's Netflix getting above 179 here. So if Netflix starts curling back above, now the fact that Netflix took out 179, and if this one starts to curl back to the downside, that might just take Roku to the downside along with it. And these charts are pretty identical, very, very identical. It's almost scary how identical these are today.
Yeah, interesting. I actually pulled up Netflix there too as well. I was looking at 179, but that's a no trade for me. I mean, I don't really, you know, if it's at a new level for sure, but at this point, like, I'm gonna stay away from that. I have my forward short. I got my Apple short. They look like they want to make moves higher, but I'm not getting caught this time. I mean, if we make a new high, like, I'm out of these. And I'm also looking at NEO. People saying in the chat, NEO going like, yeah, up 6.2%. Kind of wild. Like, I want to bring up the daily here. And somebody else said a comment. I don't know where this is coming from, but they said, oh, sorry, this just crashed on me here. But did Elon say that NEO is also going bankrupt? That's actually pretty funny. But yeah, guys, with NEO, and Microsoft at the same time, that 250 level is definitely interesting. Look at this. We broke through it. This reminds me as it brings it up here. We broke through it, came back down, then tanked. We tested, stayed below. Now, look at that. I assume this was a clean break, 250 to the upside. Like, market looks like it does want to make that move higher. And Apple even pushing higher too. So you know what? I'm going to call it here. I'm saying to myself, look, at this point, it goes lower without me, is what it is. Ford, very slow mover, so like I'm not too worried about this one. Just like very small position, risking off the 1250 area, so about 12 cent risk. Maybe I'll add a little bit more, so like average in, call it like 10 cent risk there. And Roku, let's see here. Roku moving as well. Oh, but NEO, sorry about that. That's what I was actually going to bring up here. NEO. Yeah, guys, NEO, so the past 2 days, NEO obviously being SSR, right? Now off of SSR, same with coin, gets interesting, still up 6%. And like bringing up the daily on this, because I want to believe that $20 level is going to act as somewhat of like a resistance. Like we're sort of in this channel, right? It's like you had the relief rally, comes back down, finds a little bit of support around 12 area, right? Now bouncing, and it's funny how it like goes SSR and then has 2 green days moving towards 20. So the high, the recent high was like that 2065. So at this point, like, you know, if we are going to go back lower, like you can probably play off of like 2050 area. Like it had 2 strong days, like, or if we're going to break out and move towards 21 and, you know, like if the whole market's going to like kind of make a move higher, maybe this is the name to look at, right? Like off that like 2065, like it does feel that if we do break above like 2065, 21 area, then like it's kind of, it feels, I almost want to believe that it's smooth sailing. It'll go to like 22, 23 area. for like a swing trade. Maybe not like, I mean, it would be nice in the day, but I would love that 21 area to come in play. You know, obviously up 6% right now. Like, you know, I'm sort of convincing myself that I want to short everything, but the shorts are not working for me right now. So, you know, I'm chilling. I'm just waiting, and you know, maybe that 20 area today gives you a trade. Maybe there's some size there. At this point, we're too far away to tell. But you know, it looks like it's moving slower. And guys, keep in mind lunchtime. You know, so things are going to move slower.
Yeah, NASDAQ is indeed moving to the upside. NQ/U22. Sorry, almost went to the old contract there. Coming into the high day, very close. We're not that far away, only 10 points or so away from high day on the market. Woof, man, market's really taking off over here. Let's see how high can we really go on these positions for the S&P 500 and for NASDAQ. Look at NIO, I guess is what I'm looking on my second chart. NIO, man, almost $20 coming into play. I was actually looking at this 1860 level where it was the iceberg order yesterday. Tons of opportunity came in around that level. And now, man, NIO, I guess I should have just went long around that level. Missed out on that trade. A clean long to the north side, just NIO ripping. Missed out, I guess, even BABA. You know, we were taking BABA longs today off the lower day. I guess I should have gone back on that one right away. Missed out on that opportunity. AMD kind of curling away from the high. So it looks like NASDAQ and S&P 500 could just be putting in that top. AMD at the pre-market highs curling back down over here. Someone asked me about Apple not too long ago. So let me go over to Apple to see what Apple's doing. Yeah, Apple up 1.4% today. 30 million shares traded and trying to pretty much stay around these prices still for Apple. I love it. You know, I'm not complaining. I remember trading Apple yesterday near 132. That longs near 132 was, you could keep on rinsing, repeating those longs as many times as you want. So not really the same trade being offered today, but still a little bit of a directional trade to the north side for Apple and Microsoft. Last but not least, Microsoft. Yeah, you saw that 250. Luca was mentioning that 250 level, and Apple just keeps on trying to, Microsoft just staying strong today, 2% to the north side with the help of NASDAQ, up almost 2%, double top on NASDAQ, question mark coming in, and S&P 500 up about 1.10, and above VWAP now. That's the main thing that I noticed, which is earlier we've been talking about how the S&P 500 is not getting above VWAP and has just been getting rejected from it, but now we're actually above it and showing us some green moves around the board. My NIO short is actually, sorry, not NIO. What stock is that? Netflix. Hee. My Netflix short is actually coming downside a little bit, not too much. We're only about okay, never mind. It's now back to being flat on the day for Netflix, and same with Roku, just back to being flat on the day. Pretty much hanging out by the high of day for both of these trades for me. Let's see how they end up being out in the next. I guess how long do we have in the next hour or so until FOMC?
Yep, we got a couple hours to go, maybe hour and a half. And guys, I wanted to pull this up again. Take a look at this. So the website that I was sharing, there was so this morning, 1% wasn't even on this chart. It was like, you know, they were like, okay, like there's maybe a 50 beeps, but higher chance for 75. Look at this. Now 1% is on. It was at 5. Now it's at 7.3. Like you could probably literally refresh this, right? And it's updating in real time. I'm not sure like where it's getting this information, like whether it's the options market, the bond market, or like a combination of both. I'm not 100% sure. But you know, it's fairly accurate in terms of like what the market is assuming from my experience. And now we're at 7.3% chance of a 1% hike. So you know, guys, if Powell comes out and says we raised 1%, like that will be a surprise. That will be a surprise. That will shock the market. It's very aggressive tightening. He said he wasn't going to be as aggressive, but he would be aggressive if required based on the numbers. We had the CPI data come out. We had producer inflation come out yesterday. Not that bad. Not as bad as the CPI, like surprise to the downside. And, you know, now the market is thinking, you know, you might have to hike 1%. And who was it? Ackman came out and he's like, yeah, you have to. He's like, he thinks they have to do 1% hikes. So, you know, this is definitely a possibility. And I would even like personally, I want to believe there's a higher percent chance than 7. I think there's at least like a 15% chance. Arbitrary number, but like this is just my thoughts. So I wanted to bring that up because look, things change, right? Things change. Like I'm like an hour in, and things change. This jumped 2%, right? So definitely keep your eye on that. It's definitely going to be interesting to watch. And Liberty Trading said from before, lots of maybe, I'm not sure. I don't know if you're talking about us saying like maybe, I'm not sure. Like I'm over here, I'm like, okay, I'm going to short Apple. I'm not sure. Like we'll see what happens. And then I'm like, okay, this is against me. Okay, I'll add it back. Okay, I'll take it off again. Okay, I'm wrong. Like yeah, like today I am definitely not sure. I'm just like this morning I was definitely sure because I was like shorting very aggressively like around this area. And then like as we came lower, like tried it, held it. And like look at this move, right? This move is just so slow to the upside. So there's no real like tell that's saying like get out of your short. It's just obviously it's going up. I'm wrong, so I'm like slow to cover. But like guys, like this is like as a trader, if you are unsure, trade smaller size. So like like we all know, like I'm repeating the same things, but just to remind you guys, I'm also reminding myself, like we're going into a big event where big moves are going to happen, right? There could be surprise, right? There's going to be so much opportunity from 2 p.m. until the end of the day into the end of the week, right? So right now is not the time to trade or trade aggressively, and so I'm sized accordingly. So I'll pull back up my fills for you guys to show you, like, look, I'm obviously wrong, and what allowed me to hold until all the way up here is the size that I'm taking. Like I'm taking very small size relative to yesterday. For anybody who was watching yesterday, we had really good opportunities on the short on Apple, and I was way more aggressive yesterday because I was super convicted. We had size on the book. It just looked super weak, so I was smashing the short. But today, I'm saying to myself, like I'm scaled accordingly. Like like I don't know if this is going up. Maybe it goes down. Like I'm just gonna collect my base hits. So I was able to like normally I'm not holding shorts from here to here and like towards high of day and then covering. Like that would be a huge. If this was yesterday, I would get destroyed. But today, like I'm able to take that, and I still have tons of risk left. So like I'm not super worried. But guys, keep in mind, right? When the opportunity is there, you want to size up. And the unfortunate thing is, like the dirty truth is that like when things are moving very, very quickly and it's very, very difficult to react to those moves, those are probably the times that you should be trading more aggressively. Not in a low liquidity environment, but like, when things are moving and there's a lot of opportunity and there's a lot of people that don't know what's going to happen, they're all like throwing random orders, like prices are just touching a lot of things. Like those are the opportunities that you want to capitalize on. So like be very aggressive, be very tight with your risk, like as a day trader, but those are the times you want to be aggressive. Right now, things are moving very, very slowly, and for me, it's sort of like risk off right now. It's risk off. And so like it's moving slowly, like I'm not going to be super aggressive. Like if it moves against me, I'm not going to worry. It's going to give me a chance to get out. I probably should have covered some over here. I didn't. I was wrong. I paid the price for it, but like like I don't have like extreme crazy size like the way that going into this meeting, if there's a surprise event and like everything, like let's say like things tank. Let's say Apple goes down to like 131.50 or like 130 area. Like I'm making a big decision around that area because it's a new level. Or if we like run up to like 135 and then there's a gap to fill, and I'll pull this up for you guys, like or actually I have it here on the 10-minute. Look above 135 area. Like over here, like there's a gap to fill towards like 137. So that's a 2-point gap that we could potentially fill. So if we move into that area, that's a decision. If we flush down to 130, that's a decision, right? Even like same thing with Amazon. Amazon, like it's very far from the 100 level, but like, like we're moving up. Like Amazon, obviously very strong today. But let me just like pull this up for you guys. Sorry about that. So like 102 area is the bottom, right? So if we flush down to like 102, 100, like that's a huge decision to be made. So for me, that's like risk on area. Whereas like right now, like waiting, like not risk on, just chilling. So yeah, always happy to answer any more questions that you guys have. And yeah, Gonzalo saying Bitcoin is going to be a penny stock. I'm actually, I laugh because like obviously the president of El Salvador obviously continuously buying dips on Bitcoin, right? Buying dips the whole way down. He tweeted, don't quote me on this, but I think he tweeted that he bought the dip from the toilet, like while he was on the toilet. So it's like kind of funny, like, Bitcoin obviously around that 20,000 area. Like this man is just like putting everything on the line. Like he's like, we're going to use the currency. So like I hope I don't know if he's watching this show right now, but if you are, I hope you're good, bro. because like that's quite a drop that you're holding there. But yeah, where do I think Bitcoin's going? Look, at this point, I think if we break 20K, like we're going to 10. Like these are just like random numbers. Like we're going to 15, maybe I think 18. The high of the last rally was like 18,000. 18,500. So maybe we get a bounce off of that area. But I'm surprised we moved so slowly into like the 20,000 level. I thought for sure if we broke 30,000, we'd flush down. We didn't. And I think it's just kind of the bots that are showing you like the type of games that are being played in the crypto market. It's like you get the flush down, everybody either gets liquidated on the longs or like they initiate their shorts, then they catch it, they pop it back. So we're seeing it's like in a low volume environment in the stock market, the patterns that I show you where it's like it makes a high, then it reverses. It makes a low, then it reverses. We're seeing those patterns in the crypto market. And like that to me, it's not, people will be like, oh, it's rigged, it's manipulation. Like it is what it is, right? Call it whatever you want. But by seeing those types of patterns, you just know that the bots are there and they're ready to do it again and again and again. So at this point, like maybe 20,000 gives a clean flush because we're so low now and like so much liquidation probably takes place there. And keep in mind, Michael Saylor, like, he was mentioning, or this, not him, but the CFO of his company, they were mentioning like, okay, if Bitcoin gets below 21,000, they like start to get liquidated. I don't think it's full liquidation, but I think they have some type of loan structured and like they have to start selling. But probably their full liquidation is much lower. But they're currently sitting at a $1 billion loss on their Bitcoin position. They have like what, 21,000, 30,000 Bitcoin. They're currently down 1 billion. Like this man is willing to hold everything. And I was making a joke with the guys. I was saying like, it's kind of funny because like how many hedge funds like lose everything, close up shop, give an apology letter, and then reopen to hit that high water mark to get paid. So I was like, yeah,
Melvin.
Melvin, exactly. So I was like, yeah, Michael Saylor, maybe he'll do the same thing. So I mean, whatever, anything's possible. But yeah, even Celsius too is like it like froze redemptions. Like you cannot take your money.
I've never even heard of Celsius until a couple of days ago.
Yeah, like I mean, they're probably
who are these guys?
Well, I assume they're one of the broker or whatever. But like they're probably a smaller shop. But like, look, they're freezing redemptions, and somebody said that they potentially get liquidated around 18,000. So it's like we're now at the point where everybody was like, oh, if it gets to this level, like I'm dumping everything. Like I heard that so many times, right? And so like if people are highly leveraged and we just like we take 19,000, we take 18,000, we take 17,000, like it's just going to be a liquidation cascade, and like that's what could bring this down to like 10. That's why I like arbitrarily say like 10,000. But Bitcoin, my bid is at $5.01. That's where I go long, and if I get the fill, I get the fill. But if it goes to 10 and then bounces, or even 10,000, I'm not buyer over there. Like I'm buying 501. That's my buy on Bitcoin, and I'm not changing it.
Yeah, I like that, man. Stick with your plan, stick with your rules, and if you got to haggle for your prices, haggle it. No problem with haggling for me. Trust me, I'll haggle for my price all day, baby. But more importantly, right now we got Sector Watch with Brando at the big screen. Let's go watch out what's going on with the sectors. Sector Watch?
Yeah, we'll give you a look at how things are shaping up so far this afternoon. Still a nicely green board here, 1.16 for the S&P currently as we head through the 12 o'clock hour. So as we were saying earlier on this morning, still just some negativity coming from energy stocks today. Bit of a downtick on that inventories number for crude oil at 10:30. Some follow through with energy stocks today following suit. Material stocks as well, back to the downside. There was a note on CHTR in the communications group to the downside today. There's CFO speaking at a conference with some comments regarding their forecast going forward. So Comcast also moving on that. CMCSA was to the downside. It has bounced. Netflix, however, and Warner Brothers both having a great day. Netflix, Warner Brothers up more than 6% each. Everything else nicely higher here. Banks still leading. Consumer discretionary stocks back to the upside. Only DLTR in negative territory. FIS and Oracle looks like in the red for the tech sector. Everything else, though, nicely positive. It's software names that are leading. And Boeing here leading the way for industrials. Boeing up 8% on some positive news out of China. CHRW and WM, meanwhile, downside. 1.2 right now, guys. For the S&P. Back over to you.
Unmute it.
It's unmuted.
All right, so right now, man, yeah, I'm watching the cryptocurrency market really crumble, but Coinbase is taking off. Coinbase just broke 56 by 7 pennies. But what happened to cryptocurrencies? Bitcoin just dropped like a rock there for some reason. We dropped about almost 200, 300 points there on crypto, Bitcoin especially. So not sure what's going on over there. Right back to support goes crypto, and the market still very strong, man. Market just wants to keep on hanging out here near the high days for NASDAQ, S&P 500, trying to do something similar, but it's not really anywhere close to that. So I'm about to take a small entry on NASDAQ futures short, which won't even give me the entry. There we go. There's my entry on the NASDAQ futures short. Let's see if I can give it a little bit of a wiggle room. NASDAQ at the high day. I'm just trying to see if I could turn this into a nice little short winning trade for me. IMPP, let's go. Let's go check out IMPP. IMPP right now still going to the north side apparently. No, I'm sorry, downside today, but taking off to the north right now with the help of the energy sector most likely. Let's go check out XLE on Amex. XLE on Amex is showing us some good moves towards VWAP, hence IMPP. Maybe even HUSA. HUSA on Amex showing us some good longs move coming in. No, not really. Oxy, but then maybe let's go to Oxy on New York. Yeah, Oxy showing us some good long moves, came in not too long ago. So IMPP actually only the only one really showing us that type of move with some good volume coming in. It is 12:30, so it's still lunchtime. We still got a good amount of time before volume really shows up in this market for us to take advantage of. So just gotta be a little patient. Keeping the risk alive for the 2 o'clock trade, basically, right? And we have a new guy in the hot seat. Well, not new. You guys know him. He's pretty old for you guys now. But what's up, baby?
Yeah, well, how's it going, guys? Glad to be back, of course. Yeah, today's all about the Fed, and I was getting kind of tossed around this morning. But, just kind of mentally stopping myself out a bit early, just saving some risk for the Fed, meaning, it can easily get it all back by the end of the day there. There's going to be plenty of opportunities for sure. I'll get into some of my trades, but let's talk about some of the trades that you guys are kind of talking about. You guys are talking about AERC right now. AERC is getting a little bit of a momentum boost here. A lot of buying coming in the past few candles here. It's up 19% on the day. Like, look at this, like a huge pullback yesterday. Kind of bouncing off this $20 level and now reclaiming like these levels that we've been talking about, like 14, 15. Look at this consolidation right above 15 and then a big momentum boost up, right? So I'm not too sure what's causing this right now, but definitely some buying momentum coming into AERC right now. And then some of you guys called out NIO, and I'll get right into it here. I think I got to put NIO back on the blacklist, guys. It was good there for a quick second yesterday. We had that good trade yesterday, but you know what? Today, it faded the move in the morning. Like, how many times have I said it? Even Neil said it too. Like, it faded. Neil likes to sell the news. It likes to fade in the morning right off the bat. It hasn't done that last couple times though, but now it does it again. So short in the morning, catches a bid around like 1840 area, and I was just trying to like kind of short in front of these levels, like 1880, shorting in front of like 1890. Tried it twice, didn't work, and I'm like, I've seen this before, man. Like, I can't get run over on this before. So I just kind of like, I'm gonna stop trading this. Clearly, I had the wrong bias on it again, and NIO was super strong. Once it kind of reclaimed that 19 level, this like pre-market shelf from the pre-market there at 19, it was off to the races, and now look, we just tested 20, we just rejected 20. Like, NIO is just on its on one today this week, and it's ripping to the upside again today. And obviously this 20 level is a huge level.
Yeah, I'm just having some fun with our friends in the chat over there, just telling them, never back down, and that's my mentality at all times. I never back down from the market. Market shows me an opportunity, I take advantage, or I try to at least. So I got into a short at the high of day, scalped it out, got back in at the high of day. Now I'm holding it to see how big of a move I can get out of this one. But market seems to be, trying to push a little bit lower. So that's exactly what I want from it. I want the market to go a little bit lower so I can take some profits on this. But look at I'm going to take the profits on there right there. Screw it. We're going to take that money. We're going to walk away from that trade. I do not like the buying coming in a little bit. If it does go back to high day, we'll get back in. But, I'm just taking quick little scalps over here just to add to my P&L, man. Just to add to my P&L, just to keep myself busy, just to keep myself active, not taking too much risk, not taking too much size, just flirting with my trades just to keep myself active. So that active has brought me some, I believe that was about how much was it? If we do the math, I think I was 11,570 and I covered it at 11,550. So that was a 20-point move right there, a clean 20-point move on the futures. I'll take that any day. But let's see what stocks you guys are talking about. Tom Petty, I won't back down. Rest in peace, Tom Petty. I wish I knew the artist, but rest in peace to this artist. Short the Qs or TQQ. Yeah, the market TQQ, basically what NASDAQ futures I'm shorting. So if you're thinking about shorting NASDAQ futures, you could just short TQQ or QQQ and take advantage of that move the same way I am at the moment.
Yeah, the market is kind of pulling back there, so that was a solid trade by Pred. I think I kind of had my problem this morning was I didn't really have a bias. Yesterday was so range bound, so I was kind of thinking okay, we could get some similar price action today. So I was just trying to play off the same ranges as yesterday, and that really didn't work. I got kind of chopped up pretty badly on AMD here. Initially I was trying to go long as it was breaking out 88. That didn't really quite work, and then after that I was I had more of a short bias, which was ultimately right. But it was funny because the other day I graduated, right? And then the boys were like, you're not officially graduated until you have a lot of bad top tick exits here. And that's exactly what happened to me today. I have top tick exit on AMD getting stopped out just from high a day. And then look, the move reverses entirely into my favor, right? So this is probably not the first time that I'll see this happen to me. But it happened to me today, which was unfortunate. My only really good trade was a long off 87 here, which I scalped out for 30, 40 cents, and that was decent here. And then I switched biases again for some reason. So this is why it's so important to kind of stick to your plan, and stick to one particular bias. If you are going to trade the range, trade the top end of the range, short off that and stick to your guns, right? And then at the bottom end of your range, long off that and stick to your guns there, right? So I think my problem today was I was just a little bit I told the boys earlier, I was I'm probably going through some growing pains today. I pushed the most size I pushed in a long time. Just for sure after graduating, but just some growing pains today. Live to fight for FOMC, and I had some good trades, but a lot of bad ones too. But that's okay. I think today, if I do finish red, it'll be my first red day in 8 days. So that's not a bad record to have right now, and I'm excited for FOMC, and hopefully some good opportunities come.
Just waiting for that FOMC indeed. Why do your kids say so much? Crahan, stop tripping out, my friend. Come on, Mikey. Just because we like the word, we're gonna keep on saying, okay? James Ritchie, first time member to our family. Welcome to our Trader TV family. We love seeing new members every single time, and thank you for supporting us. We love you, love you, love you. Totally, yeah, exactly. LABU being called out in the chat. Let's go check out LabU on Amex, I believe. Yeah, LabU on Amex. 30 million shares traded today. Just been up all day. So what is LabU? Every time I pull it up, I forget within a week. LabU is biotech bull shares 3 times leverage. So this is a Tony special over here. Are we still doing Tony Tuesdays? I didn't see him come this Tuesday. He did? Oh, okay. We still I missed Tony Tuesday this week, so I missed out on that. Yeah,
you gotta hit that notification bell, man, when Tony Tuesday comes on.
No, I have the notification bell. I probably was. Oh, you know what? We were outside We went for a walk for Tony Tuesday time. That's right. That's why I missed out on that one. But how do I become a member? Great question, my friend. Let's go show it to you right now. YouTube spiel round 2, or do we let Ian do it.
Yeah, I can do the YouTube spiel. Let me bring it up here. How do we become a member? So you're going to go to our page here. This is I'm not signed in here. So let me, okay, I'll sign in after and like it. But essentially you go to the video here and you click join and then you can become a member. But mostly you want to hit the subscribe button, you want to hit the like button and the notification bell to make sure that you know when we're live on YouTube here. We are live every day from 8:30 to 4. And then there's a bunch of other videos that we do. We do pre-market videos and post-market videos as well, plus a bunch of different educational content that you guys should definitely check out. But yeah, we always thank you for our support and explore the channel, explore the community. We have a great community in the chat, so participate in the chat as much as you like, and keep asking those questions, keep calling out those stocks and those levels. We really appreciate it, guys.
So today is going to be an FOMC special where Prad's actually going to do the whole show until 4 o'clock because, what other trader do you want to see besides Prad on the floor, obviously? The #1 best trader on the floor all the way till 4 o'clock. Okay, yeah, that's not going to happen. We're actually going to go over to Neil Sean exactly at 1:50, sorry, so you guys can have some question answers room with Neil and Sean. A good 10-minute period right before we start the FOMC trading. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We're gonna throw you guys over pretty soon, only about an hour from here until the closing show starts. A little bit 10 minutes early for you guys. Right now, man, the NASDAQ futures that I took, MNQ/U22CM, it's still going to the downside. So maybe that little read that I had that we were curling away from that 1140s or so, 1150s, 1140s was a wrong read. We're actually pushing even more to the downside. S&P 500 actually breaking ES/U22. There we go. Actually breaking VWAP to the downside now as we pushed lower. So that means the Netflix short and Roku. Where's Roku at the moment? Roku on NASDAQ. Roku short kind of getting ready to pay off. Netflix short over here. And Coinbase kind of already burnt me, but Coinbase should be coming to the downside. Coinbase on NASDAQ. Yeah, there we go. Coinbase coming to the downside over here without me this one. So we'll see where Coinbase goes. Shorts getting ready for the meeting. Yeah, exactly. That was part of the reasoning why I took that future short at the high of day. I guess I should have just held it for the meeting, but I don't like to hold anything for the meeting. I like to focus on the variables that come out during that time and then trade those variables instead of just randomly taking shots and praying that I'm in the right direction. But I guess, if you were short over here and if market goes back to VWAP around 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, sorry, and the news comes out bad and we push even more lower, that's going to be something of a what am I doing event, because that would have been an event where I cash out absolutely on. But we missed out a little bit on that move, I guess. What am I trying to say? I guess I don't really have anything to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to talk about Meta because, it is kind of popping off here. Some buying coming out. Yeah, I'm not sure if there was news, but it looked like it kind of rejected or consolidated right below 167. And then you get this 167 kind of breakout, and now it's in the money 50 cents, right? So, we talk about taking even dollar breaks and whatnot. That's how you kind of could structure this trade. But definitely some buying momentum coming in here for any particular reason. But at the same time, I noticed a couple of you guys saying it too, Meta is going up and the market is going down. Look at the ES here. We are pushing lower. We are pushing towards low a day, right? We're about 7 handles away from low a day here. So and Meta's making a move towards the high a day and really reclaiming with VWAP right here, right? So interesting to see if you guys know anything about Meta coming on right now. Call it out. But yeah, definitely some buying coming into Meta. And then in that sense too, a lot of people saying Bitcoin's coming down pretty hard as well now, and I want to kind of talk about Coin because I know Prad was kind of shorting Coin, and he was a little bit more successful than I was, but and in light of this, I was trying to anticipate the move, basically. I was trying to anticipate the top here, and that's why I was kind of getting run over. I had a couple trades here, but eventually turned to a loser for me. But you know what? I think this FOMC meeting is going to be all about participating and not anticipating. Definitely waiting for the numbers to come out, seeing how the market's going to react, and then participating in that move, right? So definitely going to try and not get run over like I did here on Coin. But yeah, no, it was interesting because Bitcoin, you know, it was making its moves this morning and it bounced off 20K nicely and then made a little move, right? Which is maybe why like Coinbase kind of rallied in the morning as well. But I don't think I really have the read on Coinbase, and it's not really like tracking Bitcoin too much anymore, like in the afternoon here. So yeah, we'll have to kind of wait and see on that one. Meta and Snap goes together. Let's take a quick look at Snap. Like, you are right, they usually do kind of trade in sympathy sometimes. But I mean, Snap's not really doing much. It is like up 7.5% on the day. Like, I'm not too sure why, but Meta was only up like 2% on the day. So yeah, like there could be some correlation there, but off that like initial move, Snap didn't really move. And let's just quickly take a look back at Meta to see what kind of happened. And it's still kind of going. It is a little hesitating a little bit now in front of like 168 area, but yeah, definitely something, some buying coming in there.
Yeah, markets still pushing to the lower side over here. So markets obviously struggling. If Bitcoin's coming down, I want to take a look at MSTR. MSTR still up 6%, and you know, it's wild to see MSTR up when we know that the impending doom coming in for these guys very soon, without a doubt. Especially if Bitcoin breaks that 20K to the downside. I know he did say that there is no liquidation fear, but you know, we just gotta wait to see what happens. Wow, Snapchat is running. So let me just quickly glance over my head to see what's going on.
Click on that link. Yeah, that we just
Put in the chat, in the work chat. Okay, I see that. Nope. But yes, looks like something is indeed happening. Snapchat apparently taking off right now too, along with MetaWorks, or sorry, Meta Platforms, MetaWorks, Meta Platforms. So could just
they might be changing their algorithm to be more like TikTok.
changing their algorithm to be more like TikTok. Wow, so that means more underage girls dancing and nonsense.
Maybe on
over
your
there.
TikTok,
So,
man. You know, maybe on your TikTok, you know,
more
like
nonsense over there.
the
I don't
TikTok
even use
algorithm
TikTok.
is pretty smart. Like,
I
okay,
don't
maybe
know,
you don't.
man.
The TikTok
I don't
algorithm is
know.
actually pretty smart. You know, depending on like what you pass and like how
I
long
don't-
you watch videos, like
I'm not
that's how.
believing
Like,
a word you're saying on this. Listen, I used the app once and I'm like, that's it. This app is getting deleted. I am not going
because
to jail.
of the videos you started watching, man.
No. I'm not going to jail. It's not happening. I like my job way too much, all right? It's not happening. I'm not blaming the algo, or I'm not blaming myself for something that they showed me first, and then they want me to keep on
But you could have just
boosting
easily
that.
skipped it though.
Doesn't work like that, man. Doesn't work like that. You just delete the app completely and you don't use that stupid application ever, all right? You just never use it. It's that
I actually
easy.
don't have TikTok, like, to clarify, but like my girlfriend uses it a lot, and like all her TikTok is like all like educational videos, and like it's honestly quite boring, but like I've learned a couple things from
That's
it.
her
all.
backup TikTok account she uses when
Yeah, that's
you're
her
there.
burner
Okay?
account,
That's her
right?
burner
That's her
TikTok
burner account that she
when
uses
you're
in front
not
of
there,
me.
she's probably just watching all these guys with six packs working out
Yeah,
and whatnot.
yeah.
So you don't even know what's
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on in the
yeah.
background, buddy. All right. That's the algo over there helping your girl out when you're around her. But no, all jokes aside, if they are making their algo more like TikTok based,
It could
then
help.
it's gonna
It could help, yeah.
boost their stats over there and help them out overall. But that just goes to show how much better the Chinese algorithm is, I guess, compared to the American algorithm. The Chinese have that stuff down pat to like perfection over there on the TikTok application. I saw Roblox having a catalyst today, so I think Sean's pretty happy with that Roblox catalyst. Up 50 million users, daily active users, up to 50 million people. So I think the last time we saw Roblox coming out with the daily active numbers boost, it was around $100, and Roblox just shot through the roof over there. And then sadly we got the news next month or the next quarter that the numbers dropped. So this quarter numbers going back up is a good thing. It means that kids are back on the game and people are playing this game once again. Especially during times now as COVID is also, you know, weaning off a little bit. More people are going back into work. There's kids also going back to school. And still, Roblox is having an increase in daily active user base, showing you that the market likes that catalyst, up 8.7%, while the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 have been pushing to the downside for the past 5 to 10 minutes here. Roblox hasn't really come off at all. So Roblox holding at a beautiful, in a beautiful way. above $28 right now, but I think we could see some negative move coming into Roblox just now to the downside as S&P 500 and NASDAQ get ready to push a little bit lower. That Coinbase short, man, I'm telling you, if I didn't have a stop out there, it would have been in the money. These stop hunters are only hunting for edge X orders, and then they push it down right back into the money for Coinbase. Netflix shorts working out right now. Roku shorts are still kind of iffy, not really doing anything, but it is indeed coming into the money territories for me. So everything is coming down except for Roblox.
I'm just kind of watching, keeping an eye on Meta, just because I just talked about this 167 level and how it got like kind of broken through and reclaimed. The market is coming closer to support. If the market kind of bounces here, is Facebook gonna like retain this 167 and bounce even further here? It definitely could be an idea, and it is above VWAP now, so could show some strength off this news here. But yeah, definitely keeping an eye on the market just to kind of see if it will bounce, right? A couple of you said Amazon was kind of falling down. Let's take a quick look at that. And I was kind of watching here. It rejected this 107. Like it quickly broke through. And how many times have I said like breakouts had just been kind of poor on Amazon recently? But it rejected that 107. And now it's trading below 106, right? So giving back a whole point today, still above VWAP. It is a little bit stronger than the day, surprisingly, right? Like the market's only up 0.8%, having more of like a zigzag day, maybe a little bit more towards the downside. But Amazon, a nice trend up today, right? So, maybe getting a little bit of bounce. I think yesterday it bounced off like 102, 103 area, and then, today reclaimed that 104 and 105 that we've been talking about as resistance. And, maybe now 107 is the upper level of resistance. But yeah, definitely some strength in Amazon. So if this is like a true pullback, maybe it's like a scalp play or something. If you're already short up near 107, then, keep holding and congratulations, trail your stops and whatnot. But yeah, this definitely could catch a bounce if the market does bounce here, maybe around like the 105.50 area, just like kind of looking at the earlier intraday levels. Guys, bias for the NASDAQ. Yeah, you know what? Like, I'm not too sure, to be honest. Like, we're all kind of like anticipating what's going to happen later today. But, I tried to trade the range earlier, just kind of looking at the different ranges on the ES here and the overall market. I was like watching like 3,800 on the upper side, and it seems like this 3760 area is like kind of holding up, but it is a little bit more range bound. But today we will see definitely coming up at 2.
Yeah, man, NASDAQ 80 points in the money if I was short still, but I'm not. So market's moving without me. Keep doing you, market. You beautiful little you, market. But yeah, let's see what happens. MSTR short. MSTR short, I'm guessing that's because you're talking about cryptocurrency still coming off to the ground over here. Yeah, there goes Bitcoin once again, right back to the lows most likely. 2,000 is the level that everyone's watching. And if MSTR, which is highly leveraged, MSTR, highly leveraged into Bitcoin, getting into that level of danger zone for them. We're all watching that without a doubt. Down 20%, needs a little pick to stay mode. I'm not sure what that means. MSTR, I think is what you're trying to say. Beyond Meats, wow, okay. I didn't know anyone still trades that stock. Let's go check out what Beyond Meat is doing today. Most likely to the downside. Nope, I'm wrong. Beyond Meat up 9%. Why is it up 9%? Beyond Meat up almost 10% over here, actually coming to the downside right now. Was up more than 10% at one point. High of day 25.47, but looks like ooh, yeah, we got a nice breakout over here on Beyond, actually past $22, $23 to the north side today. I'm looking at the dailies to see if we can find any levels on this real quick. Beyond on the dailies, looks like we have a pretty good support coming in around 21 to 2050 area on Beyond. So I think next time we go down there, that'll be something to keep an eye out for as a long for myself. NASDAQ market now back to 11,500, S&P 500 near 3,767, and still positive though, thankfully, for both of them. Roku falling, there you go, you're welcome for the shorts. Netflix falling, there you go, you're welcome for the shorts. Coinbase is falling, there you go, you're welcome for the shorts.
I just want to point out one comment here. Jokes aside, these people are the real MVPs, the whole channel. Really appreciate the nice words there. It isn't easy what we do. It is quite challenging sometimes, but we obviously really appreciate the support. Someone said a clean double top on the NASDAQ, so I quickly brought that up. And you're right, like a clean double top here, rejected pretty nicely, and now kind of trading towards VWAP. The NASDAQ is a little bit more stronger than the ES, but again, kind of still trading that range. Definitely kind of waiting to see what happens. Tesla triple top. I haven't taken a look at Tesla today at all, but let's quickly take a look at that. I know like it was kind of pushing up higher yesterday, and it is up today again, up 2.5%. Still kind of testing the 680, 685 area. That's like been kind of like a little bit of a resistance area. 700 is definitely a level above, but nicely done though for Tesla. Like reclaimed this 650 area yesterday, and it hasn't really looked back since. So definitely some strength in Tesla. Maybe driving up some of the other EVs, like we talked about NIO just kind of going nuts the past couple of days as well. But yeah, definitely some good strength there in Tesla. Someone said PayPal. Let's take a quick look at PayPal. PayPal just pretty much like a little bit above flat today, kind of chopping around. It is up 1.5%. Just looking at the daily, it is kind of bouncing around this previous low, like at around like 71.50. Let's just call it like 70 at the lower level, just like a nice round hole number. So maybe catches a bid here, but it's definitely going to be affected with the market overall, right? So if you are in a position right now, just make sure you manage your risk accordingly. Be careful with it as it approaches closer to 2 o'clock, because there's definitely going to be some moves at 2 o'clock there. So you can definitely get like wicked out or something like that. So just kind of keep that in mind, guys, if you are holding on to a position right now.
Yeah, I'm just reading this article about the Facebook Snapchat algorithm and so on. Just wanted to read about just a quick glance about what's exactly going on. Looks like it's a 6-page memo sent to internal Facebook workers and what their priorities are, what their previous priorities were, and their updated priorities are. I like this one. Make real successful. I love how that's all they say. Changes. We're making real successful. Like, all right. Like, what a great document over there. But let's see how that ends up working out. Clearly, they want to steal more software from other people and make it look like their own. No harm in that, right? No harm in that. Mark Zuckerberg has done that 1 million times already. Let him do it for another 1 million times over there. We'll just have to wait to see where that ends up going to in the next 10 years over here for Mr. Mark Zucky. FOMC will cause the markets to sell off. Yeah, guys, you guys have all these notions that the market's going to sell off. The market's not going to sell off. That's what makes the market move. I think the best way to deal about it, just don't have a bias. Having a bias will hurt you right now. The best way to deal with it is not focusing on any sort of bias, waiting for the variables to come out, and then playing said variables like a perfectly to your key to your tone. What are you doing?
I'm just going to do this for you. This, we're going to go.
Title on your chart.
Yeah, it's right here, chart title, right? So if I make this one, make it black. People can be able to see this a little bit better.
You tell me you can't see that?
And then we'll do this. Let's see if it works better. There, it's a little bit better. Well, you can change that gray to white, so you don't have anything there.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that right now, I guess. Background color to white.
While Brad does that, we can come to my screen. My titles are black and white background there, so they're working fine. Someone said short NIO. Where was it? You said you were short off 1995. Man, like great entry, good entry there. Like we talked about this 20 level being like such a strong level from the other day, from last week rather, and look at exactly where it rejected. So you had to be a little bit patient with that, kind of risk off that 20. Maybe give it a little bit extra, because we know how like algos like to run stops, and I'm sure a lot of people have their stops at 20 there. But yeah, this seems like it's a good short as you're kind of catching this NIO pullback, right? Eventually NIO, I'm assuming it's going to catch a bid just because it's so strong on the day. But as assuming that you're scalping out your profits here and taking some risk off and trailing your stops, and yeah, really solid trade there on that one. Are we going to Brendan? Yeah, we are for.
Just make it up.
Yeah, we're just going on the big screen with Brendan.
Big screen.
Hey guys, we'll talk a little bit about volume leaders this afternoon as we head into the final hour before we get the Fed decision. Remember, we're coming back on the close this afternoon, 10 minutes early, 1:50. Make sure you're with us. We'll walk you through what's going to happen at 2. We'll talk a little bit to the guys, get their perspective on what is to come at 2 p.m. and beyond. Here we go. 54 new highs today on the market, 1,129 new lows. Right across all U.S. markets here, 7,377 positive on the day, about 2,600 to the downside. Everything else kind of flat as we head towards the Fed. TQQQ, I feel like a broken record. Every single day this week, this thing is either top of the list or number 2. 90 million right now for TQQQ. NIO, remember we showed you that video. There was a presentation this morning of their new, I think it's a 7-seater. It's either 5 or 7-seater SUV that they launched this morning. 70 million for NIO. There's IMPP, SIDU with its own news today. Almost 60 million to the upside. As far as performers go, at the bottom end here, LYT, CNXA, and SIDU. A couple of penny stocks at the bottom there, guys. So all kinds of volume ahead of the Fed. Back over to you.
Yeah, looking for that opportunity right now. Actually, I'm getting into a futures long over here at VWAP. So just building into a futures long around VWAP. Let's see if we can take this position a little bit above the 50-period EMA. Already working for us. Yeehaw, baby! Climb up there. Give me those profits. We took the short. We took the long. Like I said, just keeping myself a little active so I don't fall asleep over here, and also keeping my fingers nice and warm and toasty so I can get ready for those FOMC moves and not make keystrokes around the board. And your boy's known to be making keystrokes after yesterday. Not really known to be making keystrokes because I pride myself to being a gamer, and gamer don't make keystrokes, but I made a lot of keystrokes yesterday. So going off of that, got to keep my hands nice and warm, nice and toasty, and might just have to turn off the AC at 2 o'clock over here because for sure that AC is going to kick on and start making my hands a little bit colder. But no, enough about the weather inside. I want to focus on the market, and talking about focus on the market, we're going to quickly go to Brando to see what he has in store for us.
Just watch Tesla here, guys. We mentioned at the end of the morning show there was a short report that came out with some pretty interesting speculations as far as them maybe even fudging their sales numbers for Tesla. Muddy Waters has just reaffirmed that report. So Muddy Waters, a little bit more credible than the initial short report, has just reaffirmed, saying seems legit as far as Tesla's concerned. But hey, as it should, Tesla going back to the upside here.
Ian? Yeah, I was kind of watching Tesla to see there. Not really like a move off that news there, but very interesting indeed. Someone said AMC, so let's quickly take a look at AMC, and then we'll take a look at Amy and Jimmy alike here. But yeah, AMC having a nice day again, like up 6% here, almost 7% on the day. Kind of rejected this 13 level, but I'm not too sure. Like, was there a catalyst really for the meme names today? Not really, but they tend to kind of move on their own. But I just want to kind of see if GME is kind of doing a similar move here. And not really. Like GME has kind of been almost like the laggard for AMC the past couple of days. So kind of interesting here. Oh man, you guys keep calling out AERC, and I was looking at it on my side screen, and it's breaking out. Like it's breaking out 17 now. Where is this gonna go? Like it rejected 20 yesterday, and rejected it pretty hard. But obviously catching another bid today, up 23%. Less volume though, so important to note that there is less volume traded today. So take that take what you want from that. But yeah, definitely catching a bid here today. Someone said Apple double bottom. So I want to take a quick look at that, and it is kind of putting in a double bottom around like 133.50 area. But it is a decent trade opportunity to kind of risk off low a day. But we've been talking about how our stops have been kind of getting run at low a day and high a day, although the market is ranging. So I don't hate the idea. Apple did kind of fade the move quite a lot here, just across the lunch hour to the downside, right? So and the market is doing the same here as well. But let's see if Apple can actually catch a bid here and run up into the Fed meeting. It's going to be very interesting. So if the Fed meeting comes out like super like hawkish and the market kind of falls off it, are we going to trade to the top of the range and then just like kind of crash down and break new lows? Potentially, right? Crypto's still collapsing. I am watching Bitcoin on my side screen. It's just kind of like hovering around like 20,600 area. That 20,000 was the bottom this morning. So we'll keep an eye on that. If it does kind of break down on that, we'll make sure to cover it on that.
Yeah, about the FOMC, it was strange because a couple days ago it was, I believe, Walter Bloomberg, or one of those Twitter handles that update news articles on Twitter, mentioned that a 0.75 rate hike is not off the table. It's actually being considered and so on, and that made the market shoot up. But that being said, that the previous candle before that market shooting up was actually a pretty steep downhill, or at least the 5-minute candle was pretty much to the downside, and we retraced the next 5 minutes. And the market didn't really do anything with that news. So my idea is basically if Powell comes on and he says, we're doing a 0.75. I think the market might just like that and just do nothing and just do sideways action after obviously the algorithms come in and do up and down. 99%. So I think that's going to be around expectation. So 0.75 is around expectation. So the market might just be hanging around sideways a little bit longer. I think if we go 0.5, that's when the market goes, okay, what are you doing? Are you even trying to battle inflation? Are you just playing Pokemon with your buddies in the back? Like, what are you doing over there? And if you are, why didn't I get the invite to play Pokemon, right?
I think like the real moves is probably going to come when Jay Powell does a speech.
Yeah,
right? Like
2:30.
2:30, Jay Powell's gonna start talking, and that's when the markets start to like pick apart and like overanalyze every little word that he says, every color that he's wearing, the tie that he's wearing. The market's gonna react to it, right? So we're gonna definitely see probably a more like extended move from there. I'd say like there's probably gonna be a lot of chop at 2 p.m. But there might not be, who knows? But last couple times there was a lot of chop at 2 p.m. So easy to kind of get chopped up very quickly on that, and then the market kind of picks a direction once Jay Powell starts talking, right? So it'll be interesting for sure. The point is volatility is gonna be there, and trade opportunities are gonna be there. So that's why we're super excited for it, right? Definitely something to watch. You guys are still talking about ARC. We'll take a look at that in a bit.
Well, I can continue where I was going.
Yeah, go for it.
So if they give you a 0.75, then you're expecting, probably the market to do nothing or the market to actually like it. Market goes, okay, finally they're actually thinking about doing the right things to help out inflation, to help out this market, and the market might actually like it. And if they come out with a random 1% hike, I think that's when we're still confused about how the market will behave. Obviously, we think the market will not like that and push it to the downside. I personally think the market should like that because they're telling you that they will do anything in their power to control this inflation, which is getting out of hand and so on. And that's just my opinion. I'm the type of person who's saying just give us the full 8% hike. Screw it. Send us back to Stone Age over here, 1940s. Give me that 8% interest rates. But I also don't have any houses or anything that I pay for, so it really doesn't matter that much to me. The market might just kill itself, and I'll be the one to be buying the dips of AMD at $2 and Apple at $1, right? But no, all jokes aside, we're just waiting to see if that 100 basis point hike actually comes in. If it does, I think the market might show us some red a little bit and then turn green. That's just my idea. But as I kept saying before when Luca was here, guys, this is why I try not to even bother my mind with having a bias. Why even spend? I mean, it's always good to have if this then scenarios like a programmer, always think about it in programming mentality. If this happens, I'll do that. If this happens, I'll do this. If this happens, I will just stay away completely. Have a bunch of scenarios written down on paper right in front of you so you know exactly how do you want to trade the setup. If you don't have that ready for you in your head and you're just watching this tape move up and down randomly, it's going to be first algorithms moving around the market. Then you're going to see retail traders going, okay, that pop is algorithm pop. It's got to retrace. Then you'll see some short traders coming in or some long traders on the vice versa on the other side of the trade. So a lot of battle of people is going to for sure be taking place. You want to make sure you're on the right side. So as Ian right now was mentioning, it's always a good thing to just stay away from the first 2 o'clock initial move. Let the algorithms decide what they want to do first. Then let the big money come in to show you what the big money is doing, and then decide where if you want to join the big money or do you want to be a contrarian to big money, which I don't understand anyone would ever want to be, or be a contrarian to big money, and then start pushing your positions accordingly.
Yeah, no, I was just like kind of looking at some things here on my side screen, just like kind of trying to like prep myself for the Fed. moves, right? So, what I like to personally do is I like to look at intraday levels like a lower day or like an intraday resistance, right? So if the market is going to push to the downside, and this is the SPY, guys, look at like this 376, right? It has like a little double bottom here. So, if it is like a negative, you can take this 376 break down, right? Something like that, and get the move that way. If it kind of trends up to the upside to this like resistance area, like 378, let's just call it a 378.50, if you will. If it's positive, you can get the breakout to the upside, and vice versa. If you are like Brad was saying, like the contrarian, shorting the resistance and then longing the support, right? But I think the point here is to see the move and then react to the move. Don't get caught like on the offside, and then if you're in a big position or something like that and getting run over. But yeah, SPY definitely something to be interested in. Like TLT is another one that's like the 10-year Treasury ETF. Obviously anything that traces the S&P quite a bit, like Apple, the large caps, Microsoft. I personally like Apple a little bit more, but pick your kind of poison. But the point is like proper risk management. Don't get run over. And yeah, the Fed is in 49 minutes, guys, and we are going to toss you guys over to the closing show a little bit earlier today at 1:50. So make sure you tune in for that. And then obviously the initial number is going to drop at 2 p.m.
Yeah, so just hands off at 2, wait for the numbers to come out, get ready for those moves. And how Ian said, 2:30 is going to be some real moves coming in. Some of the positions that you can take a look actually real quick. Spotify apparently has a random volume spike coming in, and that's because they plan to slow hiring by 25%. Every company out there is cutting jobs. They're slowing hiring. Economy is clearly trying to slow down over here. Inflation really messing with companies overall. And that's not a good sign for the market, man. That's not a good sign for the market. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Right now, though, NASDAQ bouncing off of that VWAP pretty well. So that long trade I gave you on futures, you could have basically taken that on TQQ, on SQQ, on QQQ directly. No matter where you're taking it, the trade was there outlined for you. I showed you the short from the top. I showed you the long from the bottom. And that's the beauty of FOMC days. The market just keeps on trading in wonderful ranges, and you can just keep on scalping the range all day, making that money, putting that capital right into your pockets without worrying too much, because it's very rare that they actually take out the highs or lows the closer we get into 2 o'clock. But then when the 2 o'clock move comes in, that's going to be a whole different move. Now, getting back to the FOMC trade, ooh, look at that. Wish I was still in that long, huh? Sad to be me. Coming back to FOMC trade, some of the things you can take a look at are gold directly. Gold on New York. This is Barrick Gold. You can start looking for gold moving around. You can even look at Treasury Real. So TLT on NASDAQ. You can look at the Treasury Real, the stocks over there, bonds and so on to trade those. Or you can directly just trade your QQQs, your SPYs, or your futures, which is what I'll probably be trying to dabble with. So tons of opportunities out there. Tons of stocks, and not only these overall stocks, you can even take a look at, as Ian mentioned, Apple, AMD, Microsoft. If they're at the lows, you can build into a tiny long position and then have a stop at the low a day for you. If you're at the highs, you could have a short position at the highs and have a stop at high a day for you. And if FOMC comes out your direction, you make money. If FOMC comes out the wrong direction, maybe you flip your trade to the other side and then go in the other direction. That's something to think about. I personally will be trying to do something closer to that on the market. I won't be in a position, but I will be having orders on either side to wick me long or wick me short into my position, and then trade that as I want.
Yeah, it's going to be something interesting. So plenty of trade ideas. AERC is getting called out quite a bunch here, and Neil called it out as well. Man, it's every few minutes we take a look at it, it seems like it's reclaiming a new dollar level. Like it just pushed through 19. There was a little bit of buying I was watching here above it, but now it's kind of falling below. But now quickly reclaiming 19 again. Like I feel like maybe like the $20 level is imminent here, and this $20 level is going to be huge, I feel. So it's going to be very interesting to see if it does get there. How does price react to it? But now look, like more buying just coming in. It looks like it could like hurdle there quite quickly. So let's keep an eye on this and keep kind of watching it. Thoughts on Veru? I haven't really looked at Veru in a while. That was like more like one another like squeeze stock a few days ago, or not a few days ago, but a couple weeks ago there. But yeah, not really having a similar move. You know, only 2 mil volume trade on the day. It is up 2.5% on the day there, but yeah, it's just like basically consolidating in this channel between like $11 to $15 after these big momentum buying days, like up below like $9 or below $10, let's say. You know, a lot of buyers below there, but now kind of just consolidating, not really doing too much. It's squeezed. It did. Yeah, that's a new word for sure.
It's squoze.
It's squoze. Yeah, that's like the pastime, and that's in the dictionary now. We've checked that already. Can you take a look at BABA? Let's take a quick look at BABA, and I said it right this time, so you can't say anything, Prad. But it did kind of reject this like 107 area in the morning. Like, look, there was like a shelf here, similar to like the 19 level on NIO. But yeah, that kind of fell off, and now kind of rejected there again. But you know, BABA definitely losing some steam today after getting like that little bit of a bounce yesterday, right? So it bounced off a 100 level yesterday after you know, falling off pretty hardly since like you know, it got those big bumps last week there. But yeah, it looks like it's maybe running out of steam today and kind of rejecting some of this upper levels of resistance. AERC breaks. Is it getting there? Like, are we there right now? Yeah, pretty much. Like, look at this, like 1973 here. So I don't know how high we got there. The high of day is 1987. So it almost tested 20 there, and it is pulling back a little bit. But it seems like this 20 break is pretty imminent now.
Yeah, baby. How did you say BABA before? Oh, trust me, like an absolute moron.
We don't have to talk about that. We don't have to talk about that.
SIDU ripping. Let's go check out SIDU. SIDU Sidhu 60 million shares today. Okay, up almost 100% on this position, and just trading below VWAP ever since. Volume died off drastically since 12 o'clock. I mean, not even 12, way before 12. Volume died off on the stock, and ever since, I guess there's no real trades unless you want to diddle in the middle for 10 pennies. Nothing's really going on this position for us to even talk about. Working full time and watching. Let's go. We love the support that you give us over here, Sanal. Some Sudoku. Oh, you're playing Sudoku right now, waiting for a Fed meeting. I guess that's one way to garner patience. Maybe I should start doing that. I get into my position and start playing Sudoku and just have some fun over there. Can we take a look at AMD, please? Yeah, for sure. AMD pretty much just been in a range all day, and this is actually something that you mentioned that you would take advantage of. And I'm watching your P&L. Looks like you tried to take advantage of it, and you diddled in the middle, basically.
Yeah.
Instead of waiting for those extreme corners, you diddled in the middle. You didn't really wait for that buyout type of setup to just extreme corner setup. But, you know, nothing wrong with that, my friend. You took your attempts. Even I had those same attempts. As you see, I had the longs over here at 80, which I think you had that right there. Yeah. And then I added on the way down, which you clearly didn't, which is a smart thing to do because look at it, I got stopped out. And then more diddle in the middle action. Yay, AMD.
Yeah, it was definitely more of like a fire from the hip scenario for me today, as opposed to being more of a sniper, right? Like we talk about being a sniper quite a bit here on the show. Just taking really focusing on taking really good trades within your strategy and within your setups and your plans and whatnot. I wasn't really doing that too much today. I did have some good entries here, like some good shorts up at the top end of the range, but eventually kind of getting stopped out high a day. But you know, you gotta respect your risk, respect your stops. If they get hit, right? But and then, you know, some good entries down at the bottom end of the range, which seems like it was like a good bottom tick entry, right? So just to kind of explain this trade here, it broke down below 87, showed a lot of weakness below, but then I thought, like, if it blasts right back through 87, you know, and it was kind of consolidating above there for a bit, if it blasts right back through, we could very much be like, you know, heading back up to the upside, right? This could be the bottom of the range, and at the time the market was kind of like bouncing back and forth, looking like it could potentially bounce, right? So that was like my thesis for going long there, and it was a good trade. It was a good long, probably like my only like really good trade on AMD today, right? But yeah, overall, you know, poor trading for me in the morning on AMD, but you live to tell the tale, and I'm excited to kind of trade it potentially here at FOMC now that the range has been kind of put in, right? You can generate some trade ideas off of this. It seems like 87.60 is like a little bit of a shelf for support just below VWAP, so potentially a short off that maybe, and a breakout of the high a day if the market does rally, right? So there's still a lot of time in the day left, there's still a lot of time in the day left, and definitely some big opportunities to be had. I was focusing on AERC quite a bit there, just kind of reading the tape. And after it pushed up to that high there, 1987, a lot of selling came in, and it flushed all the way down to the 20s and the 10s, almost immediately. So kind of have to be careful with that. And as I'm kind of talking about it now, it is rallying back towards those highs. So it could be interesting to see if it breaks out. I haven't seen the size there at 20. I'm assuming there's going to be a decent amount there, so it'll be definitely interesting to see if it gets there, what's going to happen. Is it going to kind of break out and keep going, or is it going to break out quickly, stop everyone out, and flush back down? Only time will tell.
Yeah, in my head, I'm just thinking about some printer jokes. So as to maybe Powell brings on a Xerox printer out there and plugs in the nice new cord in that printer, slaps in a new inkjet right in front of us, the inkjet premium cartridge in there, and he goes printer on. Or does he bring in one of those old school Dunder Mifflin Sabre printers and then it catches on fire in front of everybody, right? So is it a Sabre printer or is it a Xerox printer? So I'm just waiting to see what this meeting will happen. How will it happen? What kind of printer Papa Powell will bring on? Is it going to be brrr, or is it going to be up in flames?
Come save the market, J Powell.
J
Save
Powell,
the market.
Is it this or is it right? We're just waiting
come
to
through
see.
for the boys again,
Yeah.
J Powell. But it'll be interesting to see. As soon as he comes on the stage there at 2:30, as soon as his interview starts, everyone's gonna be watching him like a hawk, and I feel like that's when the real moves will really start to come and show themselves.
Someone actually mentioned the shredder, Brad, definitely not the printer. Yeah, so Sabre shredder coming in to shred this market to the downside, or a nice brand new Xerox printer coming in helping us push to the market to the upside. Not too much time left, so contain your excitement a little bit. Bring maybe go for a walk. Maybe don't go for a walk. Don't leave us over here. But take a break. Do some breathing exercises. Don't get too excited because that will obviously make you click on wrong keys, make you wrong decisions. Emotions. Don't let emotions sway you over there. Focus on what you got to do. Focus on your scenarios that you want to trade and smash those setups when those setups arise, right? That's why I'm not really doing anything right now. I'm not really even staring at any other stocks. I mean, I'm looking at Amazon at the moment. Amazon did hit 107 today. The backside on Amazon happened to be at 107. Came back to the downside to 105.50 on Amazon. For anyone who was short at 107, congratulations. Very successful trade on that position for the short traders. I tried to short at 106. It was successful. Then I got stopped out, so I just walked away from that trade overall. But Netflix, man. Netflix pushing to the downside. Roku pushing to the downside. And even Coinbase right back to VWAP, man. And that's the beauty of that trade. When Bitcoin is doing what Bitcoin is doing, I can't really understand why Coinbase even popped up like that, So here's Coinbase, or here's cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, which got up to 21,500, at which point Coinbase got up to those $53, $54, $55.
Wow.
Sorry.
AERC just broke out. Yeah, it just broke out 20, and I quickly tried to place my stop, and I didn't get filled. I guess I didn't cross enough, but it gave you a dollar almost immediately. Man, I can't believe I missed that fill. That was a really solid breakout, and it just hurtled. It hurtled through it, and it touched 2110, guys. 2110 is the high a day. That was crazy to see. But there wasn't much size on it. I quickly
These
saw
are just
it.
stops getting blown out.
Yeah, no, these are stops getting blown out for sure. But I didn't really quite see the size. But definitely a huge explosion as soon as it broke out 20 there.
The stock doesn't even have that big of a short float, only 1.94 apparently. Where's floatchecker.com? Let me go to floatchecker right here. AERC Float checker 1.2221, so around 2 to 1. Float of around 4 to 5 mil. So clearly low float. And I remember actually watching the stock, Ian, on IPO day. This stock was supposed to IPO at $4. IPO'd at $40, runs up to 100 on that same day. Next day runs up to 120 bucks, and I'm like, okay, this is nonsense. Watch the stock go back to $4 in about a week. The next day it just drops to like $3, $4, right? So that was a lot of fun watching this position then. And now, man, the stock is literally getting ready to go back to those IPO prices of $40, looks like. Right now we have these ranges over here that looks like could act as a barrier. Let me just zoom in a little bit. What is the high of this day? 25.90. Low of this day, 14.37. We got this $40 low on the IPO day itself. So I think these are the levels that are going to be interesting for me to watch while the stock is heading up here, obviously, towards those numbers. So let me throw another candle over here, not candle, line around 18.90. Also happens to be this day's high of 13 June. And I don't know if I want to throw one over here of this day's high near $22, but it's heading up there. Honestly, I don't care about this middle range on AERC. I only care about this $26 high on AERC. If we get up there, I think there will be some amazing short opportunities. Another thing to notice right now that could actually be helping AERC do what it's doing, it's on SSR. It's on SSR day 2, and it's no one's really punching the bids. Like, well, we're seeing these setups every day now. GPS 3.0. GPS 3.0 trade. I mean, no really size on the bids, but it's on SSR, and these stocks are absolutely taking off. I think Ian calls this the SSR bounce play now.
Yeah, I've labeled it as as something on my own. It is what it is. Man, I hope some people here on the floor and some of you guys had that trade. We were talking about this $20 breakout and how it could be something special. I was trying to be super cheeky with my fill. I'll admit, like, I was trying to be super cheeky with my fill, so I didn't cross too much.
Cheeky bugger.
Trying to get a money fill. Yeah, no, it is what it is. I tried, I missed it. Move on and try to find the next one. It was kind of breaking through this 21 level, but it's already done it. The high day is 21.44, right? So I'm not going to take like a $21 breakout now. I'm going to have to wait and see where it goes, and maybe it consolidates. It was kind of consolidating under 20 for a bit there, right? So that's what kind of made it a little bit more special, and now it just kind of keeps rallying to the upside, and it's gonna keep pushing high a day for sure. So
Logan goes noted, go long every stock SSR. Yeah, that's pretty much what we were talking about. We're like, yo, let's just find these SSR stocks that are going up and just go long on them. It would have worked on NIO yesterday.
Yeah, it's too bad because like literally after we're done the trade, you're like pointing out like, wait a second, this is SSR. We could have put unlimited size as like Luca likes to say, but we're gonna quickly toss it over to Brendan and see what he has going for us.
Just watch some of the crypto-based stocks right now, guys. Citron Research tweeting up a storm right now about cryptocurrencies. Ethereum was mentioned, Bitcoin was mentioned. They also mentioned that they've kept their mouth shut about short selling in general over the past year, but they can't when it comes to cryptocurrencies at this point. So there was a bit of a spike down on Bitcoin, but just be careful with some crypto stocks.
All right, heading back to us, we know what Citron's other name is over there. Every time they come out with their short reports or any other reports, I thought they were actually going to stop giving short reports. So not sure what's going on over that one over there. NASDAQ right now, man, bumping. I had this trade so good on NASDAQ, and I just traded it so bad. I mean, what's new, right? We had the short. I wanted it to hold to VWAP. I said, nah, I'm trading PNL. I had the long. I said, I'll hold it to the long a day. I traded PNL. So it's like, what am I doing? Because here comes the long right back to the high a day. Only about 30 minutes, not about, exactly 30 minutes left for FOMC to come out. And I know these are the moves that the market will keep on giving me. I've been participating in FOMCs for almost 2 years now. So I know how these trades set up, and I just traded PNL. That's why something that we do suggest to traders on the floor is to hide your PNL number. Remember, there's no reason for you to cover a trade just because you're up in the money on the P&L area, or no reason to cover just because you're out of the money. If the setup is good, you trade the setup. If the trade idea is logical, you trade that to the logic, to the rules, to the way that you have it set up too. There's never a reason to really look at P&L, because P&L, as Ian puts it, well, not Ian, other people have put it, Ian steals it, has said it before though. He said it's just a byproduct of your trading. So if you're doing good, obviously your P&L is going up. If you're doing bad, obviously your P&L is eating butt right now.
Yeah, you know, everything that I Sharif liked that one, eh? Everything that I say, you know, that Pratt says, it's handed down to us, and you know that's the advantage that we have at the firm. You know, having all these experts and people who have so much more experience, kind of show us the way, and you know, kind of pass down the torch to us, if you will. But yeah, the market kind of bounced off that bottom end of the range, and now it's kind of looking at Apple as well. Like, you know, the ranges are starting to be a little bit more defined. So a good trade could line up here for FOMC, right? A good trade opportunity for sure. Kind of like looking at these ranges and taking like a breakup potentially, right? You know, Apple is kind of pushing towards the middle of this range now, but are we going to get a push to the top end of the range and you know, set up that way? Of course, time will tell, but yeah, I just want to point that out, that the market kind of did bounce off that. So nice clean double bottom now, and you know, we are pushing up higher, but in anticipation of the FOMC, of course. I just want to shout out to what are we shouting out?
No, I'm doing it.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Fred. Go ahead, Fred.
I'm doing it. This guy's trying to steal my segment. No. I guess because I'm actually opening up their link.
Yeah,
go ahead. You go ahead. You can do that.
Oh, no, yeah. I just wanted to call out a new member here. Thank you for joining, Crystal Nye. I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name there, but yeah, welcome to the green side. Welcome to Trader TV Live. You know, check out the channel. We have lots to offer, and you know, watch us every day. We're live every day from 8:30 to 4.
Yeah, so apparently Bears versus Bulls putting in, and I'm sorry I had to cut you off because I was opening up the website over here. Can you shout out the crew at Sinner Steakhouse? They are here with Chef Joe. What's up, Chef Joe? From New Jersey. All right, so now I know where to go if I ever end up in New Jersey. Can we go to my screen real quick? Screen?
He told me he had some blue chips.
It's getting kind of loud in here. Maybe they didn't hear you.
Screen? My monitor, bro. These guys are trolling me over there, man. These guys are trolling me. I hate Lucas. But yeah, go check out Sinner's Steakhouse. They're open till 10 p.m. Here's the address. Chef Joe, if I ever come, man, I love steaks. I used to be a line cook myself, so you gotta help me, or you gotta let me cook my own steak, all right? Just for fun. Sinner's Steakhouse, New Jersey. If I'm ever there, you know I'll be showing up without a doubt. I think we're gonna, you know, continue wherever you're going.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Okay, we're gonna go over to Brandon then for money talks.
Hey guys, yeah, quick check on currencies ahead of 2 p.m. Remember, join us in 20 minutes. We'll shift back over to the close. We'll talk a little bit about what to expect coming up at 2 p.m. We'll get both Neil and Sean give you a take on what to expect and how they're going to approach trading it. I want to mention here, Ethereum back to just about 1,000 once again, 10,050 or 1,050, I should say, trying to hold here down about 10%. 20,500, 6%. We're back to lows once again for Bitcoin. All calm though up here. The dollar index trading basically at the high of day once again ahead of the Fed. This is going to be the big mover at 2 p.m. this afternoon. British pound higher on the day. The euro back to the downside as well. But all will change at 2 p.m. And then again, remember, 2:30 we'll get the press conference from Fed Chair Powell. He'll say a whole bunch of stuff that'll probably move the market even more, including these guys. But right now, all calm on the currency markets. In about 40 minutes, it won't be, though. Back over to you.
KL in the chat goes, how much coffee has Pratt had? Surprisingly enough, I don't do coffee.
Yeah, you're not a big coffee drinker.
I don't do coffee at all.
Yeah, not at all. Shout out to another person here, Burn Shot, a member for 3 months. Thanks for support, guys. Steaks tonight, boy.
Maybe he's going to,
what was the place?
Sinner's Steakhouse.
Sinner's Steakhouse, yeah. But yeah, thanks again for being the member for 3 months now. Let's keep riding, and let's keep riding these profits to the upside, hopefully.
Yeah, Burn Shot actually got banned by Miss V one day. That's a good little story over there. Banned by Miss V for some reason. I don't even know why. And he messages me and he goes, yo, bro, I'm banned. Can you help me out? So I forget to help him out. And then he messages me again, yo, bro, I support you guys all the time, man. Can you help me out? I'm like, all right, I'll unban you. Just don't do anything stupid that Miss V will ban you back for. And now he's supporting us. He's a member. He's keeping up his end of the promise. He does support us. So we thank you for that, Berna. And I thank you a lot for not doing anything stupid to get banned again from Miss V or anyone else. We love having you over here. I love seeing your messages in my private chat. He goes, yeah, no, don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything stupid. We love you over here.
That's like.
I don't know if you this ticker FWONK. Do you know what stock that is?
No.
Pull it up.
On which market?
I think it's NASDAQ. FWONK is the Formula One stock.
I thought that was a bad.
This is the stock for Formula One.
Really?
And I learned about it not too long ago. Someone in the chat actually mentioned it to me, and I was like, okay, if you look at the daily history on this, look at the dailies since existence. We could have just gone long and forget about this since
maybe
we knew
it's
about
like
it.
a long play, like when the Netflix series started popping off. Maybe look at this, man.
Like Formula One is actually popping on the charts. This is like a better investment than the NASDAQ.
Honestly, obviously you had this huge
Except
dip,
for that
2020,
dip over there.
but ever since then it's just been to the moon, literally.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty interesting to know. So thanks for kind of calling that out there. Someone asked a question: what trade platform do we use? We use PPro 8. It is the platform that Daytrade the World uses, right? So we have multiple floors all around the world. So you're welcome, obviously, to apply and join there.
They actually give a dividend from today. FWONK Formula One stock is giving out a dividend today, so that's the catalyst for them being up 5% today.
Nice. I wanted to take a look at AERC here, just because obviously there's all that momentum coming in. It looks like the top might have been $22 there, right? So 21.90 high a day, and it rejected there quite hard. And now we're trading below 21, so potentially 22 to kind of watch out for. But the $20 level, there was a lot of confluence surrounded around that, right? Obviously $20 is a nice round whole number, psychological level, of course. And I think just kind of looking back at it on the daily, it was a level as well from previously there. But there was also this consolidation right below 20. So it's kind of like the stars kind of aligned there, which is why the 20 breakout was so nice. So 22, if you are going to take that breakout, I don't hate that idea. It could still be a good idea for sure. High day breakout on something that's up 52%. Clearly a lot of buying momentum coming in here since we've been on the show. But yeah, you might have to maybe take a little bit of risk off, size down. I don't expect a whole dollar move like we saw the first time when that 20 initially broke out. But who knows? We'll see. I'll try to maybe take that breakout again. But we are kind of creeping closer now to FOMC, so that's obviously going to be at top of mind for us.
Yeah, ready for you. I'm still, I guess everyone's watching AERC still, just waiting to see what happens on this one. Background noise is distracting. Tell them to shut up. I can't, Mark. I'm sorry. I'm not their boss. They're their own bosses over here. They can do whatever they want. They can actually tell me to shut up if they want to. It's a completely different businesses, so I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. It's not my job to do so. But I do apologize that they are a little loud. I do apologize that it's a little hard to hear for you guys. Is NASDAQ is in red? No, NASDAQ is not in red. NASDAQ is up almost 2% today. S&P 500 up almost 1% right now. So the overall market is indeed green, lean machine. Looking good over here for the market, right? We love seeing some green moves, especially after Monday and Tuesday have been destruction red for the market. Did not like that move on the market for my long-term portfolio, but I enjoyed the moves as a day trader because I, bear trader out of a hibernation, I almost cursed there, bear trader out of hibernation, baby, and riding the rocket to the downside. So obviously on a day like today when the market's not really bearish today, we're in bear market, but the market might not be bearish yet. It's a little hard for traders like me. Someone in the chat went, Prad still bearish? What's going on? And I went, hey, listen, short days are for me to take more size. Long days are for me to haggle for price and still go for shorts, because that doesn't stop me from going short. That just means I need to be more patient to go
Maybe
short.
more of a sniper on those days. A lot of people commenting on the noise. It's a dynamic background. It's just like a trading floor. Man, you guys should hear it when some things are really starting to pop off.
Yeah.
Like sometimes when the closes are going kind of crazy. Everyone's getting into it. Everyone's slamming the desk. Brankles is yelling, "Dump it," over there in the corner. This is what the trading floor is all about. So when we do get these opportunities to kind of bring it to you guys and give you guys like a taste of that, it is something definitely special and definitely exciting to see. But I think the closing show today is going to be very exciting. That's for sure. So don't miss that. We are going to send you guys over there a little bit earlier today in about 11 minutes time at 1:50, just in advance of the FOMC and in prep of that for sure. How do you handle the Ethernet bandwidth? Man, we must have some really good internet here. Dump it. Yeah, someone's laughing there. Man, you know what? Sometimes you just have to release your emotions and what you're kind of going through, right? If you're nervous in a position, you don't want to like press keys and start making decisions. Like just release, whatever it may be. For Brankles, it's screaming out, dump it or pump it, right? So, it's definitely something fun to see. But yeah, everyone has their own way. You just kind of have to find yours and stick with it. That's for sure.
Oh, actually, Brandon put it in the work chat. Brad, that is Liberty Media. They also own Atlanta Braves and Sirius XM.
Yeah, okay.
That's
Liberty
FWONK.
Media, and Brendan will probably confirm this because I'm sure he knows. But Liberty Media bought Formula One a few years back, right? So that kind of explains it then.
And since we're already on that topic, we have a Grand Prix coming up this weekend, and apparently Hamilton might not race because he's having back issues.
I thought he said he was. Like he came out on Monday or Tuesday and said guys, it is sore, but I'm getting some treatment and I'm gonna race. I don't think he would miss it, man. Come on.
Apparently he feels it in the bone, man. He feels it in the bone. The porpoising and everything was so bad for him. Even when he got out of the car at the end of the race, he was so slow to walk, and that was painful for me to watch.
It was rough.
Right, painful for me to watch.
It's interesting because then did you see what Red Bull was saying and Christian Horner was saying? Christian Horner was like, man, if our team was dealing with porpoising issues, I would tell my drivers to talk about it all the time too, right? So maybe it is strategy. There's always something going on.
I would hate to be Horner's kids because I know my dad likes Max more than me. I would hate to be Horner's kids.
I think they're too young to kind of understand
eventually
that,
they'll find out, your dad doesn't even like you. Your dad wants Max as his kid, and you're raising Max as his own kid. And I'm sorry, Horner's kids, if you're watching this, that's the truth. He loves Max. He wants to marry Max at this point. And this is the anger just spewing out of my mouth right now, coming out. But forget about the anger.
Hamilton is a short this season. Hamilton needs a better car.
Who do you got for this race?
This race? I think Ferrari is going to show up this race. They need a good race, man. And Leclerc needs a good race.
Let's go to Brando to see who he's got for the race.
There. That's a tough one, guys. I mean, Ferrari needs to get their you-know-what together, or this season's going to be over before the summer break even arrives, I fear. That said, I mean, you can't really bet against Red Bull right now. On the Hamilton note, they chose that setup in the car. They can take that out if they want. They chose that setup in the car. Remember that.
That's true. So maybe, obviously there's more underlying issues with the Mercedes, as we all kind of know, that they have to run the car so low to the ground to kind of gain that little bit extra speed. And
Hamilton just wanted to be at a rave party, okay? He wanted to have his own little rave in his car.
Yeah, we'll see. Ferrari engines have been crap. No, they haven't been that bad. Reliability issues for sure, but the engines are still quick. But yeah, going to be exciting. Glad to be back in Montreal.
Yeah, it's a midday race for us, so that's good for us. I think it's a midday, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the race is at 3 or something like that.
AERC, man, let's get back to the market. We only have about 7 minutes or so left with us. Neil and Sean are doing their quick little warm-up routine, get ready for the FOMC routine. So you'll see them in about 7 minutes in their spots. Brando will also be on for you guys, so don't go anywhere. Lots of FOMC trading coming up. I'm watching AERC at the moment. At the same time, I'm also watching the, where's my mouse? Hello. I'm also watching the NASDAQ market, NQ/U22CM. There we go. Also watching the NASDAQ market, not really get back to the high of day, but close enough to high of day. S&P 500 getting capped out by, I'm also on the M22. Let's go to U22. There we go. Also at VWAP up 9.93% here. And we're trying to see what happens after the FOMC comes out. I think, the perfect trade over here could just be around the S&P 500 futures instead of NASDAQ, because I have a good long breakout, I have a good short breakout. We're perfectly at the median for the day, which is the VWAP. It's like the perfect level. We don't know if the market's going long out of this. We don't know if the market's going short off of this. So I have a good short level down here. I have a good long level down here to take advantage of whatever direction the market ends up going into. So just waiting for those movements in about 15 minutes, sorry. It is 1:45 Eastern Standard Time. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you smash the like button. I hope you guys had a great time today with us so far. Ian, you looking at anything in the next 5 minutes over here until we get off?
I am watching AERC, but am I gonna take a trade like a few minutes before FOMC? Not really, unless it really lines up. It is kind of creeping towards that 22 level again that I kind of talked about. The previous high is 2190, of course. And now look at that, man. Look at that. All this buying comes up, pushes right to it. The high of day is 22. So we saw that right here live on the show. It didn't really execute though. I saw a few orders there on 22 get executed. And there it is again. There goes breaking out again. But not as good as the first time it broke out 21, right? So you could have scalped it out, but depending on where you got filled, you're probably getting bad fills on that just because it happens so quickly. Is it going to keep running? Honestly, probably it will. But yeah, definitely going to be other things to watch or keep in mind as we approach FOMC here. But yeah, AERC breaking out. We talked about how it's just breaking out every dollar level now, pushing it aside and relentlessly has no regard for any of these price levels, right? Has no regard for human life as that like LeBron thing back in the day. But yeah, ARC popping off like it has been all day.
I'm just thinking about, as soon as you said the LeBron thing, the only thing that came to my mind is Dirk Nowitzki, shut it down, we're going home.
Man, you sent that meme the other day, and I was like, man, is that Dirk Nowitzki? I haven't seen that guy in a while.
Yeah, that's the boy Dirk, man. Dirkio, Schmirkio, you know him. You guys rock today. Thanks, Chef Joe. I can't wait to come out and have some amazing steak at your place in New Jersey. Once again, Sinner's Steakhouse. Shout out to Sinner's Steakhouse for anyone who is in New Jersey. Make sure you go check them out. Drop a 5-star review on Yelp for them. I don't know what else you do for restaurants. Is Yelp the thing?
Yelp, yeah. Yelp. Google reviews are huge,
reviews,
right? So yeah, drop a 5-star review. And in that sense, guys, one more time before we do start heading you off to the next show there, let's smash that like button. It got to 2K likes here. Let's keep it going. Let's keep the momentum. And let's go long on the like button. Keep the momentum going into the closing show here. If you haven't already, hit subscribe, hit the notification bell. I signed in here, so I got my like in. Now it's your turn. But most of all, guys, thank you so much for the support. And let's keep it going, guys. Let's keep it going for the rest of the day and into the rest of the year for sure. Man, AERC, look here now. 23 is coming up now. 23 is coming up on AERC. Like, man, when are we just going to start taking some of these breakouts and just hold? Honestly, you could have just taken the 20 breakout and just held like, scalped it out, of course, but then held a piece for this larger move. Like, where is it going to stop?
$26. That's where
$26, Prad's calling. We're like 3 points away from that still, 4 points away from that. I don't know if it's going to get there today. It seems like, maybe it will. It probably will now that I'm talking about it. Who knows?
Bro, this guy's a bot. Why do you have lines on your time of sales?
What do you mean?
You're a bot.
What do you mean lines?
Anyways, we'll talk about this after. Look how your time of sales has like lines on it. Mine doesn't.
I need some of my mentors.
Okay, yeah, this guy needs
to
like
come out.
This guy needs a full OCD layout over here to help him out.
What's wrong, man? It
Nothing
works
wrong
for me.
with it. I'm
hey
just
guys,
trolling
do what
you.
works for
Exactly.
you. Stick to that.
I'm just trolling you. I'm just trolling you. Don't let my trolliness get to your mind state. Okay, it's all about just focusing
Brad
on
trolls
yourself.
me all the time.
That's my job. I'm the office troll. I'm the office hype man. I hype everyone up, but nobody hypes me up. That's the sad part. Nobody hypes me up except for this guy. I love this guy. This guy laughs at every joke. This guy always hypes. This guy's the hype man. This man's the hype man right here. If you ever go to a comedy show, you might want to take Sharif with you because Sharif's probably the best person to go to a comedy store with. AERC was a 10-bagger in just a month. Yeah, AERC has been nasty, man. From the lows of $4 IPO price to the nasty moves of $20 and $22 is $23 is what I'm seeing right now on his screen.
It's like the beginning of June. Like June 6th was the first day it kind of like really popped off. And like it went from like $2.50 to $4. Actually $4.50. So that's like what? Like that's like 100% day back then. And then ever since then, it's just been like off to the races, like off to the races.
Real quick, before we send it to these guys off for the FOMC trade, I saw a comment in the morning when you came on, or at least like around 12:40 or so, was this guy's hair is too perfect. It's got to be a wig. Can you prove to the viewers that it's not a wig?
Man, it's not a wig. Like I'm pulling on it right now.
He's pulling on it. He's pulling on it.
I don't want to mess it up too much, but no, it's not a wig, man.
It's not a wig.
I use like quite a bit of hairspray because I know like the wind and stuff will like kind of brush it. Like my hair's like pretty light, right? So.
All right,
yeah, no, not a wig.
You guys have a great time trading FOMC with Neil, Sean, and Brendan. We will be back here tomorrow, 11 o'clock. Luca and Ian will be here with me once again. So we'll see you then. Have fun with FOMC.
See you guys. Good luck.
Hey guys, welcome to the close. Yeah, we're starting 10 minutes early so we can get you prepared for what is to come. In about 10 minutes. We'll get the initial announcement from the Fed, and then we'll get the statement along with it, the accompanying statement. We'll check the language, see how things are looking as far as that is concerned. But then the next major hurdle is going to be 230. That will definitely move the market as well.